SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Monster Blade!
Let's go!
Nice.
Monster Blade!
Monster Blade! That right there, Monster plays as weak.
Okay!
Monster Energy is doing a monster site giveaway.
NSC stay-at-home series
Supported by Monster Energy.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mess to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE, and this weekend we are here at Insomnia running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals this weekend.
Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. NSE's just grown so much. It's so exciting to get to do some of the events for the students and bring all the partners in and get them involved.
All of those students who made it to our finals, they come here and play on the main stage in front of everyone here at Insomnia. So that's every major esports title you can probably think of: CS, League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, Rainbow Six. So really, really exciting weekend. Let's see how it goes.
So we got Valorant going on. It's a massive tactical shooter. The players again super hyped over the games. We got Overwatch 2 coming up, very fast, very intense. I think that's going to be electric.
We're bringing along our fantastic partners with us this weekend. So we've got the Pringles booth where we're sampling the new Hot range. We've got the Uni Days and Samsung Gaming Zone. You can get your hands on some really cool Samsung tech. Across the whole area, we're supported by Yama monitors and also Draytech routers. We've also got Scan with us. They have amazing interactive Dungeons & Dragons table, but there's so much other stuff going on at the stand as well. They've got their 3XS system, they've got streaming booths. And as always, we've got Monster here with us as well, keeping everyone fueled for the weekend, giving out lots and lots of Monster Energy cans. A massive thanks to all of our partners here supporting us. Intel is our headline sponsor. See you next year.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to reality. The truth lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. So why pick on someone your own size? Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Why score a regular goal? Do something that makes your opponent lose their mind. Why build a boring little house? Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. And why settle for just one trophy? Send us a DM when you win 10. That's the mentality we love at SteelSeries. And that's why we make the gaming gear you need to destroy ordinary. So get in game and go for glory.
Hello, and welcome everybody. The start of another day of the Winter BUEC Finals here at NSC. And my, what a lineup of games we have. Starting off, however, with, dare I say, the best CS2 and a matchup for the ages. Now, I am not alone up here. Shin, welcome to the broadcast. How are you this morning?
It's absolutely honor. It's an honor. I mean, I didn't think I'd make it this far to, cast the finals, but I'm really excited today. We got two really good teams playing. I think we're in for a blast, so I think the series has some high expectations.
It does indeed. Now, some of these players are no stranger not only to the NSC stage, but also to bigger stages as well. If you're familiar with the Counter-Strike scene, a couple of names that you might recognize from some fairly big name teams are going to be turning up here. But actually, should we take a look at the teams that we're going to be seeing competing today? So, we have Half Natty Head Tappers, one BUEC in spring in the LAN finals. Rest in peace, Insomnia. But they actually have a substitute coming, sort of coming in from this as well. Is that this time it is Leaf LAN dodging instead of... actually, no, it's still Gizmy, sorry. Gizmy is not here and is being replaced by Tom. And then Swansea, they've also got a little bit of a substitute with minus Jakey plus DW Cole. Now, anything that you can tell us? I know you said that you've been watching a little bit of the Swansea Storm Red teams. Can you give us some information, who to watch, maybe what we can expect to see?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think Swansea as a whole has been an absolute joy to watch. Both their teams have been popping off on, all fronts. But Swansea Red in special, I mean, technically, they are the second team in Swansea, but they've kind of been proven that that second team doesn't really matter because they've actually been playing really well, and people like Wally are the type of people we want to be watching. I mean, he's been top fragging 9 times out of 10 when I'm watching. And you did mention Ducoli. We like to call him Duco out here.
Okay.
He's obviously replacing Jakey. I think that's a big miss. I mean, Jakey has been an absolute joy to watch. Seen him bring out the AWP sometimes. He rifles. He's very... a big of a hybrid. So seeing Duco come in, he's not that strong of a player, but I think, the pressure is going to be on today. So, pressure makes diamonds. I like to see Duco step up and, fill in for Jakey if possible. We believe.
There are some interesting names on the other side as well. Gizmy not playing, but Leaf, another big name, has seen his fair share of academy teams and stages as well. They have a long history in NSC. As we said, they won Spring 24, came second in Winter 23, and I do believe were also finalists in Winter 22. Whereas the Swansea Storm Red, this has been a rise from nowhere for them.
Yep.
And I'm very excited to see that. Looking, however, at the sort of role titles that they've listed here as well, I'm not sure who's going to be IGLing or calling here, whether it's Einstein or Yapper. So I don't know if it's like a fragging IGL, and then they've just got a teammate that's particularly like chatty, or I'm not sure what's going on there. But either way, it looks like it is going to be heated between these teams. But if you were to put a prediction on it, put your money where your mouth is. Are you sticking with your guns? You're sticking with what you know? Are you maybe, toying with the idea that Half Natty might continue their legacy here?
I mean, it helps that Gizmy isn't here. I think so. Exusifake is the IGL, but I wouldn't surprise if that role is kind of passed down to everyone. You know, they chip in and they say what they want. But missing Gizmy, I've only had the honor of casting one best of 3 of Half Natty, and Gizmy and Leaf were at the forefront of those games, just top fragging. So missing Gizmy, I feel like the game could be closer, but I think Swansea could struggle here. I mean, obviously we know the levels Half Natty. You know, we got Leaf, who's in an academy. Gizmy, he's obviously missing, but I've seen Leaf step up when it matters, and I mean, he can single-handedly, I mean, just carry his team across the line if he needs to. So Swansea, they're going to be on the back front here.
They are indeed. I do believe that we've got a veto here as well. So Swansea have minus Mirage and then Lancashire minus Nuke. Which I'm a little bit sad about. You know, Mirage being taken out, I think that's a nice one. Especially if you're, you know, fairly confident that your opponent's got the defaults, has got it down. You know, take out that slightly puggy map. Minus Nuke, now you're just being hateful. Why would you do this?
I've yet to cast a nuke. I've yet to cast a nuke. Every single team bans nuke. And to think, it's a pain. It's a pain.
Then we've got plus Inferno from Swansea, which means that they will not be choosing the side that they start on. So we've got plus Inferno, plus Ancient. Those are the two maps that we will definitely be seeing. And if it goes all of the way, I do believe we're going to be finishing up on Anubis. So Inferno, Ancient, Anubis is certainly a veto, and quite a worthy veto of this matchup, I think.
Yeah, we've got a tasty couple of maps. Swansea picking Inferno, not surprised. That is the map that they have been picking all season. They have a really good win rate on it, so we should expect some good Counter-Strike out of them from there. Ancient, interesting. I can kind of see that going Half Natty's way. I've not seen Swansea play a lot of Ancient, so I think we'll definitely have 2 maps, obviously, but going to Anubis, obviously, it's just the levels of Half Natty. I mean, obviously, Swansea are good on Inferno, but it'll be tricky because there's levels. There's levels to this game. They'll have to try really hard to beat Half Natty on there. So
yeah,
I'll have to wait and see if we even get Anubis.
I have a feeling, you know, if they can't secure, you know, the map pick, if they can't get Inferno under their belt, it's going to potentially be a 2-map affair. But I'm willing to hold out hope, keep my fingers crossed. But we shall see indeed. Something else I think is interesting to note as well is that UKIC as well. If we look slightly further afield, because NSC not the only thing that these players have been competing in. Half Natty head tappers, they haven't really been doing as much interesting in regards to the varsity scene. They have, however, just narrowly missed out on qualifying for Division 1. I believe they lost their game to Flow States. Which, all fairness, if you're going to lose to a team, that is a team definitely to lose to. But just narrowly missing out, and it did spark some controversial rumors that potentially, you know, someone was paid to throw. Now, of course, all rumors, all speculation, nobody was named in this. And I'm hoping that it is an entirely sarcastic rumor that has been started. But today, hoping to make sure that, you know, that loss, not quite qualifying, that's not on the agenda for them. But Swansea Storm Red, a lot of players, you know, that I've seen floating around a little bit. I've heard some good things coming out of. They struggled definitely a little bit more in the Swiss stage as well. Half Natty head tappers, they are yet to lose a map. At all, and I think the closest anyone has taken to taking a map off of them was Surrey Stags, who took them to overtime. But that's it. That's the furthest that someone's gone. The two teams played each other earlier in the season. I think about 13-11 to Half Natty head tappers. So it's rough. It's difficult. But the fact that it was so close, that inspires hope. Because I've talked a big game of Half Natty, but 13-11 in a best of 1. That's not the confident scoreline you'd be expecting to see.
Yeah, I mean, the one BO3 was against Bath that I watched Half Natty play, and you said Surrey Stags got them close into overtime, but Bath were actually really close as well. 13-11 on Vertigo, which was Bath's pick, but then we headed into Mirage, and then that was a complete stomp. I don't even want to recall because, I mean, Half Natty, they just brought in the Gevs, they were just buying auto snipers. That's like the levels of confidence they have. So what you're bringing up, that, you know, Half Natty, you're making it close against Swansea, it has been a long way now. It's been a long time, so can they replicate that? I don't know. I mean, minus Gizmy, maybe, but
We'll have to see. Yeah. With substitutes on both sides, it does give both teams that little bit of a disadvantage there. But we'll find out soon as well.
Yeah.
But I'm super excited for this matchup. I think it's going to be awesome. Yeah, the 2-0 later on in the season is definitely a little bit of a worry, but you know, it was the only loss that Swansea Storm Red had. They can look back at the VODs as well. They've taken out the maps that maybe went a little bit landslide in one direction. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed. And you mentioned that Negev's coming out there as well. I think the NSC scene is very lucky that Doodles decided. I don't think Doodles, because he went to university, he didn't stay at university. I think everyone is very glad, because if he had been, I have a feeling he would have raised an army of just Negev users, because he's self-proclaimed, and you know what? I've seen some of the clips. I'll say it, world's best player with that weapon. I think he knows more about the Negev than Valve does. So,
probably. Wouldn't be surprised.
So I think maybe the university scene can breathe a deep sigh of relief that, you know,
Thank goodness.
the chaos timeline was narrowly avoided there. But, you know, it's exciting to see, but there's a little bit of a worry with that, is that if they felt so confident to bring out those maybe, I don't want to say jovial, jokey weapons, that maybe the overconfidence could be their downfall, but they have the confidence. Is that, you know, do you want to see that again? Are we expecting to see that again, maybe?
I mean, I don't mind a bit of, like, you know, trash talk and BM. I think it adds to the flavor of a BO3, but doing it against Bath, I mean, they just won Collegiate Div 1 just 2 days ago, so they're not a bad team. They're all level 10s, high elo. So the fact that Half Natty have, like, the balls, I guess, to come in and just bring out Negevs, start 1v1ing each other on the sides whilst they're defusing a bomb, I mean, that's, like, you know, ego right there. That's a bit too much, but they can back it. You know what I mean? They can back the talk, so I'm not surprised that they can bring that out. I'm sure because it's a final today, I won't... If they bring out the Negevs and Auto Snipers, I mean, it says a lot, but I don't think they will. Maybe they'll show a bit of respect to Swansea, but I think Swansea need to earn that respect first and, you know, make it a close game, get some rounds on the board and show them that, you know, they deserve the respect that, you know, they cemented it because they're in the final. So that's a, you know, a bigger reward in itself.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask another question here, because I think we've got about 5 minutes till the game starts, so potentially we'll go to break. But you know what? I'm gonna ask you this first, just because this is probably gonna be the last British University Esports Championship we see with this map pool. Train.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Because I don't think it's actually been announced what Train is replacing yet, which we're all hoping and we're all thinking is gonna be Vertigo. But honestly, I have a certain level of expectation now that they might do something wild and be like, you know what, we don't really like Ancients, and then just do something really left. I don't think they will, but I think maybe,
I don't think they will either.
Maybe Mirage might be potentially. I think it'll be Vertigo, but Mirage is definitely sat there looking uncomfortable. Are you a Train enjoyer? Are you happy about its return?
I remember the night it came out. I thought it was, you know, I was keeping my eyes on the Twitter head banner of CS, and then it came out. I saw the update. Me and the boys, we got on. We played some Train. Definitely different. Rest in peace, Pop Dog. You will be missed. Obviously, now we got Long Dog. I like Train. I think this new Train's different. I think some people hate it because, you know, there's a lot of changes to it, but we can't be sticking to the past all the time. I think some maps do need some updates, and it'll take some time. We've gotten used to, you know, other maps have gotten updated, and we like them now. Train, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's obviously the map that comes in, but I've seen Route, like, maybe Overpass coming back. Obviously, they've been changing that a bit as well, trying to make it more viable. Maybe replacing a Dust to a Vertigo. I'm a Mirage hater, so I wouldn't mind if Mirage goes. I think that map needs some changes. It's been the same. I'm a Mirage hater, absolutely. I stand by that. I stand by it.
I feel like it's becoming. I feel like it's becoming increasingly lukewarm of a take, because I feel like it's very much like a, oh, here we go, queuing Mirage again. Sort of like it's been in the map pool for a while, but also, you know, maybe I'm a little bit nostalgic. You know, it's one of the few maps that I actually remember my smoke lineups for. So if that disappears, I'm in trouble. Because I can't claim to be a support player, not remembering any of my smokes. So, you know, I'm hoping for, you know, my own sanity's sake that it stays a little while. But yeah, no, I'm with you. And I think, the changes, the fact that you now can't go up the ladder into the sniper's nest and be a menace to society. I think they did that specifically to nerf Monacy. That's it. That's my working theory.
Yeah, not wrong.
But yeah, I think maybe we head to a short break. Are you feeling a short break? Maybe?
Yeah, I'm feeling a short break. Let's go to it.
Short little break. We'll go to a short little break, and then we'll be back as soon as the game is ready. All players on the server ready and waiting to put on a performance for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. See you very soon. Welcome back. Hopefully you used that time to grab a snack, a drink, maybe a little bit of popcorn, because we have got a show for you. We have the match ready. We're going to be loading into map number 1 in only a second. Oh, blink and you miss it. On time, impeccable, and straight into the pistol round here. And it looks like already a player advantage. Swansea, they're losing this fight. Banana, it's actually just Leaf solo holding this, doing so much damage, chipping away at the health, and be given a bit more space to work with here, but he's still standing.
I mean, he survived quite long here. I mean, he's going to get overwhelmed here, but Rotate's coming in. He does go down Duke or getting the first, but he overlook the player in Emo. And no, Wolf, he actually doubles up there and the bomb goes down. Hello, I mean, there's a chance here, Swansea. I mean, I'm a bit overwhelmed.
Oh, likewise. We'll unpack at the end of the round and side up here. Oh, just dodging the bullets, paints an outline, and actually somebody does manage to find the kill. The only one left. And now, tapping away, there's nothing really that you can do. This bomb site, notorious for being difficult to retake. 1 from 3, the crossfire is amazing. But to get 1 there, we'll take that. I think, I was just surprised there because the setup on B, I don't know if you noticed that they had Leaf, but then they still had 2 back sight that stayed so quiet, so that every time you thought you'd got rid of the last person, someone else sprung out. But actually, they dismantled all of it. You mentioned Wolfie just demolishing them.
Yeah, I mean, that's some great confidence from him, and that's going to, inspire the team right there, because with that setup, you'd think that one of them would just pop off and, get overlooked, but he was clearly ready for it, and that individual brilliance gets him the pistol round, and it should be the conversion as well, but I've seen crazy things happen with the USB, and they've got the nice little boost set up over here, so I'm sure it'll be someone that walks in, gets surprised, and they'll get called over to A. I mean, they've got most of the team already stacked towards that A site, and yep, there you go. Pistols unleashed, everyone runs away. Exclusive Fig, telling the boys, we ain't going there. Get the bomb to A ASAP.
Yeah, luckily it rotates. They might be able to come on through to do a little bit of damage, chip away, but this retake, it's not looking likely. They've still got utility on the back burner, Swansea, to continue just hammering home the point here. Bam through, just covering fire. But now, go for half natty, trap them in, maybe take away a weapon, but unfortunately not quite able to jump into the tunnels there. Wolf losing their life, and actually they do manage to find a kill in this. Lots of damage done, but weapons to be retrieved, not looking likely. I like this though.
Yeah. Some decent damage. I mean, 2 players going down for Swansea. Alright, Dukel doesn't go down there. So 3 players alive. I was actually going to bring something up because I just realized about Wolf. He's actually on Swansea White, but it looks like he got subbed in for these last couple games, and I think he's been a perfect fit. I mean, there was a reason why he was on Swansea White. He's been a star player. I mean, some of the games I've been watching him play, he's always near the top of that leaderboard, and he does up fantastically. So I think he's one we need to keep our eyes on.
Indeed, indeed. And it's always nice to see that there's been some amazing talent come up through the collegiate scene. And you look at where some of this talent ends up as well. You know, we talked about Leaf and Gizmy, you know, Monty, Gamer Legion Academy. There's some big names behind some of these students. And the fact that they're doing this whilst in university still.
Yeah, it's insane.
Awesome. But yeah, excited to see. I like this early banana control, throwing utility down, denying any early information there. Actually, not going to try to take too much more space. Held at bay by the smoke, but that Molotov is either going to force him forward or leave him to fight this alone. Wolf falling up mid, gets the opening pick, but there is a trade. Now 4v4 across the map, and actually Swansea, they've got a bit of space, but actually their forces spread pretty thin here.
Yeah, Swansea really do like attacking the safe bomb sites where they do the work, but it looks like Wolf went down. Oh, well, Anarchy went down in Boiler. We actually see Half Natty reapproaching into this mid position, trying to clear it out. Escula all alone here.
They've also...
Oh, they're a bit thin.
They've got a little bit of an issue here as well, is that, actually, I say that, Half Natty, they've moved over Surastak to come and reinforce this site. So actually, A site a little bit weaker, but this is a really difficult angle. They've got to try to clear out side up. This smoke, once it fades, they don't have anything left to hold this choke point except pure firepower. The smoke here actually might cause them some problems. They peek out, but 3 heads. Ooh.
Gets 2.
That's enough.
That is enough. Dukel in the clutch, though. I mean, it would be some moment to shine for him. As I said, he has been on the struggle bus as of recent in the last couple games. That's of course why he did drop out. I think just the performance is not being up to par. This would be an insane 1v2 just to get the game started. Half Natty can close on the bomb site, gets the first, but Leaf, the man of the hour. I'm not surprised. He's going to be the main man on Half Natty today, and he gets Dukel. But Swansea get the bomb down. It's all right, but I think it was that Ligon double there that really secured that round for them.
That I can't fault as a round, because technically kind of a bonus round for them there as well.
Yeah.
It being, you know, the round after the conversion round. The fact that they bring it down to 1 player, they've made it expensive for Half Natty. They've got the bomb plant money as well, and the rebuying of the weapons here, denying them taking across these weapons. This is going to keep their economy humble, and that is where they're going to be able to thrive. Their own money not looking amazing. You can see the scout coming out. They're keen to have the sniper rifle, but it's a glass cannon and a half. No armor, no utility. So it is going to have to find some wonders or be supported very heavily here.
Yeah, Wolf does like to bring out this scout, but I'm surprised he's going for no armor, so that is really the confidence coming in as, you know, Zero just runs down Banana, and that's Banana in the hands of Half Natty now. I mean, Swansea's stuck in the middle of the map. Anarchy is towards his abs position. He's really going to have to be the one to make amends here, try and snatch some map control back in the hands of Swansea as, oh, just a, you know, he's used to fake through the smoke, gets Zero, so numbers are even now.
It's a nice kill to find, but unfortunately that smoke doesn't mean anything, so they can't capitalize on it. If there had been less players there, if the smoke had cleared, they would have had so much more room to work with. Banana would have been all theirs, but contingencies upon contingencies for Half Natty here. They've still got this controlled, and actually they've sort of funneled them completely away from B. Solo helped by Mai here, and now they peek 1 by 1 into the crossfire, and Leaf gonna demolish them. The dominoes are toppling, and now Love Anarchy. What can you even do here? There's no escape. You're surrounded from all sides.
Yeah, if you can at least take 1 gun off, that would be a reward in itself, but yeah, Leaf is ready for that. Lovely setup in mid there. 1 on the boost. Player in long to support. And it was just a bit of a funnel there, a bit of a bloodbath, and the money is now in the bin for Swansea, so I wouldn't be surprised it's full eco here, maybe a Deagle or two come out, but yeah, this is half natty. I mean, they're going to get back into this game now, and they're going to hope to stretch out a lead. They got, what is this, 3 AKs? So they've done a good job at stealing those guns away, and they're going to, you know, make good use of them, hopefully.
Yeah, the fact that we've still got this MP9, I'm going to be very curious how they choose to play this as well, because they can rack up the cash, hopefully playing very close to the wall there, but unfortunately the early aggression going to force him back, but the nade kill is impeccable, and this is where he's going to be able to farm. Do they clear him? They do, but unfortunately he gets away with daylight robbery. Between the two of them, they demolish the entire eco. And that money is going to be flowing. The kill as well means that he can now upgrade the weapon. And it's all coming up half natty.
Yeah, it's good that only the MP9 goes down there. I mean, AK stays up. He would have been able to grab it anyways if the guy with the AK would have died. But as you said, he can upgrade now. He's got the M4. He banked up a lot of money there, getting a lot of kills. And, well, Swansea, it's time to get back on the board here. I mean, got the AKs out. I wouldn't be surprised if they look towards this A site again. It's where they do their magic, but I think if half natty keep dominating this B side of the map, Swansea will struggle. I mean, losing banana control every round will struggle in there. Mai just swinging out mid, catches Wolf, arguably star player of Swansea. So, man down 130 minute in, and Leaf also through the smoke for Dukel. Very bad start for Swansea on this round.
Oh, the spam through the wall, it hurts, and it forces the reposition here as well. And this is looking very nice from them, but there's so much focus over towards B. They're going to clear this out, and they can find this kill. They're just going to run down through mid and just... well, actually, maybe not. Hold their positions, hold their posts, and trust their teammates over on A. I like it. And they've left Leaf alone. They trust him. They trust his skill. They're going to make sure that this A site is secure, because as you said, that's where Swansea do their best work.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about pressure, because obviously I think it's a couple rounds in, but maybe... that could get the better of Swansea. Obviously, half natty, they're very comfortable in these finals. So maybe Swansea players, of course, this is their first time in a final. So I hope that doesn't, you know, scare them off too much and they still perform to, you know, their best. But as, I mean, they've been losing banana now 2 times now. It's a part of the map that you really do want as the T side. But if half natty are really going to just keep throwing men at this, they got to work around it. Maybe start taking second mid more, put more pressure into apps. I don't know, I mean, 20 seconds now. They're going to do a last-ditch hit on B, but will the time be enough? Leaf's back here, and Mai supporting. Through the smoke, he gets 2, and Leaf at the back of the site. It's a bit rough for Swansea there.
It is, unfortunately, just leaving it a little bit too late. Gave half natty the chance to call those rotates over. I thought maybe the smoke, and they even had another smoke available. Unfortunately, wasn't able to be used. Whether if they'd managed to find a little bit more of a foothold, whether it would have been towards, you know, coffins or the re-smoke for CT. But unfortunately, just the spam through the smoke, they managed to get there just in time to catch that window of opportunity. But, you know, as far as last-ditch attempts go, they got fairly far. Unfortunately, you know, they left Leaf backside, menace to society, the cockroach in the back lines. and I don't even know what you say about that, but we have our first AWP on the server in the map. Dare I say maybe a little bit overkill here for the situation that they're by against, but do their due diligence, and as you said, you wanted to see apps, they're hitting apps, and unfortunately, first piece already begun to fall, and I don't even know what you say to that. Just crispy shot there from side up.
Yeah, he gets the dink as Usavig, but not much he can do. I mean, he's got the AK, so it's obviously going to be a one-shot headshot. And as you said about Leaf, he's already 10-2, 7 rounds in, and yeah, PS1 finds Wolf. They've got the pistols out. They probably didn't expect to win this round. The only thing they can hope is getting the bomb down, but half natty have 4 players over here, so Ligon can probably farm some nice kills here as he gets the first. Dukel does actually find him, and Leaf tapping away. There he is again. Absolute menace to society. 5 rounds on the board for half natty, and yeah, I mean, the fact that Swansea got 2 rounds, winning that pistol and the conversion is nice, but I was gonna say, I mean, they're losing the sight of the half here, and I'm not surprised a tech. Oh, it's a tech pause actually that's being called. So maybe some.
I'm telling you, I'm cursed. I have never had a single map of CS2 that hasn't had some sort of tech pause.
Yep.
It's But I think it's an interesting one. It looked a little bit disjointed there because, you know, on the pistols, they look like they wanted to go for this aggressive abs pop. But then, you know, signup gets that opening kill, and then they slow down. And it allows so much time for Half Natty to reposition. And then they send one person out onto the balcony on their own. They get taken down. So now there's only two of them. They weren't necessarily swinging as a group in the places that they probably would have liked to have been there. Again, eco round, it wasn't one that they were likely to be taking home either way.
Yeah.
But you know, there were moments there that looked pretty hopeful for them. It's good to see that they're on form. I think it was, and I think it must have been Smooya. I think Smooya put out a tweet yesterday that was quoting one of the clips of Donk. It was his.
Right.
It was like his 1v4.
Was it 1v5?
Yeah, the 1v5.
It was a 1v5. Yeah, insane.
And I think
Absolutely
Smooya
insane.
tweeted it with, I don't even, like, how do you even play against this? How do you even counter this? And I think that's sometimes the issue that you face, is that no amount of solid utility is gonna stop that kill that signup got there. It was crispy, even flashed, he had the angle to a T there. So this one, Swansea, I want to see, you know, a little bit of anarchy coming out from them as well. These flashes and this utility is going to be incredibly important. But,
yeah, it does help that Wolf actually got that pick on my there. So the AWP striking Swansea's way. And that's a big pick. I mean, they've got to work around this now, not get too overconfident. Just work the clock, work the map, just etch away at, you know, this control that Half Natty have. And you can see they've actually got set up 3 towards A. I mean, they're banking on Siror here. I mean, he's jump spotting top banana at the moment. And he probably will catch sight of at least one of the Swansea players as they start to slowly make their way up. He's got a big task at hand and no one's rotating at the moment. So if Swansea can somehow find this kill quickly and then just overload the bomb site, then they have a really good chance at actually closing this round out.
I'm surprised they haven't moved anything over. I know that they favor that side,
there we go.
and now that it's been so quiet, we're going to start to see Leaf move on over. And actually, if Sirasnak can find something here, they will buy enough time. And actually, I think they've done it. He's ahead of the CT smoke here. They line up. They throw 2 smokes at the issue. The nade's going to go deep and chip away as well. Let the smoke open, because unfortunately, the counter utility coming out makes their life hell. And now Leaf already ready. Here's the footstep, sees the gun. There's the first, spots the second, knows the third's in the smoke, spots them as they jump away, and there's nothing to be done. 18 seconds. All you can really do is save this weapon, I think. Actually, I say
look,
that.
Anarchy, he's lurked his way up. He was lurking towards mid,
time.
but no time.
And that
Not
bomb-
ready for the Ligan smoke. I mean, lurk.
Yeah. That would have been a rough one, even if they hadn't been met with brutal violence there. I think even the timing would have been not enough to plant there. But, you know, I like it. There was... Them getting the opening pick was huge as well, because that's something that they haven't been able to do as much. Half Natty, I got a little bit worried that they didn't rotate somebody over, and I understand it. They know that they favor this A, but when the utility started to come through, they heard multiple sets of guns, multiple pieces of utility. They took their time, but I appreciate, you know, them not wanting to be overzealous, overconfident in rotating quickly. But, you know, the timing on it was perfect. Leaf arrived just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and actually, Ligan is actually fighting towards his second mid, and he actually does find Wolf once again. Anarchy and Dougal double up here, and the man advantage goes back into Swansea's hand. I felt like in that last round, the pressure got to them a little bit, which is why they stalled on time a little bit, and they're actually doing the opposite, rushing in now on this bomb site. That's why we want to see a bit of pace change, and the bomb will go down in this 4v2. I think Half Natty will look into this just because of confidence, but they've got good setups here, Swansea. As Anarchy gets another, it's all on Leaf. I mean, if there was going to be anybody, it would be him, but I think this is a bit too big of a task for him.
Yeah, this utility as well. The Molotov's just constantly holding him back.
What?
Ooh, the collateral. It's spicy. There is a kit available, but has to deal with both of them here. If he can take down Dougal, it might be possible, but actually time getting very low. And this dodging around, this dancing around, he knows it. Little bit difficult, but that's, you know what, it's good to see. It's a breath of fresh air, and Swansea Storm, they're still in this. It's their
Still in
T
this.
side, which, you know, it's hotly debated whether Inferno is T-sided, CT-sided. It was on the cusp, and it was always the most balanced map back in towards the end of Go, at least. In CS2, I've got the take that it's a T-sided game. I even CT-sided maps, I think it's a T-sided game at the moment.
Yeah, no, I do agree.
But this map, you know, if they can keep this up, if they can make this, you know, even, you know, 8-4, I think, is a solid scoreline going onto CT side.
Yeah, 4 to 5 rounds minimum, and they've got a good chance here. So I like the switch up of pace. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see Swansea get too scared and slow down too much. So that round should help. But Leaf getting those two at the end, I've got a thing with my co-caster Wing. Shoutouts to him. Caster curse. I don't know what it is, but every time we say something, the opposite happens. So I'm scared of something like that happening as Zero and Leaf double up Banana again. They've really got this side of the map on lock. Swansea, it's very tough. I mean, you can't just completely disavow Banana, so...
The fact that he gets away with his life here and Psyduck as well, they can't punish that. It's low HP, but that's gonna hurt them. That's gonna come around to bite them in the backside in a very short amount of time. They're gonna hear nice angle far back. Whether they're even gonna look to clear this is another matter because they've not really got the utility to do so. The flash potentially to get them out, but Crossfire is ready.
This is gonna be a bloodbath.
Yeah, the blender doesn't even need vision. Gets one anyway. Going for some more. Nice shot there, however, from the AWP. But now, battle of the sniper rifles. Little bit pinned in here. Where do you go? They're just toying with him. Oh, look at that. It's cruel. That's mean.
Half 90 way, I'm not surprised.
I love it.
Doing a little, I love it, absolutely. It makes it interesting as Wolf hits another insane shot. These are the types of shots this guy's hit, like, consistently. He's really good at what he does, but there's only so much one man can do. 10 seconds, he sees the boost and he gets another one. Solid damage there, but yeah, it was always going to be tough. Escula really had to get that pick, but it was always going to be tough anyways because PS1 was on that boost. So if he even tried to swing out any further, I think PS1 would have had that kill. But yeah, they've got to somehow work around Wolf here. This is their only chance to really get into this game. So
yeah, that was an amazing sequence, though. Nobody at home could see my reaction, but it mouth wide open. That was a nice clip. Someone picked this man up for their team. But yeah, as you said, it really needed another pick to be supporting it there. I got a little bit worried. You could see that they immediately stopped toying around after the second kill. But this time, they're not going to be making the same mistake. That's a bold angle, wide swing with the AWP, and with little to no cover there as well. It is going to get punished, but they still have the player advantage, and I'll take that. Falling back to sight. Yeah, the disrespecting smoke. Swansea, they're catching them off guard.
Yep, this is the pistols. I'm not surprised. And it was a good, decent chance there. You had the two players going towards long. Wolf was trying to distract. I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. I'm not surprised. Man. I'm not surprised. This is what I was talking about. Don't let these guys get the ego going because they're going to just start killing each other and toying, you know, with Swansea. And that's the type of stuff that I saw against Bath. And they're already pulling it out. Oh no, Swansea.
Well.
Yeah,
and
it's a bit tragic.
See, the thing is Swansea a team that rises to this and takes it as a challenge, or is this, you know, maybe hurt the mental a little bit?
Goes down.
It's beautiful. And going for some more as well, spots their head. They're trying to bait out the shot.
The next one.
But it's just going to get more. Going for the peaks, and it's really aggressive. See, this is the worst part. It's aggressive. It's overly aggressive.
Oh no.
And it shouldn't work, and it should be punished, and it is, but not before he gets 2 kills. And what do you make of this? What do you make of this?
I mean, is there even much to make of this? This looks like a Valve deathmatch server. I mean, my just running around 360ing with the AWP. There's not really much you can do as Swansea when you've got an AWPer just coming out mid and just picks you off one by one. If anything, I guess you should be closer for the potential trades, but where in your mind are you expecting a man to run down mid without flashes, nothing, just battle AWPing pretty much? So yeah, I mean, half natty. What can you do, Swansea?
That's like using your AWP as a melee there. I love it though. It's confident, but it's meant to be a teachable moment. Talking of teachable moments, Nade gets one and a kill from the USPS for the other. Naturally, they found a lot of space. Reinforcements on the way, but unfortunately this bomb site is lost and the retake's going to be harsh. There is, however, no utility left to defend this. Once the smoke dissipates, that is it. And Siristack, lovely position here, tapping away, and there we go. Another pistol. Kings of pistols.
Yeah, I was gonna say Swansea, nice little setup there, 3 towards Banana. They actually get the 2 there, but Exusifig really should have tried to play this time, you know, for his teammates to rotate there. Obviously, I think the smokes down CT would have made it difficult as is, but him swinging into that fight, knowing there's going to be 2 or 3 there instantly, kind of solidified the round, and Siro pushed through that smoke, catches out Escula and the last Swansea player, so this could be the last 3 rounds of the map we see, unless we see some sort of miracle out of Swansea.
Yeah, it is going to need to be something very, very nice. And the P90 coming out here from Ligon.
Oh, no.
Oh boy. Oh, no.
Luckily, Swansea are on the other side of the map, so it's only really Exusifig who could potentially die to this P90, but yeah, obviously Swansea know it's B now, so they're gonna make their way towards the slaughterhouse pretty much. SMGs galore. PS1 starting to farm up the money. He gets 3. Dukel does catch him out, but my there top mid gets the trade. All on Exusifig, who's been here from the start. Not much you can do, son. Try and get 1. That's the most you can do.
Yeah, it's limited in what could be done here. Limited resources, limited players pretty early on,
and he shoots the body. Beautiful.
You
had to get 1.
He's already dead. He's already dead, mate. I promise you. Don't worry. It's not Zombieland. You don't need to double tap. You got this. He's not gonna like reanimate. But yeah, it's we're looming now. It's impending doom, and we talked about how this was really a map that they needed to secure because they're going on to Ancient next, and this is a map that Half Natty, they're notorious on, they're gremlins on, and as you said, a map that we haven't really seen too much. Escula murks a chicken. Why not? It's not deathmatch.
Oh, he's only got 1 kill, you know. He's only got 1 kill, so he's got to make the most of what he can. Dukel actually gets the first pick, and this banana hold actually working out quite well. Leaf jumping Mac 10, back onto a 3-on-2. I mean, I was gonna say if there was gonna be a round to win, it would be this one. Obviously, Half Natty carrying over the P90s, the Mac 10s. Swansea buying fully into this with M4s and the 1 MP on an Anarchy, but I feel like it's just the aim diff. Honestly, I mean, oh, there it is. My for the smoke.
To say, and it's really difficult because you never want to say, you know, the mechanical skill from Half Natty is superior and that's why they're winning. But it's one of those things that what do you do when you have these players not even giving you the chance to throw this utility, swinging these angle with surgical precision aim is difficult to know what to do with that. And you've got the wealth of, you know, experience coming from some of these players and some of the teams that they've worked on from the strategy side is, you know, it feels like smurfing a little bit, doesn't it?
It does feel like smurfing, yeah.
They don't even let them get away with the guns.
No.
Oh. But
I was gonna say, sorry, I was gonna say, I think it's also experience, because Half Natty, these guys have been playing with each other for quite a while. I think people need to remember, this Swansea Red team is new, pretty much. I'm pretty sure this is their first season playing together. So I think the fact they're making this final and they're playing against a team like Half Natty, I think that's experience that is invaluable. They'll be able to take this and, you know, use this into the next season, so...
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I want to write them off straight away, but...
This would be the comeback of the century.
Yeah, it would. It would.
The utility exchange, to give them credit, has been really good down Banana. They've been really good with this early aggression and taking this control. But it's when they have to fall back, that's when, you know, Half Natty, they work really well on finding these entries. But the opening utility and stuff that we've seen coming out from Swansea Storm, we do want to highlight and we want to sing the praises there. That they have been dishing it out and it's been looking good from them. Side Spots one isn't able to confirm the kill and actually playing with fire here.
He is, and Leaf, I mean, I don't even know, he saw his head, probably just the top of his helmet. Catches Exusifig, it's all on Dukel. I was just about to say, I was about to praise Dukel because coming into this, not the strongest performer, but he's actually top of the leaderboard for Swansea, so fair dues to him, but this potentially the last round. But Wolf does hit a nice deagle shot into PS1. But the deagle and the FAMAS on this retake, after that he got all the spots on lock. But if Mai's doing stuff like that, I don't know. Still on Wolf though with the deagle.
Yeah.
Ligan and Leaf double up. And that's map 1 going half Natty's way.
It is indeed, and that is, of course, Swansea Storm's map pick, slowly slipping through their fingers there. We did say coming into this that it did look a little bit difficult. That you know, talk behind the scenes maybe was that people were competing for second place. This was a team that was formidable from the get-go. But actually, you mentioned it, Swansea Storm, they've massively jumped up in the rankings from previous seasons. What was 67th, 45th or something? They have skyrocketed themselves up here. And that's no easy feat as well. You have been met with Goliath. You're reaching the top here. You're meeting the top teams. But we saw them with these pistols as well. And that's what we really like to see, is getting those opening rounds, catching them off guard. We saw when they switched up the pace as well. Their goal here is to try catch Half Natty off guard. If they play methodical, the reads are going to be really good. We can tell that the reads are good. We talked about how they were very slow to rotate, but it was always at exactly the moment they needed. So it's going to need to be this individual chaos, this pace that is going to dictate how far they can take this as well. Anything else you want to add before we go to a little bit of break? Anything you want to see going into the next map? Anything,
Just to, not to dampen the mood, I think we should give praise to Swansea. I mean, the fact they even made it to this final, I think everyone in the uni scene kind of thought this was going to be a half natty Bath final, but Swansea with the upset on Bath and them making it to this final, praise to them. So honestly, I hope they kind of use, I don't know what sort of momentum, just hope. Just try and make the game close and make it entertaining. Because at the end of the day, you don't want to just be sour and just be like, oh, we lost 13-3. Have fun out there. And as you said, change of pace, speed it up a bit, kind of use this pack mentality scheme that I've seen a lot, at least in the uni scene. I mean, just hordes of players rushing on bomb sites. It works. So don't be afraid to try something new.
Indeed. Now, before we go to a break, we have a couple of thank yous that we have to give, of course, because these events would not be possible without the amazing sponsors that we have on board. Uni Days Level Up, of course, being a big one. I am a big fan of Uni Days. I love myself a little bit of a discount. Of course, Monster Energy, Steel Series, Scan, Pringles, Iyama. Many of these have been supporting of course, the university scene in NSE for a while now. We could not do it without them. So massive thank you to them for helping us put on these events, for helping us showcase the amazing talent within our collegiate scenes. And with that being said, we're going to head to a little bit of a break, have a little bit of a snack break, a pause, calm down and breathe before the chaos that is to come on Ancient. So don't go anywhere. We will see you guys very shortly.
anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? Be so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to reality. The truth lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE, and this weekend we are here at Insomnia running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals this weekend.
Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. NSE's just grown so much. It's so exciting to get to do some of the events for the students and bring all the partners in and get them involved.
All of those students who made it to our finals, they come here and play on the main stage in front of everyone here at Insomnia. So that's every major esports title you can probably think of: CS, League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, Rainbow Six. So really, really exciting weekend. Let's see how it goes.
So we got Valorant going on. It's a massive tactical shooter. The players again super hyped over the games. We got Overwatch 2 coming up. Very fast, very intense. I think that's going to be electric.
We're bringing along our fantastic partners with us this weekend. So we've got the Pringles booth where we're sampling the new Hot range. We've got the Uni Days and Samsung Gaming Zone. You can get your hands on some really cool Samsung tech. Across the whole areas, we're supported by Yama monitors and also Draytech routers. We've also got Scan with us. They have their amazing interactive Dungeons & Dragons table. But there's so much other stuff going on at the stand as well. They've got their 3XS system, they've got streaming booths. And as always, we've got Monster here with us as well, keeping everyone fueled for the weekend, giving out lots and lots of Monster energy cans. Massive thanks to all of our partners here supporting us. Intel is our headline sponsor. See you next year.
We've missed the pissed around, but Half Natty can't stop this game from starting. They really just want to get straight into it. They've won the pissed around, and we're catching them now on this retake. Half Swansea. Okay, all right, my mind's all messed up, but it looks like Swansea just retook that site, and okay, no, Swansea did win the pissed around, and now they doubled up. All right, I think. Oh, let me reorientate myself.
Same. Hyper speed into the game. But this is, of course, a bit of a history repeat here. This is how we saw the first two rounds go on map number 1. Unfortunately, only one further round was won by them. After that, however, it's a good start. They're starting on CT's side. So really, the stars are aligning for everything they need to get a running start into this. And it looked pretty good. We're also seeing, we talked about this overconfidence maybe from Half Natty, disrespecting these smokes, but in a way that, yeah, maybe they get a kill off the back of it. It looks flashy, but it's not sustainable. And this is going to be something that maybe we see switch up.
Here we go.
Nade goes deep and it's going to hurt and they're going to mow it down. Mai gets the first, but health is looking low across the board. Several of them stumbling, but that bomb goes down so quickly.
Yeah, this is going to be very tough for Swansea to even look into this. They don't have the numbers, for one, and retaking this bomb site is going to be difficult. Wolf is on 30 HP as well. I think the most they can do is try and look for some damage here. Just try and get some guns off, but Leaf does find Dougal towards Shelf. And it just looks like Half Natty are going to just wipe out every last Swansea player. Yep. Wow. Just a pack mentality horde rush onto B. And Half Natty are on the board.
My numbers are bigger than yours. And that is often what it comes down to, isn't it? 5 players up against 2. You'd need to pull something incredulous out of that hat there to win that one. Just overwhelmed, and then unfortunately the retake, it's a little bit of a difficult one. Crossfire's established. They had the utility to, block off excavation and stuff, so difficult one. But we talked about it being the pace that sets Swansea Storm's winning rounds apart. It's going to be the case here for Half Natty as well. Straight up mid, the firepower is aggressive, and this whole half of the map sort of already been lost.
Yeah, it looks like Swansea wanted to have this B set up, try and use numbers there against the guns, but Escula does find one with the MP9, but obviously the bomb site is empty, so should be a Half Natty round, but honestly, it's not out of the waters yet. It's a 3v3. Mai is low with this MAC-10. We'll be looking at Ligan here to try and get one big. Zusafig, lovely swing into him, catches him out. It's now 3v2. And there is a possibility here for Swansea. Leaf behind this box, and looks like Mai is on the boost, so this could get overlooked. Leaf gets the first. Lovely shot into him, but Anarchy does get Mai in return. Lovely from Leaf here. Zusafig all on his own, 5 HP. Leaf has the experience, he has the knowledge and the aim. Closes it out, lovely 3k from him, and close rounder from Half Natty. I thought it was going to be clean from them, but all players going down. So there's hope for Swansea. There is hope for them, but the money is looking rough.
That was, if it had been anybody else except Leaf in that clutch, it would have gone the other way, I think. And we talked about the experience, just the sense in the background of where to peek, knowing that it was a fake, being able to isolate these fights as well, just second to none in the server right now. But it was beautiful from Swansea Storm. We were seeing these trades coming through. We were seeing this little bit of a later flank presence coming through mid as well, which is exactly what they're going to need. But Mai's got the AWP out. We know how that goes. The opening picks, one after the other, and everyone in the team finding their marks. They're going to go for a little bit more here as well. And now Last of All and Half Natty.
The pistols get mauled. Yeah, not much you can do. I actually looked into it. So Swansea have played Ancient before, and they actually beat Bath.
Ooh,
so
okay.
there is. So it's not as if they're inept on Ancient. If you're being the likes of Bath, says a lot. So it's nice to see them get the pistol and the conversion again. But it is these gun rounds we have seen them struggling. But Wolf with this AWP, I've seen an absolute masterful performance from him on this map recently. So if he could, repeat that, that would be nice. As we do see Swansea 3 towards mid, and they do get the first on Zero, so that's a lovely start for them. But Ligan does reply, and it's back on a 4v4.
Got forced back off the site. There's so much utility still from Half Natty. Even with this AWP and even with such a skilled user wielding it, it is going to be a difficult fight. Yeah, the Molotovs, they can just keep these angles out. They can just keep smoking. The fact that they got onto site without having to expend any just means they have got boatloads the rest of the rounds. And Zuko here is going to be hearing the footsteps, I think. And that scoping also going to be heard. Might be able to catch them off guard indeed. A 1v3 still on their hands, and it's not going to be a particularly pretty one.
Yeah, he should just be saving here. I mean, if he knows my AWPs, he should be saving that AWP, but he really wants to fight this. I don't really... Yeah, I wasn't really going to agree with that play for something like that to happen. Leaf hunting him down. It would have been good to take over this AWP into this next round. Just adds a bit of flair into it, but they're all stuck on the pistols now. Back onto the Deagles, the 5.7s. And Half Natty are once again going to try and run away.
Xantaras called he wants his peak back. I was just, it's the confidence as well to swing angles like that. Because he knows that someone's likely there. If they're saving, which they would be, they're not gonna want to probably let you get away scot-free completely. Go for that little exit pick in somewhere that's relatively safe. But on to the next round, it's just the Deagles to protect them, and there we go. Wolf going down, really one of the front runners for this team. Now not even using the AWP, just spamming away with the pistol, looking for some more, scoped in, gets the kill.
Nice.
Does get overwhelmed here, but it's, 2 for 1. Love Anarchy. Oh, they might, if they completely vacate this bomb site, he could go for something really cheeky here. I don't think he will. He's just going to try go for picks. They're going to be very confused, however.
They're catching Leaf out here, if he can. Ooh, a little messy, but he does get the AK. I was going to say, I don't think he's going to be allowed to escape, and Ligan does get him. Yeah, pistols once again. You would expect Half 90 to win that. Swansea looking for some damage there. This is where we want to see a bit of resurgence out of them. I want to see them fight for some portions of the map and not just let themselves get overrun here. So even if that's, fighting towards A, just putting more pressure into mid or just stacking more players towards this B bomb site as Half 90. I mean, they've been going here the last 3-4 rounds of just all the teams. So mate, I want to see them adapt, Swansea, and it does look like you have 3 players towards the B bomb site at the start, which is good because this is where Half 90 are putting more players now. So
I'm liking this aggressive mid control as well, but it's unfortunate that Love Anarchy's been cut off there because they really needed that second arm to the pincer. But has a timing, but doesn't have any HP left, and Wolf might be left to try save, but we've already seen they don't let them save. They go hunting. No. They don't care about this bomb being planted. They will go for the kill.
Yeah, I mean, Swansea, what can you do? I mean, Ligan, they're just getting 3 opening picks. They're like, it's like because you can see the fundamentals out of Swansea. They want to trade, they want to fight for portions of the map, but as you said, I don't want to bring up the mechanical difference, but I feel like it really is just that as the difference maker. As Ligan is ready for the player on shelf, and he catches out Wolf to finish off a nice clean 4K. 12-3 now, and Swansea slowly fading away into this half. It's a bit sad to see.
It is. It's a difficult one, and on the CT side, you really want to be getting these rounds early and often, because T side. Actually, you know what? If this is a map that they haven't played a whole load, actually, maybe T side's going to be where they shine, because Ancient's a really weird map with how defending and map control works, with how you kind of leave the A site relatively empty, but the chaos on the T side and maybe the lack of as rigid structure is going to play a bit more to the strengths and to the pacing for them. Half Natty.
Oh, messy! That's very messy there from Sura there, but
we've all done it.
We've all done it, 100%. Maybe I do it a bit too much.
I'm not going to pretend that that's not every single time I fire a weapon in this game. I'm not going to act like I am holier than thou. Like, that's me. Like, it's nice to see myself represented sometimes.
It's nice representation.
Oh, a kill should have gone the other way there. They had the jump on them, and now May. Ooh, the quickscope doesn't work, but Leaf, ever the bodyguard, has everyone's backs, and 3 go into the next round. Not that it matters. We're starting to see money in a place that isn't even really needing to be a worry at this point. Leaf could just keep dropping if he needs to.
Yeah, basically on 12k at the moment. Yeah. He hasn't really died a lot here. Swansea, they looks like I was gonna say I wanted to see Wolf get out that ult because he was gonna be able to afford Kevlar, so he does. A little bit of a mixed bias. Eskin actually brings out the scout as well, so interesting from them. Wolf really needs to get an opening pick actually, because just the overwhelming force of Half 90 is just a bit too overbearing, I think, for Swansea. So start chipping away at the numbers. It's going nice off angle, and he gets the first one to Ligan, so that's lovely from him. And he doubles up on PS1. Here we go, Swansea. Out. Well, Leaf through the smoke.
They've the info about Leaf, but in the meantime, they've got all the way through mid, and they can just pincer and cut off this site. I'd really want to see Duke on here right about now that he's not heard anything out hauled to rotate, to go back up Escula here, because that's going to be where they thrive. But Escula with the scout, unfortunately moving, taken down by Mai, but still, winnable situation. They've got them trapped and huddled in mid.
Yeah, Dougal's actually pushed A main as well, so he's ready to activate the flank if need be, but Wolf triples up now. This man with the AWP is very scary, and Exusific pushes through cave, catches Mai. It's all on Leaf, 1v3. Oh, here we go. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he does win this as he gets the first on Exusific. He is now known to the Swansea players. Wolf is trained on his position. The smoke goes down, so he can play around this. And Wolf actually just pushed into the cave. Swansea should double up here, play the trades. Fakes the bomb.
I like this as a play, and just out of reach. I say that, the reposition on the fire and through the wood, immaculate, but Wolf there. I can hear it in the background, the crowd chanting MVP. But it's honestly, clips like that are just amazing. And the fact that he manages to work with the constant barrage of being smoked off there. Because you see them smoking, the most common position to play is that line of sight down the ramp. So they smoke it off. And sometimes he doesn't reposition, he just holds his ground. Sometimes he slips back into excavation, which of course only can do with the support of his teammates that have cleared it out for him. But it's just the fluidity, just the holding the nerve there and just hitting those shots at the end of the day. And giving them the chance in the opening to get rounds like that. Love Anarchy taking this cheater control, very nice, because that's where they've been burnt a lot. Exchange HE grenades, not actually going to do any damage, but this nice space to be held here. Escula needs to find something.
PS1, lovely pick. The bomb site's vacant. Looks like Wolf actually rotated over, maybe trying to find mid, just get some map control, but it looks like it's going to be costly because PS1 replicating what Wolf did the previous round, and the knife! Zero gets Dougal! It's on Anarchy now in the cave. Don't get knifed! He did.
Half natty!
Oh, no.
Half natty! What's going on? There's cruel, and then there's the crime that we have just witnessed committed. Oh,
that was a gun round, by the way. That was a gun round, 2 knives.
So I thought there was hope because Psyduck had missed the shot on the player in excavation, and I thought there's a chance. Also, the fact that they've just been like, hey Psyduck, you want the AWP for a round? Sure, why not? I guess.
Oh, the molly blocked as well. Okay.
Ooh. And the kill on the side.
Dougal! Here we go, Swansea.
We talked about pace, and this is what we wanted to see. And it's a round where the buy is so haphazard, misshapen. But it's also, it works. Psyduck left in the clutch with not very much, and actually the money on some of these players is starting to wear a little bit more thin. Not that that's going to be a problem overall, but Psyduck gets the first. It's going to have to be the ace clutch. He might get a bomb plant. Actually, I don't think they're going to be able to contest this very much. Spam through the wood, just misses. And now reposition. He knows there's one there, but hyper focus is going to be the downfall. But actually, Escula does it solo.
Okay, good recovery there from that previous round. Nice to see that, you know, the 2 knife kills didn't affect them mentally. They just came back into this next round, and lovely shots from the individuals. I thought the blocked molly there, Dougal blocking the molly for mid, was going to impact them there, but he got a lovely double there, and I think just the individual stepping up. Wolf with the deagle, Escula 2 there that round, so 8-4. I think that's decent. They can work with this. They've been getting the pistol rounds. This one's the most important one.
Yeah, this is, if they can secure this, I'm confident. I'm confident that we could see, I don't even know if it'd be like a map win here, but we could definitely see the scoreboard be a lot closer, maybe even tie up here. We've seen them take pistols before. Actually, they're 2 for 3 on pistols now, so they've got the upper hand. They've proven themselves here. Half Natty did secure the second pistol on the other side, and Mai getting over aggressive here is immediately punished. And actually, going 1 for 1 in this situation does favor the T side. Psyduck hiding on out. The smoke is going to use.
Oh, they're going to just fight this. Oh, this is going to be a death match. And it's going the way of Half Natty, but Anarchy replies back and triples up. It's on Dougal versus Leaf. There's to be some clutch, but I mean, just look at the movement, the aim, the composure. There's a reason why he's 15-5, and that was some lovely shots there. So close for Swansea, though.
Love Anarchy out of nowhere just pulls out one of the pistol rounds of all time. But But that was a really nice sort of final stand from them. I thought it had maybe bought enough room, but again, it's that if Leaf is the last one left alive, is it really even a clutch, or are you still just playing the round out as normal? But yeah, it was a nice attempt from them. We've seen their pistol rounds be really strong. It's just one of those clutch moments that loses it. My running it down, just balls of steel, peeking where they shouldn't be peeking. Unfortunately, it is going to cause their team some issues, and actually, even on the scoreboard right now, 2-on-2, and that bomb's going down.
Yep, love the change of pace there again, just rushing into that B bomb site, trying to overwhelm them once again. But 2v2, some spam there through the smoke from signup. Navanarchy actually catches him out, traded instantly by Leaf, and once again, Leaf in the clutch. Wolf needs to do a mastermind here. I mean, he has been individually one of the best players, and he actually does close it out. Lovely from Wolf, and Swansea are back in this game. Money on Half Natty looking a bit rough at the moment, so if there's any time to start getting back into this game, this is the bouncing board right here to get back in.
I think that maybe Leaf thought there were more people alive than there was.
It did look like it.
He turned and shot a couple of bullets down ramp and is sort of expecting there to have been that double swing. Again, those of you that haven't watched me cast much or haven't seen me cast in a while, I'm a big fan of the shotguns, and Sirius Stack currently has a shotgun, which is going to be a problem if they go to a site that is not where he is at. I say that.
Oh no.
He's sort of running it down cave. Okay.
Pistols!
Oh, shotgun.
Ooh, no! No.
I hate that
That's
worked.
so tragic. The 5-7s, the Nova. Hype them up. This was meant to be the round where they get back into the game, start getting some rounds together. But the 5-7s, I've seen it before, and it's just tragic when you see it happen time and time again.
It's broken the team in a number of ways here. I can imagine the mental a little bit tilted off the back of a round like that. Also, the economy in shambles. There's not really much for them to do here. They forced into this round kind of half-forced. Some of these players aren't going to be able to buy next round, so the buys are going to be messy for the rest of the game. And now Mai just spraying down as being the tip of the spear for them time and time again. And they have been running into so many problems. Wolf with one, and Ligon just trying to finish this off. And
don't get knifed. Not again! Okay.
Oh, I thought it was good. I thought he was safe from the
I thought it was good too.
I think if they'd taken down the second there as well, that we would have just seen a conga line of knives there. They were not letting that guy get away without a one stab wound, you know?
Yeah, true. I got so excited there after you got the first, and then I saw the next player dive in, and I was like, alright, well. 2 rounds. It's all Half Natty need to win. NSC, Swansea. They can get one more comfortable buy-in. Wolf with the AWP. This T side has been a bit underwhelming, but then again, individuals of Half Natty have just been stepping up, and Swansea, they've shown some promise, but I think that eco round win, just the pistol buy and the shotgun, I feel like that's kind of sealed their fate.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Look at that, they're not even allowed out of spawn.
Yeah.
Like, they're still hanging around, hoping that maybe Half Natty, because they're an aggressive team, play into them. We've seen that Mai just doesn't care, runs through these smokes, gives away these opening picks just with crazy aggressive plays. I'm hoping that maybe they play into them, that they fall into a trap, that they find an opening pick and a weakness that they can exploit there. But unfortunately, Half Natty, they've kept them at bay, and they've also found the kills. It's the worst of both worlds, and here they go, pushing into lead.
Just so clean. The way he plays around the boxes, the jiggles. Looks like he really wants to get final one. Oh, and he dinks Wolf as well. This would be a 1v3, and here we go. Okay, alright. Ligon's actually playing a bit seriously there. Yep, match point for Half Natty. Just that aggression that you spoke about, it's just a bit maybe too overwhelming for Swansea. I mean, you want to go one side of the map, you got like a bombardment of nades and players, so you go to the other side of the map. Guess what? They're still waiting for you there, so you're kind of just confused if you're Exusifig and you're calling for your team. What do you even do? Because whatever you're doing, isn't really working.
Yeah, it's, last round potentially here, and we talked about it. It's been the slow descent into madness with how their economy, they've been forcing at moments, and now it's a mess, and it's a bloodbath as well. Blue in the kill feed, and Exuving is the only one left alive here, and slowly but surely, the coffin is shut, and Half Natty, what a dominant series, cementing themselves as two-time winners now. Both in the same year, 2024, spring champions, winter champions, and they do not look like they are stopping for anybody.
Yeah, very dominant from them. Not surprised. I think most people coming in, watching this series, kind of expected this would be a Half Natty domination. But I think we should still give props to Swansea making it this far and actually showing a lot of promise. A lot of individuals doing some lovely plays there. Anarchy, Wolf, Dukel, especially on map 1. So I hope they can, keep their head, lifted up high, because it's not all doom and gloom for them.
No, it is not. But that's going to be how it ends. And of course, we've seen the slow progression of this team. Swansea Storm Red, I have a feeling, and she said newly formed as well. So this is definitely not going to be their peak. And I hope they continue to stick together as well, going into, of course, next year. So we've seen the progression. 41st, 24th, 16th, the jump now to second place. So if they can keep this together, they do their homework, I think it might be looking good. I'm actually not sure about when Half Natty head tappers, when their players are going to be graduating. Potentially they've got one more season in some of these players at a sort of minimum there. But I think that this is far from the last that we've seen of this team. We talked about it. They got both of the pistol rounds, both of the opening pistols on both of these maps. And the fact that they do better on their opponent's map pick than they did on theirs. A map that we haven't seen from them. It's promising. There are some players that had some amazing moments there. Love Anarchy, some highlights and a half there. Wolf, every time he picked up the AWP, trembling my boots a little bit there. Half Natty head tap is 6. They're at the top for a reason. They're not Div 1, however, but they are at the top for a reason and continue to impress. They go flawless for the whole season. They have not dropped a map at all. So
not a single map?
Not a map. Not in the Swiss stages, not in the Div 1 stage, not once.
Yep. I'm not surprised with the way they play, but honestly, I would have thought maybe just they would have snuck one map in, but just dominant. And just watching these players play, it feels like a privilege, honestly. And you can see why some of these players have been picked up for these academy positions, because they just look so good on the map. But yeah, as you said, Half Natty, this definitely won't be the last we see of them. Obviously, I think we've got like this campus to Katowice thing. I think a lot of uni teams are going to be signing up to this, the chance to go to Katowice. I do believe Half Natty will be going to that. So, the other uni teams are definitely going to be trembling in their boots, knowing Half Natty are once again going to be there trying to dominate another stage. But yeah, it's a privilege to watch. I love watching this level of CS and just seeing like the difference in caliber of players. So absolute honor.
Yeah, and the fact that this was the team without Gizmy as well.
Yeah,
insane. We talked about how I think it was for the spring finals. I remember their little team info. I think it was like Leaf is being a land dodger. And I think it might have been because he was playing for a qualifier for like Pro League or something. It was a big qualifier. They weren't there for good reason.
Makes sense.
But the fact that this is the team with a little less firepower as well, that's terrifying.
It is terrifying.
That's if Gizmy, although maybe if Gizmy had been there, the confidence might have been brimming a little bit too much. There might have been a little bit of who gets the kills, and we might not have seen some of the individual plays that we did. We might not have seen some of the crazy leaf clutches that we did. But I think we've got an interview coming up soon with one of the Half Natty head tappers. I don't know which one we're getting, so maybe we'll see someone pop up soon.
I'm intrigued.
But yeah,
what we're gonna get.
I'm trying to think of what to ask them because I've got so many questions. I'm scared to know the answers for some of them, I think.
I am just glad though, like Psyduck. Oh, I think we're gonna have Psyduck.
Yeah, Psyduck. Yeah. We've got an interview with coming up soon.
Oh, that's lovely.
But yeah, so many questions, so much that I want to ask, and so much to learn from this team as well, because honestly, just amazing. Hopefully we see them come back as well, if they're not playing or they've got a different roster next time. I think some of the other teams going to be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. But what a series. It was just all out. I was also a little bit confused because there were so many times that I was expecting, it's going to be a little bit of a quieter round, the utilities going to shut them out. And then Mai decided, nah, I don't like that smoke, so I'm going to just walk through it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. I mean, Mai with the AWP, insane. I mean, I can understand why they're doing plays like that because obviously if it didn't work out, they wouldn't go for it. So there's a reason they do go for it, and it always works out like 9 times out of 10. That Inferno mid push with the AWP just kind of just rings in my mind. Just the fact he's just able to get away with it and run back, like. I feel like that really sealed the fate.
It's one of those things where you're like, you shouldn't do this because it's silly and stupid. You've got no backup. You're wide open. You've got an AWP. You're free for the picking. It's meant to be a teachable moment, and then it just wasn't. But I think we've yapped enough. I think it's time that we bring on our honored guest. Welcome, Psyduck, to the stage.
Welcome.
So, first of all, a victory like that, was that what you were expecting? Or maybe were there little bits that caught you off guard? Sort of, how's your take on how that series went?
Just one sec. I don't think I can hear them. Just one sec.
Oh. Little ding ding.
I like the Pikachu plush, by the way.
Yeah.
Hello. Wait, can you hear us now?
Hello. Yeah,
Awesome
perfect. I can hear you now.
So, I'll repeat my question. Series like that, absolute dominance showing. Was this to be expected, or was there anything that caught you a little bit off guard with this?
No, it's pretty expected. I mean, we're the stronger team in the UK right now, I feel like that. So, no, pretty easy game for us. I think that we expected something like that before.
Yeah, I wanna ask something as well. Obviously, probably expected not Swansea to make it to the final, maybe Bath, but obviously it was Swansea that made it. They kind of started making their rise up now through the UK scene, obviously top 2. Do you have any sort of like positives that you could give about their game today, or stuff that you thought, wow, okay, that was pretty impressive?
That's a good question. Doesn't feel like that, to be honest. Like, I mean, not to offend anyone, but like it was, as you see from the map score, it was like pretty easy game.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of liked their like slow rounds, but at the same time, it was kind of boring to play against. But I think still they played basically as just like nothing to do against our team, to be honest, right now. So like, I mean, they did what they could.
So, as you said, you guys found it quite an easy game. And we could see at moments that there was a little bit of fun coming out there. We saw the knives. We saw the P90s, for instance.
Yep.
Was it very serious for the most part? Or were there humorous moments? Was there a lot of banter between the teams? Sort of, what was the spirit like in the comms?
Yeah, it always has to play with these guys, to be honest. Basically, we kind of feel like we're playing serious at the beginning, and then when we see basically that we're like just crushing our opponents, then we play like a bit silly, like knives, Zeus, maybe just some P90s, like like that.
Yeah, that's nice, because I do remember actually streaming your game against Bath, and obviously that map 1 was insane, and then we moved to Mirage, and I was like, okay, because Bath did that well, surely we're going to see more of a serious map. And then obviously you guys absolutely steamrolled them. You guys were buying the Negevs, the auto snipers, you were deathmatching each other whilst defusing the bomb. I was just like, this is an absolute stomping. So, I mean, is it? Yeah, I'm assuming it's something you always do. Any team you play, you're
like it usually starts
off
in the first half, if it's like 9-3, 10-2, something like that, then yeah.
That's fair enough.
I've got one final question with you for you before we let you do any shout-outs. Are you guys coming back to defend the title a 3rd time? Because you've got 2nd victory now. You coming back? Same roster or potentially changes on the horizon?
There might be slightly changes, but basically the core roster should be the same.
Awesome. And of course, you were playing without Gizmy as well. Was that a big hit, or did you think, we don't need him, we'll be fine?
Like, I mean, we already used to play without him for like a couple of matches, so we're alright even without him. But like, I mean, Gizmy is a really great player, so with him, it's like our top team.
Are we allowed to know where Gizmy is and what he's up to, or is it top secret CS stuff?
I don't know, just somewhere chilling.
Fair.
Maybe sleeping, I don't know.
We had Leaf land dodging last time. You know, we've got Gizmy dodging the finals this time.
Yeah,
One day we'll see the full roster.
You know these pro players just like somewhere around chilling.
The pro
maybe
players,
chasing down
they're
balls.
lazing around, playing video games for a living. But one final thing, any shout outs that you want to give, anyone that you want to, you know, say hi to, say thanks to, the floor is yours.
Hello, mom. I'm in a television.
Yeah, that does it. Anyway,
Oh, that's lovely.
we will let you go and celebrate an incredible victory with your team. Massive congratulations once again, and thank you for talking to us.
Yeah,
Congrats.
thank you guys. Bye bye.
I like that his name's Psyduck, but he's got a
It's a good
Pikachu
name.
with him.
I like that.
You know what? I like it. I'm a big Pokemon nerd as well. But yeah,
I don't know enough about Pokemon.
that's it for CS for the season. I can't believe it's all over. I don't know what to do with myself now.
Yeah, I feel like a void has just opened up in my heart. I mean, what do I do? Like, what
Good
is there to do
question.
now?
What is there?
I don't play anything else. Counter-Strike is my life.
I guess we
what
have
now?
to play Counter-Strike now.
Yeah.
There's a reason that I don't play in the
definitely.
Winter Leagues. I'm looking at this. But yeah, I think that's about it. That's gonna wrap it up from us. So first of all, thank you for joining us, Shin. How was
Thank
your
you.
first time? Your proper full broadcast, first final. How was it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane. I think we started this out as a joke. I've got to give a shout out to the Bournemouth Uni boys. Absolutely, they kind of peer pressured me into this. I've got to give a shout out to One Wing, my co-caster in arms. I mean, this is insane. Like this whole like I guess build up and the fact I get invited to do this. I hope this isn't the final time I do it because this is an absolute joy. I love watching Counter-Strike. I love playing Counter-Strike. I love watching people play it. I mean, it's an absolute joy and yeah, absolute privilege today. So thank you for having me, obviously, today. It's absolute fun.
Yeah, I love working with the NSE lot. There's so much amazing talent. Of course, not only the players, but behind the scenes as well. And that's something that we always want to shout out is, of course, the winter BUEC finals may be done, but spring is not far around the corner, which is terrifying to say. But if you want to play, it is free to sign up, of course, only if you are a university student, of course, and you must be playing with people from your university. But it's a lot of fun regardless of your skill level. You may not be the next half natty head tapper, but I've played in NSE a couple of times. It's a great way to meet people. It's a lot of fun. If you're wanting to get into the broadcasting side of things, you know, our observer, also a university student. Our first ever event was, you know, 2.5 years ago, and it was the same event. We worked the same event, and here we are now doing stuff like this. So anyone that wants to get involved, if you even have a slight interest, you want to give it a go, NSE is the place to be. And of course, one final shout out before we go to all of our wonderful partners, all of the people that help us put on this event. Of course, much love to all of them. Uni Days, Level Up, Monster Energy, Steel Series, Scan, Pringles, and Iyama. What a wonderful bunch of people. And thank you, of course, for helping us be able to put stuff like this on and for even allowing the university scene to flourish in the way that it has. But we're not done for the day, are we? I think there's more different games to come. Of course, they're not Counter-Strike, are they?
Yeah, I do believe, what is it, Valorant and Rocket League? Am I mistaken? So I mean,
yeah.
you're doing the Valorant, so you obviously got a busy day ahead of you. So
Yeah.
good luck with that.
Exactly, we'll be up with Valorant very shortly. I'm, unfortunately you guys are stuck with me, but Shin, we're going to be saying goodbye to you. But if you're here for some Valorant, you just want a little bit of light entertainment in the background, some lunchtime entertainment viewing, then don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly, and the Valorant is sure to be fire as well. Thank you for joining us, thank you for supporting everyone, and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you.
SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Let's go! Monster Black. Monster Black. Let's go! Nice.
Monster Black.
Monster Black. That right there, Monster plays of the week.
Okay.
Monster Energy is doing a monster slug giveaway.
NSC Stay at Home series
Supported by Monster Energy.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mass to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE, and this weekend we are here at Insomnia running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals this weekend.
Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. NSE's just grown so much. It's so exciting to get to do so many events for the students and bring all the partners in and get them involved.
All of those students who made it to our finals, they come here and play on the main stage in front of everyone here at Insomnia. So that's every major esports title you can probably think of: CS, League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, Rainbow Six. So really, really exciting weekend. Let's see how it goes.
So we got Valorant going on. It's a massive tactical shooter. The players again super hyped over the games. We got Overwatch 2 coming up. Very fast, very intense. I think that's going to be electric.
We're bringing along our fantastic partners with us this weekend. So we've got the Pringles booth where we're sampling the new Hot range. We've got the Uni Days and Samsung Gaming Zone. You can get your hands on some really cool Samsung tech. Across the whole areas, we're supported by Yama monitors and also Draytech routers. We've also got Scan with us. They have their amazing interactive Dungeons & Dragons table. But there's so much other stuff going on at the stand as well. They've got their 3XS system, they've got streaming booths. And as always, we've got Monster here with us as well, keeping everyone fueled for the weekend, giving out lots and lots of Monster energy cans. Massive thanks to all of our partners here supporting us. Intel is our headline sponsor. See you next year.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to the reality of the truth lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. So why pick on someone your own size? Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Why score a regular goal? Do something that makes your opponent lose their mind. Why build a boring little house? Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. And why settle for just one trophy? Send us a DM when you win 10. That's the mentality we love at SteelSeries. And that's why we make the gaming gear you need to destroy ordinary. So get in game and go for glory.
Hello and welcome back everybody. Hello to those returning that have sat and waited after the CS2, and hello to everyone who has turned up just for the Valorant as well. I am still Affinity and I am back once again with Matt Bear on the desk. This time, Valorant Open BUEC Finals. How are we feeling?
Pretty excited, I'll be honest with you. We were here earlier during the week and we're back for some, like you mean the finals now. We've got some very, very good teams. We've seen them play quite a lot throughout the last few weeks. There'll be some good games.
Is indeed. Now, for those of you that are veterans who maybe have watched a couple of the British University Esports Championship finals, Staffordshire University, their signature team, Korean pop superstars, most have graduated now, and it's sort of left a power vacuum for one of the spots in the final. The throne finally going to be stolen away by a new team, by a new university, and that's very exciting, I think. So some fresh blood here, and actually it's a little bit of an interesting one. So if we bring up, have a look at both of our teams, we can have a look and see how they've placed in recent sort of finals as well. We can see that, you know, on the side of Hanoi City, they came second in spring 2023, a little bit of a rough winter afterwards, took a break, and they're back again now. On the other side, 15th, 5th, slowly climbing here, are the Silly Cats from University of Birmingham. Now, Mads, you've seen either of these teams play much? You've got much thoughts? Anybody that really stands out?
I've watched Silly Cats play just because they did play against, you mentioned University of Staffordshire. They did beat us 2-0 recently in the playoffs, and they won both their playoff games 2-0. Which is interesting. Yeah. They're currently 6-0 with all their games, and it's incredibly impressive. Obviously, both teams have worked very hard to get here, and there's a reason that they're here. We did see that City Cats beat Hanoi City 13-4 in the group stages.
Yeah,
that's a pretty heavy-sided game.
Little bit of a landslide there, yeah. But as you said, Silly Cats, they've yet to even drop a map.
Yeah.
In the best of threes, in the top 8 playoffs, not one single map to be stolen. So Hanoi City, they're going to have to dig deep here. They're going to have to look back over the VOD of the previous game, and they're going to have to try figure out where they went wrong if they want to secure the match today. But yeah, there's some exciting names in here. A couple of players that I think aren't exactly maybe not familiar to the stage. They haven't got this far, but they're really no strangers to NSE themselves, and exciting to see them build and build here. So yeah, it's definitely looking to be a solid matchup. If you were to predict, if I said you had to say right now, who's taking this? Where are you leaning here?
I'm gonna have to go for Silly Cats. I think the fact it said on there earlier, the fact they got to grand finals without even scrimming once, pretty impressive. I'll be honest with you. They just have that kind of synergy, and they're there. They also have a very notable player, Globex, tier 2 player, for Chibi Chopper, I believe.
I believe so.
So
yes.
very, very good player. Not to mention, I did see the games, and their team plays so well together.
Yeah, I have heard nothing but glowing things. On the flip side, you know what? we'll do a bit of a good cop, bad cop here. I'm going to root for the underdog. I'm a big fan of the underdogs, and we've seen so many times these upsets come on through. So, you know what? I'll root for a little bit for Hanoi City here as well. I'm believing... So, it's not even their in-game leader. It's not even their IGL that does this. But just one of the players likes to hype up the team with music in the comms. That's it. Just inspire and hype up with music. Gets them pumped. So hopefully the good tunes will be flowing, and so will the crispy headshots. So, you know, I'm gonna rely on the inspiration of music here. A little poetic, you know.
I mean, if the vibes are up and you guys are having a great time, just kind of almost having fun with it, this is a much higher chance of winning.
Exactly. I think it's going to be awesome. We should potentially have the veto coming through soon as well. I'm very curious to see what they're leaning into here as well, because of course, best of 3. First 2 maps, we will see the final decider map. That's where it gets a little bit icky, and that's where the vetoes really come into play here as well, because there hasn't been too many best of 3s so far, mostly best of 1s, and you get very different vibes, and it's a very different experience playing these BO3s, but they haven't played a BO3 against each other, so this is new uncharted territory. Who can go the distance? Who's got the veteran experience? I'm thinking maybe the lack of scrims, that might be a bit of a problem here. You know, the stamina that comes with the scrimming each night, the practice, the routines, the reps. You know, there's reason that teams do it.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, I mentioned earlier that City Cats did beat Hanoi City. However, like you said, it was a best of 1. So being able to at least have 1 map each that you pick means that Hanoi City might have that map advantage and something that they're a lot more comfortable on. You know that they might be able to get this map and make it, you know, if they take the first map, could start running with it and see what happens.
Indeed. I believe we're just getting the last couple of players in here. But yeah, I'm super excited with this. The teams, they seem pretty structured. We've definitely got a little bit more of interesting side from City Cats here with the fact that they've got 2 very heavy flex players. And that's always a bit difficult with players that you know can move around a little bit as well. Sometimes that makes it a little bit difficult to account for at times.
Yeah, definitely. Like, some of the positives is, you know, you can really play different comps and depending on the maps that you use. We've been seeing a lot of, you know, double smokes, double initiators, stuff like that recently, which, yeah, can be great. But sometimes you kind of want that similarity and that consistency within a team. And having more than 1 flex player, we'll see how it goes. But
Yeah, fingers crossed. Keeping our fingers crossed for that one. Now, before we get too much further, there are, of course, a couple of thanks that we have to give as well. The partners, the sponsors that help us even put these events on. Of course, Uni Days, Level Up. I am an absolute sucker for a good student discount. Christmas as well, with Christmas around the corner. They've got some really good deals as well. For instance, yeah, a couple of like hand cream products for my mum and stuff that I've managed to get on really nice discounts, so treat them. Of course, Monster Energy, Steel Series, Scan, Pringles, Iyama, what a stellar lineup as well. I remember when Pringles first came on and sponsored the NSC BUEC. I was ecstatic. I remember turning up to the spring finals at Insomnia and just seeing the crates of Pringles that were available. It was, you know what, dare I say, magic. Magic. But yeah, wonderful sponsors, and without them, of course, this would not all be possible. We wouldn't be able to shine a light on all of the amazing talent that we're going to be seeing today, that we've seen in previous days, and of course, later today, Rocket League as well, if that floats your boat. Not my thing per se, but I do always like seeing the finals. There's some teams that have absolutely stomped, and it usually goes the distance as well, mind you. But I think we might be ready to load on in, get the agent select going soon. I'm hoping to see something crazy. We saw it with the women's and non-binary final as well.
We did.
We saw these crazy things. We saw the deadlocks and the Yorus, and it was all a little bit crazy. I'm kind of here for it. I know that these teams are likely going to take it very seriously, so we're not going to see too much deviation, I don't think. But, you know, is there any agents that you wish you could see, regardless of meta, that you're just like, I am so sad that I don't get to see this character?
I was about to say that we don't really see much of this new Phoenix rework, but I feel like this is going to be a very interesting match with this lineup now.
It's a very untraditional comp here.
It is. I mean, on the other side, we're seeing pretty standard stuff with the double initiator
Yeah.
and the neon as well before this rework gets put in place very soon.
Pretty enough, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, this is interesting. They're either baiting the double duelist or the double smokes. But even so, like, Viper and Harbor is a weird pick for this map. I mean, you can cover a lot of ground with them, especially with how wide the map is. It's very hard. We'll let Dylan.
I think they're just toying with us now.
Yeah. We'll let him decide for his thing for now. And the smokes, okay.
Okay,
I
last
prefer
minute
that.
switch. Same. I think I like that a lot more. Harbor on this map has the uses. I just don't think it's necessarily the most strategic pick.
No.
But yeah, starting on defense side, I think it's a good choice.
Yeah, definitely. I think if there was to have double smokes, then you could use those walls, but on his own, it's kind of hard to hold down those sites. So I think once that double duelist was decided on, kind of opted for the Omen. And we're seeing a difference between the Sentinels, which is really interesting. We see it quite a lot in this map, actually. We see, KJ versus Cypher. Both brilliant for this map. I think Killjoy has the ability to lock down C pretty well. But at the same time, you have, with Cypher, I think that because of how much you can move around with the abilities, you can just leave them. There's no radius or whatever. You can walk off, whatever. It allows you to hold down more positions. You can, I don't know, trip C, garage, hold down B, and then the rest of your team, you've got 4 players still to hold down just A. So,
yeah.
And the lurks you can do with Cypher.
True. Free site maps, they're an absolute menace for these amazing lurks. You can just cut through the map and suddenly you're behind enemy lines. It's awesome. Killjoy has sort of always been, since the start of the game, it's sort of been the default choice, really, I guess. Garage alone, you put an alarm bot in there and suddenly that acts as a whole person. You don't need to watch Garage. You can reinforce, that A site, have a little bit more aggression towards mid and checking window. So you have a little bit more flexibility with that, but also, as you said, limited with range. If you're on the wrong site and you're not getting these reads, your ability to rotate to assist is a lot more limited now. But I'm excited to see how they play. I'm a little bit worried, however, with this Neon Phoenix starting defense side. Because I think Omen was definitely a better choice to work alongside this with the smokes. And you've got the Killjoy, but then Sova as well. You've got the information gathering, but that in and of itself doesn't have much, stall and defensive capabilities. Are you thinking this might be very much a case of, rush it down, you can't attack us if we attack you first, or do you think maybe there's something more at play here?
Yeah, I think they're going to play a little bit more aggressive just because of that comp is very Tiger heavy. I'm intrigued how they're going to play it without this breach though, because breach is usually like the main priority for attacking these sites, with like how long the entries to each site is. Breach is usually with that stun, you can just whack it straight down long and just run straight in. It's just, I don't know, I think these Phoenix flashes, especially with the new rework, are brilliant. I'm just not too sure if the Phoenix's kit is worth having over that breach.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And with that, as you said, the long corridors and stuff, like you have long, you have all down mid. Having, those fault lines that can clear out that space is really nice, is really useful. And yeah, the flashes, I guess you can pop flash round corners in a similar way using Phoenix as you would with Breach, but it doesn't have the same level of flexibility, especially long range as well. You're a lot more limited. But I'm waiting. I'm expecting, that Phoenix over towards A, pushing sewers, being a little bit of a menace. But yeah, there's just a lot less versatility with Phoenix's flashes as opposed to Breaches. I mean, that's the whole point, isn't it? Phoenix is a duelist, isn't built for that team element. But I'm waiting. Maybe they pull something out of the bag. Maybe it's revolutionary, something that is going to knock our socks right off.
I mean,
I'll keep my fingers crossed for it.
Yeah, I think, either they play a bit aggressive or they sit back, play very defensive, and almost use that retake of the site as if they're attacking it. And kind of use that comp for their advantage. But yet again, it goes back to this whole breach thing. And I just think the kit is so strong that it might cause a bit of difference in these comps here.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, this pissed around, it's going to be the place to kick it all off. Actually, it's not very often we see the frenzy coming out this early. I like it.
I mean, there's a few more bullets in it now.
Yeah, that's nice at least. A little bit more potential, especially if, you know, mag dump a little bit early into the round. Later on. But look at that. The aggression is punished and manages to slip away as well. That cage going to block any line of sight to punish. And now, smokes come on through. They're on site and they just have to back away here. A bit messy. There's another pick. It evens up the numbers a little bit. Damage, however, done. And the fact that it took them so long to get the kills. And now mowing them down. Hina 2 back to back is going to do the job. And now waiting, watching the angle. The turret comes out. An immediate paranoia. Watching for heaven. So many angles. And they are now trapped on site, but they have support. So much info dancing around. To look, but both find their marks, both get their picks, and there's just enough time to defuse in the midst of all of this. And it's a beautiful retake, like you said, using this sort of as attacking, even on their defense side.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it being a little bit messy. It's going to happen. It's pistol round. Lots of trade coming back and forth. We see it quite a lot where, you know, one on each side gets taken out, and all of a sudden, 3 are dead on one side, and the round's over, just like that. And it works really well. That early pick, though, was so good for the attacking side. But, I mean, the defense itself wasn't really played like it would be on a typical normal round because it is pistol round. So, unfortunately, they were ready to retake that A site, but worked out in the defense favour.
I'm curious about the buy here.
Yeah.
It's, you know, 2 snipers here, a judge.
There we go.
There's why.
Yeah, the half shields or no shields. Go back, managing to get 2.
I like that they're trying to funnel towards the shotgun, the judge here, but it's not even really needed. Pop Flash trying to just buy themselves the space, get their teammates in, and the knife kills back to back. Oh, it's messy, and we're only 2 rounds in, Mads.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting, there was 4 kills with the Outlaw there. 1 of them being from Dylan, 3 of them being from Globex. It's such a strong gun on that buy round.
Yeah.
1 shot to the body.
I saw Hanoi City. They were toying with the shotgun initially, and I was like, "Don't do it. Don't force. Your money's gonna be messy. Also, pushing with a shotgun is something I do, and that's why you shouldn't do it." But now it's going to be a little bit of a bonus here for Silly Cats, but by no means does that mean they are weak. Lined up the shot, double tap immediately. The potential of this weapon is unleashed, and the spam trying to trade isn't going to find anything. They're hurling utility to try find something back, but it isn't. And now lining up both of them, they have the feeling, and it's who makes their first step. They both peek out, and that's going to be the call to back away a little bit. Call people over. You don't want to repeat that now. Let your teammates handle it. Background, there's a kill. Cypher, they're pushing through the smoke, disrespecting it. That's usually a bad idea, but it works out well for them, catching them off guard here. They have to be worried though, because there's a flank. They're getting pincered on site here. The stun is good. It's going to cause some issues, and it's going to open the pathway there, and it's just going to be Shad mowing them down.
Again, it's that retake that they're so strong on, and clearly this combo's working well for them. The lurk coming through on the flank, and the stuns from Neon as well. It's perfect.
Yeah, it all just came together, having that pincer to be able to crunch down on the side there. Looks good. The only difficulty is, you know, you're letting them plant the spike. It gets dangerous territory each time, but you called it immediately as this is the sort of comp that doesn't play to keep holder sites. They back off and re-attack. There's no holding potential here, particularly. But yeah, their retakes, they're looking crispy. Yeah,
definitely. And that first pick early on from Globex with the Outlaw is really cool, because usually you take 1 shot and you leave. But Matt, still sticking there, and you've hit 140 to the body. That's okay. It's not a kill, but that's enough to put them off a little bit. But no, go back in for 1 more shot and get that kill.
Deploying drone.
The shotgun on Neon pushing long is a choice that has been made.
It has been made.
Bash it until it happens. Yeah, they've got Cypher as well, and this is the issue, because the shotgun pushing and taking space, that's the problem.
Yeah,
exactly. But now it has the space. It's a holding space weapon. And they're about to walk into it. They line up. There's the first, but you see the run it back coming on out. There's 2 already, and it's still not even run out there. Taken down, gonna push back, and they don't know where he's come from. There's the killjoy, and suddenly nobody left. It's beautiful, it's immaculate, and whilst the site takes good, it's all for naught.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I don't think Hanoi City have kind of realized it yet, that this is exactly what City Cat want them to do.
Yeah.
They're falling into their trap a little bit. I think maybe playing a little bit slower, trying to get a pick in mid or something along the lines of, just so they can have some sort of advantage when they try to do this retake. But we are seeing an op now as well on the defense, which makes things a lot harder for them to do it.
Neon op.
Yeah.
You'd love to see it. So the ultimate.
Into the unknown.
Yeah, I was just about to say the lockdown is there. The Omen ult can be used really well if done properly. There's very few situations where it can be used to its full potential.
That drone,
Yeah,
such a small piece of utility, and it's called out such a response to reposition, but actually, just the back away there. They spotted the off, and they've decided we are not pushing the angle designed to be held by this gun. And now Globex, you're gonna have to be careful. You're gonna have to pull your gun out at some point, otherwise you might get caught with your pants down. There it is. The dart's going to be the call to action. I say that actually, no, it's not. Warning signal. The flash is good. Doesn't manage to capitalize off the back of it, but there's another one. Luckily, not quite thrown. Not going to be wasting it. Hiding in the smoke. The pop on out. Still not able to find these kills. Has been toyed and teased with at every instance, but the utility holding them away. It's messy. There's the first, the switch to the shotgun. The knife back out. It's desperate, and I think they really just want a knife kill here. There is, of course, the lockdown coming on through, pushing them back, and now have to wait this out. Found a small pocket, but they know he's there. Pinned down.
Oh,
that's lucky. By the skin of his teeth, but yeah. No point in not going for this. They don't have the angle to even try to spray this down. Being held by covering fire. Nice little picks at the end, however, making it expensive, but it's tough one here.
I mean, their money's doing well, and I think it is due to, like you mentioned, those plants being put down so easily.
Yeah.
Their money's looking half decent considering it is 5-0 right now.
Yeah, and it means the ult economy is also building up pretty steadily for them.
Definitely.
3 online and 1 on the way. The City Cats, it's something that I see a lot of within the university scene. People holding on to these ultimates for the right moment, and then just never actually getting to use them because they're waiting for the stars to align, and they won't. Actually, City Cats, they've been using them, and you can see on the scoreboard it's working. And we need to see Hanoi City do the same. But look at that aggressive peek, and you don't expect it from the Killjoy of all people.
And that's 3 down already. It's been about less than 30 seconds. And the flank already coming through from short, and that is just flawless rounds consistently.
I have survived more.
Yeah, a tough one here as well. Hanoi City, they play it slow, they play it passive, they get fought into, they play it aggressive, they take sight, they get retaken. It's the pace doesn't seem to be mattering to Silly Cats because they're happy to fight on whatever terms.
Yeah.
And just, nice spawn that you've got there. I think I'm just going to walk over there. And with agents, you wouldn't expect to be doing it. So Hanoi City probably rightly confused.
Yeah, I mean, the timeout does come through. They're already at 6 rounds. At this point, they're guaranteed a 6-6 half. If that was to happen. Yeah. So right now, anything that's extra that City Cats get is just a bonus. And they go into the second half with that advantage no matter what. So at this point, I think Hanoi City just needs to get something on the board. They do have a very attacking-sided comp, which is hard. If you're losing this many rounds.
And the worst part is, I don't think that aggression's going to get any less of a problem from Silly Cats' comp on the attack side. So it's got to be, I want to see something from this half. I want to see 4 rounds minimum to have this confidence.
100%.
But they're back on an eco, so the plan probably wasn't necessarily about what they do this round. It's probably looking forward as well. Use this as an opportunity. They're not going to break their momentum here. They're waiting, using this a bit of a reset. I'm seeing the hero Vandal come through though.
Yep.
I like it.
They are playing a little bit slow. I like this. I think it's their best option. I know it didn't work before, but out of all the rounds they've been playing so aggressively, it's just not working out.
Yeah, wait for Silly Cats to
Oh,
make a
mate.
mistake, but that's
How are you
gonna
peeking
hurt.
out Garage with an op and still getting a kill?
Menace to society, and there's Shad hiding here. It isn't cleared by the Neon, it isn't even traded there as well. And now suddenly, Lin Simp, the paranoia comes through, not even going to tickle them. That's a nice shot, goes for the second, able to line it up, goes for some more, has the right idea, but not quite the health to get it done there. And now has bought a chance here for Slump God. The utilities available, they don't know where they are. And so suddenly the doubt's starting to creep in, but still a monumental task ahead because they've got Spike locked down.
Shad. Nice little 3k. I mean, the shots are just connecting so well. 13 and 1. That's crazy.
13 and 1 in 7 rounds as well. It's beautiful. You love to see it. We do see the counter op finally able to come online, the money in a place that they can get this up.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the Neon versus Neon battle for the ages here. It does look like they might be heading similar directions, so we might get to see this play out pretty quickly, but gotta be careful here not to be overwhelmed on the side of Silly Cats. Ooh, that's what we wanted to see.
That's the
Feel
perfect
that
shot.
in your chest.
Yeah.
Tag's gonna leave. Definitely the right move there. There's the op coming out, but they don't clear their corners, and it doesn't even matter there because they don't know that there's somebody waiting. They can keep that presence, and they think it's already clear. So Lin Sim can just keep going. There is a trade, but immediately a response, and Slump God actually. We talked about it, it's the last left alive, and now Shad, 3k last round, tapped away, and that's it. That's the round to break the stalemate.
100%. I mean, yeah, a very, very strong round from them. They managed that early pick, did numbers.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would have been done without the ultimates coming through. Obviously, yeah, the Neon ult kind of got taken out pretty early on. But that breach ult, the Rolling Thunder, just, I think it made it for them. And if they're winning rounds by using their ults, it's not going to work for them for long. But then again, they did have that timeout, so possibly they could be doing something a little bit differently and trying things out. Seeds are looking pretty clear for them as well. They might even try and push this here.
It is. I'm a little bit worried because they're going to have a peek out A main. They're not going to hear anything, and they're going to know immediately that something is up there. You can already see a little bit of a shift in the rotates in the back there. And actually, Hanoi City, they've decided to make their own rotates, play really, really passively on this one. And actually, Gads, they're not going to award them anything.
No, they're standing strong on their sites. That's the thing, because like if you play slow, you kind of want to try and confuse the other team a little bit. Sorry, but they're standing strong on their sites. A few rotates coming through, but I think they trust Globex enough to hold down A on his own. I'll be honest, playing pretty well.
They have the ability to rotate quick enough. You can see in the back lines, the Sova there.
Yeah.
Just ready and waiting. But they've got the utility here, which means that they know that they hadn't pushed up too far, which meant, see, they could leave unguarded for a second. Now is when it all starts popping. There's the burst, already slid through. The smoke clears. They're not expecting again. Hiding in corners is Misimo. Chopchar isn't quite going to find them. Spike goes down and through the smoke lines them up. Loads of damage. And then Shad can just clean up the scraps. And that is, what a way to bite back.
I think they're scared of going C because of Shad. And I think they're scared of going A because of Globex. And at that point, you're left with B. And you are going to get pincered very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And it's leaving them with no options. They still have the ults. But maybe, is it worth trying to do that attack that they've been doing the first few rounds? Getting that spike down and using the Hunter's Fury to sit back and wait? They do have it in hand, as well as an op, which could be strong on this post-pop, which they haven't really considered yet.
Potentially there, and that's it. That's what they need. The opening pick, because they know that Globex is constantly jiggling there. They punish immediately. A lovely shot coming out there. So well read, well played, and now the back away, because they have to figure out retaking once again.
Yeah, but they're pretty good at it.
They are.
I'll be honest.
into heaven. I like it. They're gonna plant. It's a little bit open from heaven. You can tell the paranoia is a little bit sinking there, but plant's safe. And there comes the lockdown, and that's gonna cause a little bit of worry here, especially with Slumgod hiding there. Has to do something, and actually, what a way to get it done. Puts up a final stand, but here it comes. Silly Cats is looking good. They deal with it piece by piece. They've still got Natsu kicking, however, but that smoke off causes problems because now, hiding in the smoke is Shad. They've either got to push this, hope that they can try and catch the defuse.
Oh,
it doesn't matter.
The shots! The crosshair placement is... Yeah, I mean, Shad going 18 and 2.
Ooh.
In 10 rounds. It's incredible. I mean, I like the idea of the lockdown. It worked really well. They knew the 100 Fury was there and they were going to have to use it in order to destroy that lockdown. And immediately used, the second that the 100 Fury came out, we saw the dash straight onto site from Neon. Unfortunately getting taken out, but that meant that entry was there and the rest of the team could come on and retake that site.
Yeah, there we go. And now this time, Globe, they've repositioned. They know he's getting punished, so they send the shock dart out this time. Not going to make the same mistake twice. Fool me once, shame on you. But here we go. The utility, the flash is good. Again, an immediate back away because they're comfortable in these retakes. Trying to spam away. Globex gets one to add to the tally. And there we go. That's the taken down clone, but he's back in the server once again and not even going to get a chance to see the action. He dies as Canary for the rest of his team to farm up these kills. And a lot of the time, they're having 4 alive at the end of these rounds still.
It's so impressive. And it's going to be really demotivating for the other team. Because what do? You're at 10-1 right now. Yes, you know, they could have a bit of a better half. We mentioned earlier, Silly Cats having a very, very strong attacking side. And if they're doing this on defense, I mean, it's just impossible.
Is and double digits is when the doom starts to sink in. That's when the panic as well. So hopefully holding their nerves here. Such an aggressive peak, and there's 2 kills on both sides of the map. The slide, however, is punished, but the flash, we talked about how it might not be as good as a breach, but in these high contact pressure situations, up close and personal, all up in their business, and now suddenly Just Heater left alive, being spammed away through the box and run down dog piles, and they don't even need to see them to kill them.
11-1.
Switching sides.
I mean, we've seen games come back from, you know, 10-2 and stuff like that.
The brink of death, yeah.
Yeah, it's just... These pistol rounds, right, are anyone's game. So, okay, cool. Say Hanoi City have the chance now to get 2 rounds on the board. But at the same time, if City Cats win this next round, it's basically game over.
Yeah, map point, and it's full pedal to the metal for them.
Yeah.
And the worry is, I'm seeing they may not be top of the scoreboard, but a Neon with a frenzy is a harrowing. So, okay, it's been switched to a shorty, and I don't know if that's better or worse. On attacking, it's a choice. But we'll see how it plays out. Slump got immediately the back away here.
I mean,
smokes. Oh, that's disrespectful. At least it gets punished, however, that they only go 1 for 1. You know, the switch back over to the weapon caught a little bit off guard, and unfortunately it's only going to be a bit of damage to show for it. So desperately trying to find something, hold them at bay with this, but they have the upper hand, so even without the kill here, the reloads are going to be heard. Oh, nice shot. The flash is good, and the counter stun to react to it as well. Round the corner at Mark speed. And now there's something to be worked with.
Okay.
Here. They've done it. They've played it out. And actually, the aggression there, perfect. What they needed.
Yeah, definitely. The aggression early on from the attack was a little bit overwhelming, I think. They had, I said, you just sat back. Yeah, a few of them got killed. It's okay. Sat back, reconsidered their options, and the Suns as well. I mean, Chad and Globex are playing so well, but there's not much you can do when you're stunned and you've got a pistol.
Yeah, and in those close quarters, that's where their utility it shines as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, exciting to see, and that's exactly the ray of hope that they needed. They're not going to have necessarily too much issue on the Arsenal front up against them this round. So hopefully they can convert this second round. Third round is going to be a bonus. That's where it'll get sticky for them. But up close, doesn't even matter. Gets spotted, says, fight me, I dare you. Gets 3, and that's why it's the best gun in the game. Going for more, gets a 4th. Is he gonna go for the ace? Tapping away, he's seen the loss. Are they gonna use it as a distraction? Will they steal the ace? Pushing them back into the line of sight, but it's gonna be Chin 2. And it's fine. It doesn't matter because they just want the round.
I was gonna say, it's not worth trying to go for the ace at that point. They know what Silly Cats are capable of. And I'll be honest with you, even on that Pistols, they're doing okay. It was really interesting. I don't know why they'll keep peeking the judge, I'll be honest with you. But I don't think they're too worried. They got 11 rounds in one half. They're not worried at all. The guns are there now. We're looking like a pretty even matchup. And we are seeing the judge come back out maybe for a little bit of revenge, possibly.
I'm so here for it though.
Yeah.
I'm so here for it. We've seen it successful a couple of times, but this time no bullets to be connecting. Actually, the back away pretty immediately, but they've already weaseled fairly far up into B. If they can find something, if they can catch a rotate here potentially, that frees up the C site and alleviates a lot of the weight on their shoulders. But unfortunately, Globex pushed off of the angle, and they're gonna know that now. Now this Cypher left to do it all. Stunned, paranoia, throw everything in the kitchen sink at him. Still manages to get around the corner and avoids the judge spray. Avenging the teammate, stops the plant going down. The spray transfer, oh, it's amazing. There is a trade, but it's too little too late in Hanoi City. Chinatsu picks up the judge. That spike is in an awkward position, but also the range of that weapon, it's just too far to securely and safely get that kill. Won't come in out. Flash, however, peek out of this, dodging the bullets, running them down, the run and gun. It's nuts. Slum God spotted, tagged through the wall. Doesn't matter. The flash is good, but again, it doesn't matter now. The 1v1 to be respected. Shad knows they're behind the box. That timer, 25 seconds, has to plant or get this kill, and it's ring around the roses, and they've just about missed each other. But there we are, jumped up on the box. Hina, the B position, the off angle. It's why it's so important, and it comes down to that, but they do it. It's safe. They keep going.
Exactly. Like, those first few kills from Yaz were like, that's what kept them in the game. And that's what you need from your Sentinel, be able to hold down a site on their own without any issues, or just enough, with enough time so your team can then rotate and try and get there in time to help you. And you mentioned kind of having to play that off angle and playing a little bit safe. They know what this other team are capable of. I mean, 2v4, having to retake site and manage to get down to a 1v1. Just sit back, play the rest of the angle sometimes. You gotta do it, do it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the buy's weird here. It seems like a very panic forced buy. Actually, however, it finds them the opening pick, and they've got themselves onto site. Have to be wary, not even time to heal. And, you know, gets one with the Odin, but escaping with such a bulky weapon isn't on the cards. And suddenly the judges lose their ability to hit their marks, and in the back of sight, slowly picking away here. Shad, it's a lovely shot. 1v2, knows where one is, but unfortunately, that Neon in the back snipes them out of the round, and another one hits the scoreboard. 11-5. They want to drag this game out. They heard us chatting mad stuff about them and decided we will not let that sit. And so we've been left here. Economy, actually, I was a little bit worried.
Yeah.
I was a little bit worried it'd be worse here.
I mean, if they don't win this round, it is going to have to be a safe round for Silly Cats, and at that point, the gap does start closing a little bit. I think they're in the same position that Hanoi City were in last half. At the point where they're trying their best to find these little gaps. It's just taking a while to find something to do against this defense. Once they try and find it, I think that it's going to be pretty hard on that defense side. But as long as they can keep trying to switch up a little bit, keep Silly Cats off their guard a little bit.
There's the run it back, going to be leading the charge. There's the first pick, still going for a little bit more, taking one down. Actually manages to find another kill before the respawn comes through. Nice and safe, and now doesn't even need to run back, can just hold long here. They unfortunately still have this Omen to deal with, so they have to be wary not to get smoked off should they choose to play along. Hence why Globe still hanging around on site and just throwing so much utility at them. And I don't think they suspect him to be right under their noses.
No.
And they're not Respect the smoke, but sees the gun barrel first, manages to transfer, get both, going for a bit more, and there's one in garage, lines up the shot, but it's Shad to steal it away, and 12 rounds. Map point reached already.
There it is.
Match point.
A pretty strong game. I mean, I love the entries from these double duelists. It's working so well. Globex, with the ult, sometimes it gets used for information-wise, and not necessarily for kills. I don't think he's ulted once without getting at least 2 kills. And it's... I mean...
I'm with you, and I don't even necessarily think sometimes that it's going specifically with the intent for the kills.
No.
It's just a byproduct.
Exactly. He's peeking first every time, and even if his ult goes down, his teammates are there. I mean, it won't be happening this round, but that's the 2 top fraggers. That's 3.
What a sequence there. That's what they needed. These individuals stepping up as well. This A site hold is immense. And now Misamo having a look, waiting out this smoke. There they go for the old torp. Oh, and the smoke fades at just the wrong time. Oh, that hurts. But there's both. It's a clean and flawless round, and that's exactly the mental boost they need. Yes, map point lurking above them. However, they have managed to keep it going. They've managed to get themselves another round to live another day.
I mean, at this point, if they were to lose the game, we are a match point, that is very, very possible. I would be happy with this. Because they've come back 11-1. You never expect to, gain 5 rounds like they have. They have a lot of ults as well.
They've already done better than the last time these two teams clashed as well.
Exactly.
So that's at the very worst case of consolation trophy. As you said, lots of ults online. However, sadly for them, a lot of ults online for both sides here, and they are heavy hitters. Spam through the wall because they are paper thin. It's not going to yield anything. And there we go. There's the lockdown and the call to action.
Gotta go.
Just get a little bit of space.
Nowhere to run.
Princess Fury out in response.
Here we go.
Not gonna quite be able to deny the plant, but there's the information. Gonna pop the overdrive here. They hear so much, but actually haven't been able to find any picks. They're still running, spraying wildly. There's another one behind you, and actually it's crazy. It's working. Can't quite find the last, however. It's a good final stand, but it's not quite enough to secure them the game. And Hanoi City, one player left alive, hanging on by a thread.
I like what City Cats were doing. They used 3 ults there just to try and get some sort of advantage, but I mean, that was their round to win the game. They should have won it. They had the Hunted Fury come out, the lockdown come out, the overdrive come out, and it didn't matter.
And the issue that they have now is that, I get it, you have these ults, and if you throw them all, it's the final round that you need to win, it doesn't matter. But it's short-sighted because you don't have the contingency, because now they have 1 ult online, and let's be honest, Omano is not the most powerful in the game.
No.
And they will not have ults back online potentially until the end of regulation here, because 7 rounds now, it's starting to get scary, and with the economy for them not in a great place, this gap is so much smaller than it looks.
Oh, definitely. I think the mental side of it as well is starting to get to them a little bit. Looking like a full rotate towards A as well. Could be the same as last round.
Are we going to get a 9-person on-site bloodbath? There's the information.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Here we are. We talked about the ult. So many kills to be found with it. Actually, this time just going to be trying to destroy the dart. Not going to find anything this time, but information at the very least. Someone is up in heaven. Get rid of the dart. Keep your teammates safe. And Hina, they know that they're there. It's just held at bay. Shad gets 1. Globex with another. Makes some more. Stunned round the corner. And now just going to hold for this as well. Waiting for it. Gets the first pick. Actually even expecting somebody from the other side. And 13-7. Finally, they crossed the line with this one.
Yeah.
It dragged on a little bit, but, they get it done. Pretty much confirm where everyone's worst fears were at the halfway mark. But we have to talk about that comeback. That gives me so much hope that this is not done and dusted.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you mentioned it dragged on a little bit, but I think that they definitely needed it. Hanoi City, if they were to lose 13-1, going into that second map, they still wouldn't have been getting that momentum. Being able to gain 7 rounds, they're slowly, you can see them just trying to get there, taking their time. They still have at least one more map.
That they do. At least one more chance as well to see what we can do with this. But I think it's time that we go to a little bit of a break. Let the players catch their breath after a really intense end to that map. Let us catch our breath, because it feels like it's been action in our faces the whole time. And it gives you guys a chance to go refill your snacks and drinks, because of course, no viewing entertainment is complete without
exactly
all of the necessities, isn't it, really? So go grab some refreshments and we will see you very shortly for map number 2.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE, and this weekend we are here at Insomnia running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals this weekend.
Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. NSE's just grown so much. It's so exciting to get to do some of the events for the students and bring all the partners in and get them involved.
All of those students who made it to our finals, they come here and play on the main stage in front of everyone here at Insomnia. So that's every major esports title you can probably think of. CS, League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, Rainbow Six. So really, really exciting weekend. Let's see how it goes.
So we got Valorant going on. It's a massive tactical shooter. The players again super hyped over the games. We got Overwatch 2 coming up. Very fast, very intense. I think that's going to be electric.
We're bringing along our fantastic partners with us this weekend. So we've got the Pringles booth where we're sampling the new Hot range. We've got the Uni Days and Samsung Gaming Zone. You can get your hands on some really cool Samsung tech. Across the whole areas, we're supported by Yama monitors and also Draytech routers. We've also got Scan with us. They have amazing interactive Dungeons & Dragons table. But there's so much other stuff going on at the stand as well. They've got their 3XS system, they've got streaming booths. And as always, we've got Monster here with us as well, keeping everyone fueled for the weekend, giving out lots and lots of Monster energy cans. Massive thanks to all of our partners here supporting us. Intel is our headline sponsor. See you next year.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? Be so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go. But whatever you do, go for glory.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to the reality, the truth lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mesh to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Glimmers of a comeback spark hope here that maybe map 3 is on the horizon. However, one more obstacle stands in their way. We go to map number 2. Now, Mads, we saw an incredibly dominant first half. What do you want to maybe see a little bit different this time to see less of a skew at that halfway point?
I think that Hanoi City need to start using the map to their advantage a little bit more. Haven's one of those maps where it's very much default. Most teams know how to play it, and it's based on pure mechanics. Due to how well some of the players are playing on Silly Cats, you can't be doing it. And I want to start seeing some maps where you can kind of sit in a position where you have the advantage no matter what, and you're most likely going to win that fight, and see if they can try and use that to their ability a little bit more.
Yeah, now, we saw some weird agent choices coming out here as well. So the Neon Phoenix combo was a choice that we didn't really expect to see, albeit worked really well for them on the defending side more than anything, which was honestly brilliant to see. A little bit baffling. I'm hoping that we continue to see maybe those extraneous picks as well, because when you play something that's a little bit out there, it makes you really hard to account for. And we talked about that. They've only played one best of 1 against each other this season. So best of 3, it's a whole different ground here. But I think we're about ready to go into Agent Select here as well. I believe the map is Abyss.
Yeah.
So
Which
this is
good.
exciting.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned the comps of last game. I think due to the fact that City Cats didn't play that typical comp that you'd like to see, I don't think Hanoi City were ready for it. They played that typical comp, which again, we are seeing a very interesting. Okay. Do you know what? The Jet and Euro normal. This Clove is slightly interesting. I'll be honest with you.
Like,
not the typical pick.
The Euro I get for your ability to move around the map and rotate fast on a map that is notoriously a pain to navigate.
Why have we got Reina?
Please don't lock Reina. Don't do it.
There's
Don't
3
do it.
duelists. They're not good. There's no way they do that. There's no way.
This is when they insta-lock 5 duelists.
I mean,
it's happened on
surely
NSC
the confidence
before.
can't be that high.
I'm pretty sure it's happened on NSC finals before, actually, that we've had them just all insta-lock duelists.
The Deadlock's interesting as well. I think Deadlock has been coming into play a little bit more.
Yeah.
But as the only Sentinel, I'm not too sure how well it's going to go, just mainly because of the trips and the lack of anything to hold flank. If you want to risk having one person sitting there holding it, then sure. But is it worth it, especially when they know how strong Silly Cats are? Do you want to be a man down on that site? Reina? Oh, hold on.
We did get the Reina, just not from the team that was covering the... See, this is the wonderful thing about the NSC BREC finals, is that I don't think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've had one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in it. And I think we've ever had an open Valorant final that hasn't had at least one map that has a Reina in where last second they've locked an agent and we've gone, huh? Okay, and we just got to deal with that. But I think it's exciting. Maybe it's the little bit of a push that they need, because we saw that they're really aggressive pushes onto sites, at least on their on their attacking side. When they were getting the spike down, it was about the only thing they had going for them, is having the money behind them because of the plants and stuff, and because of being able to get on and get these early picks, albeit the retakes just overwhelmed them. But that aggression worked quite well for them. It worked really nicely for them on their defending side as well. So maybe this is the not so subtle push they need.
I think if they can learn how to do that post plant just a little bit better, then that attack is fine. It's just okay, Harbor, yeah, sure. With the Omen, I like this, but Reyna as the only entry where the only other flash you have in your team is Omen. I don't like this. I'll be honest with you. At all.
It's a one hit, isn't it? Like if you don't hit the first time, you're done for. You don't have that ability to flash, to get yourself through the smokes in a way that's particularly clean. I guess the Reyna Lears, but they're limited. They're limited in range and versatility, and opening pick is going to go the way of Hanoi City. That's the real defining thing that gave them that comeback, was finding those openers. Actually, no trade to be found here from Silly Cats, but in the meantime, actually, map control, they've got that flank here in the background. They tried to escape. They tried to do anything here, and they're in trouble.
Last player standing.
Messy. Lin Simps found 2, and Globe X really stellar, but this time low health and nothing but a sheriff tapping the way through the corner. Can't even peek this without bullets raining down around them, and now it's just a matter of where they get killed from.
That's such a strong round for them, though. I mean, especially after losing the first map that heavy. This is like, if they can start getting a few rounds after this, I mean, they've already gotten the same amount of rounds they did in the first half last map. So, as horrible as it sounds, it's just the momentum, like I mentioned earlier, that started on that first map. It's slowly going to see it coming through. But again, it was pistol round, and it is very, very messy. So is it just luck? Then it was pretty much, they had everyone alive still.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. The only way is up here. Worst case, they had the same scoreline at the half as last map. But it doesn't look that problematic. We've seen the ecos be a problem here, but longer range with the shorty there, not quite going to work out in your favor. There's the other kill as well. And everyone else on the map so spread out, so far to rotate, that they're not really going to be able to get here in time. We've got Globex nearby, but the smoke's not going to allow him to deny the plants, and waiting for the team to regroup. What can you really do here?
Not much. I think City Cats are a little bit confused by this comp, and it's ruining their momentum a little bit.
Yeah, Globe has a peek down his bullets and is like, nope, not today, not today. And even trying to get out of here, what an aggressive jump. We're not quite able to fire off the right click, and they are going to sweep them up. Mason Mo with the worst weapon to try retake this with. And of course, there you go. Slub God to clean up the scrap, sweep it up. And that's a nice little round there. Flawless, good for the mental, good for the momentum. And a nice start already, looking cleaner.
Yeah, definitely. I know I mentioned the deadlock a little bit earlier, but I completely forgot about that post plant and those trips. If you can just put them on towards the spike, or even like jumping out from heaven like we just saw, they're so strong.
Yeah.
And that retake that they know City Cats are so good at immediately gets shut down, and they're gonna have to try and rework how they want to do it.
With you on that one. This time, however, mid has been relatively uncontested here.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a nosy from City Cats, just keeping hold of that control, making sure that there's no pesky people trying to cut through the middle of the map, try anything foolish. Actually, not seen anything, not heard anything. It's going to be the call for him to maybe back away over towards his teammates, because of course Globex not heard anything either.
It's a little bit slow compared to the other rounds.
Right here.
Never mind, coming straight out.
Love that. We say it's slow, and then immediately the Reyna we doubted, and we have been told to shut up. Now, so many smokes, they can't get a line of sight, they can't even figure out where the door is to fire through. Misamo does find a nice pick there and retakes on 3v3. Paranoia does a world of damage and also doesn't quite allow them to escape with their life, but...
Not ready yet. Cover going out.
Here you go, smoke's coming out. Trying to find some room to work with. It's an interesting choice here, because now they can't see the defuse, they can't stop the defuse. And maybe it's to get away safely, but that didn't seem like what the intent was there.
No. I mean, yeah, sure, you can still spam through the smoke, but
Right here.
if there's 2 left alive...
You have the advantage, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But like, I know, I get it. Maybe trying to put off that person from pushing through the smoke into main. But you've seen City Cats play last game. They are going to peak. It doesn't matter.
Like, you hear the tap on the defuse.
Yeah.
And so you can either assume that they're faking and be worried, or assume that they're sticking. But then it's a 2v1 because you're, one of the others is you know what? Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. But however, we go straight into the next round. Sins of the past forgotten. That's a lovely opening pick. Immediate peel away as well, and that has stunted any sort of movement that Hanoi City had there. Now just lingering outside A, trying to jump peek. Any information would be gold dust to them right now.
Revealing area.
Yeah, his first 2 pistol rounds, you know, was great for them, but they're gonna have to start realizing how City Cats want to play this now.
Shad can hear everything, yet see nothing. The spike, it's dropped, it falls off the ledge as well, but Slump God with 2, Hina with another. Doesn't even really matter. Spike immediately back on trajectory to be planted. There we go. And now retake. They are together. They can play this. However, a little bit of a difficult fight here because post-plant already been established. They've not seen anything out mains. They know where they're coming from. Now 1v3.
Not ready yet.
No.
Lucky there. Caught the utility out, but the teammate saves their bacon. The 3rd round, Hanoi City. This is nice. This is good. I like this.
We're probably going to see City Cats get a good couple of rounds. So if Hanoi City can kind of keep this advantage just for as long as they can, even if they're like 1 round ahead, just consistently having, or even just an even scoreline, to be honest with you. They did pretty well on their defense. So anything on attack, 3-9 for example, absolutely fine. A little bit concerning, but it could be worse.
There is a single shorty holding this B side. I get that it is an eco, but this is...
But I mean, it's just...
holding your defenses together with a paperclip here. Well, I mean, they've had so many instances where we've seen being able to hide in the corners, not being checked, and actually get away with stuff like this. But however, that's unlucky. That's unfortunate. I was hyping it up. Falls flat.
Spike planted.
And now player advantage once again. These opening picks were monumental and they continue. Natsu has the lineup, not able to secure the kill however, and that's now a link in the chain. And Hina with 2 goes for the 3rd, not able to get it, but so much information for the rest of the team here. The timer however starting to loom. Some God with another one, and now just whittling them down, and even without the timer, that was a fruitless effort. 4 rounds. Hanoi City, yes. I said I'm rooting for the underdog. I sensed it. I felt something.
They need to warm up a little bit, you know. Midday on a Sunday, well, towards the evening now. They need to...
this is morning, isn't it? This is esports.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, they've just woken up. They're getting there, and the ults as well are coming through. The deadlock ult again. That host plant is so strong. If you can just sit there and main, that's when the smoking off that main might work.
Indeed. Location revealed, and actually nothing really further to be done off the back of it. They know where he is, but not enough information to safely push this. With the smoke coming through on the choke point, they are not going to risk it. Go to meet back up with the team. Not much to show for the efforts, but they've pulled away the rotates.
Yeah, but Shad on this cipher holding down A. I mean, we saw him last game.
Yeah, touche. There's the Reyna Leah comes through. Now they're gonna have to use another to clear this. This is why the flash is the Reyna's not the best option for
Yeah.
it. Now we see it all come into play. Shad, there's the first, back off, going for some more. The Yoru in the smoke finds one, dancing around, gets the second, not able to escape into the smoke.
It's just, yeah. I mean, you're seeing this entry with the Reyna. She's having to flash herself and then walk in, and it's so slow. It's like
Yeah.
you're running through mud, and you're trying to get on site, and all of them died within the entry of sight because you're getting stuck in that little line where Shad is holding down the trips, and there's no fast entry, and
Yeah,
it's really lacking.
It's why we saw the Phoenix work so well, is that you can flash yourself, it's quick, it's
Yeah.
rapid fire. With Reyna, it's, as you said, like walking through mud. So it needs somebody else to step up and be the entry if they are acting as the flash here. Now, Hina, jump peek there, having a look, nosy for information. It's a dangerous game they play, but Misimo has backed away. Now, slow start here. We talked about how we liked seeing the slow starts. We liked seeing a little bit of a difference in pace here. City Cats, the over-aggression, they just weren't able to match it, so letting them make the first mistake. Now, Shad has the angle, spots the elbow. Go back off. The flash is okay, but now they've got nothing to work with. Smoke comes through, and it's this constant issue of they make a little bit of a step, and then have to take 4 backwards and a reposition. Meantime, however, other side of the map, B gone.
Yeah, definitely, but it's going to be a 5-man retake if they can get this spike down, and it's even on a 2-man retake. These guys are good.
Yeah, they're
There
taking
it
their
is.
time.
There's lurk in mid. I think it's double lurk.
30 seconds
This is
left.
the issue. They wait too long, and suddenly everyone's here. The ults come out. That spike doesn't go down. It's in no man's land and unretrievable. You're
that
praying.
North there.
Shinatsu. No, that ruins it. The fact that they had the flank, it could have been huge, but it gets spotted, and the stars, they align in all of the wrong ways there.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the North have come out at the perfect time. They know where one is guaranteed, but they haven't seen the other one for a little bit of time now. Wondering where he is, and it just kind of confirms everything, and the timing on it was just perfect. Seeing a few ults as well on each side. One of them being an Omen, I mentioned it before, not the best. But the Yoru ult we used for a lot of information as well as kills.
Yes, and it gives them that opportunity to have those hyper-aggressive early rounds as well, should they choose to. You know, save it a little bit if you're worried that you might need it for the retake. And Globe, the readjust is perfect. Desperately firing off another. The movement to escape, immaculate, and does so with their life. Goes for a little bit more. There's the Leah. It's bold of them to keep doing it, but the fact that no one else has died is something. Battle in mid does not go Slump God's way, even with drop from the Yoru. And now it's really messy. The rush on over towards B, because they've got a feeling that A is empty.
Yeah, gonna try and get that spike down for the first time on B. And there it is.
There it is. Dimensional drift.
Yep. Still one holding mid.
A lot of info. He's on site, but he's out on an island, unsupported by the team. Is going to need to step up and get these kills. And now Chinatsu just dancing around the box. Doesn't even really need to live, just needs to waste time. And there it is. 1 cocoon, but so much to be done there. 2 kills, keeps it alive. Going for a bit more. There's the first. Notice the last on the defuse. All they have to do is waste time. The paranoia is perfect and the classic to finish it. 4 kills in the round, and you could not have played it better.
Yeah, they had it last round. Surely you expect it to happen again. It's perfect timing as well. I love the Yoru ultimate coming through. Getting that information, yes, but also getting rid of all the deadlock traps that were sitting around Spike. Which is really interesting because immediately then that means your team can entry site without any hesitation. Sure. But the lurk.
Yeah.
We've seen Omens lurk quite a lot actually recently. And it works really, really well.
It does. I am a big fan of it. One of the people that I like to queue with is also a bit of an Omen lurker, and they are a cockroach. There's no nice way to put it.
Yeah.
They have ruined games and mental health. Ooh, the jump around the corner is in fact punished.
That's what's good about this rain as well, actually. The hill. It's
Yeah.
very, very strong now. But is it worth it? That's the question. I just don't think that the pick is good enough. We might see a bit of a fast entry.
Yeah, what you don't contribute to the team, you need to be getting individually. We've seen it occasionally, but also we've seen them just dying through smokes. And now Shad, a stellar player,
Lots of
star in the
damage.
last one. 51 seconds. They're going to make a break for the B side.
Yep.
I have a feeling that everyone is about to be running the same marathon.
Okay. 2 on each site. I like this. Slowing down a little bit, but it doesn't matter because it is a very, very fast rotate towards B. And they have the Haunted Fury to sit back and wait. Can they try and get the early pick? Yes.
30 seconds left.
That's good.
Might
That
be their
stops
plan.
them.
Yep.
Site hunting safe. There's no one able to stop that, and that is going to be a little bit of a contingency for them. Is now just playing that time, but health is looking miserable here for Lin Simp. Unfortunately, they're stuck on an island. Everyone else playing from main. Whether
Yeah,
they
there's
can
not much you
secure
can
this,
do.
because they can't defend, they can't stop a defuse here, especially with the smokes. It has to be Lin Simp to step up now, with that smoke blocking them off. There's the first, going for more. Slump God in the clutch once more, but Shad
The
stands,
angle.
defends, and delivers, yeah.
We've seen throughout this game and last game, Shads is just in the perfect place at the perfect time.
Yep.
And it's just so good to see. You don't see it very often. And what I love about this is that we're seeing a lot of talent that we don't get to often see on these kind of streams.
Yeah.
And they're proving why they should be here.
I
Both
think you make
teams
a
as
good,
well.
I think you make a good point though. How do you counter clairvoyance? How do you counteract somebody who can predict the future?
You don't. you don't. No, I think when it comes to Shad trying to play against him, it's just you're gonna have to be very, very slow and almost playing sneaky and doing exactly what he's doing.
On the ropes, it's messy, and somehow they're alive. So many people, the clone is a good bait, and lines them up 1-2, and their teammate from behind. The Sheriffs reign supreme. And around, the silly cats should not have been letting get like that.
No.
The peak 1, 2, 3, and the fact that even when they're out of ammo, there's somebody else waiting, and daylight murder.
Yep. That's just horrible. As silly cats right now, you can't be, okay, yeah, it was a safe round, sure. But even so, that's horrible.
I
Was it a
say
safe
go
round?
for it.
No.
It was, I think they were on,
We'll have
at
a
least
look
a
in a
sort of
minute,
messy buy here.
Yeah. I mean,
but yeah,
also
it
from-
was not a full buy for sure.
No, it's actually not from Hanoi City as well. They're on sheriffs. Managing to get 3 with 2 sheriffs. Huge. Those guns are...
Indeed. And now the economy is in a
Yeah.
weird and messy place for them. They're gonna force into this and actually maybe a little bit of a back off there. Some of these players will not be able to afford next round, or at least probably not be able to full in mass.
I mean, I mentioned this whole thing about having 6 rounds, and once you do, you can kind of play around a little bit, and anything else you get, sure. Hanoi City have 5 ults, pretty much.
Oh, the
Look,
gamble.
there's 5. The ults.
The ults are all coming out today, and no one can see what is going on.
Hold on. They're not even on site.
They're not on site, and there's the clone, and the clone gets shot, so now they've got an idea and held them all off. Yeah, they've whittled the numbers down a little bit, but they're all here. The gamble stack actually, it's starting to not pay off as much. They had the right call, but there's only so much you can do with this limited buy. But once again, still just hold them off, still got the stall, go for the kill, do it. Okay, no, they won't. And now run off. They've done enough damage to the team. They've got enough player advantage here that they can run amok. Shad I like the idea, but unfortunately wrong pathing will not allow them to find a pick on this rotation. B-bomb site. They're a little too late to get there.
Yeah. Try to go for the long
30
way
seconds
round,
left.
though. Interesting.
Spike planted.
This is a very slow
Five
lurk.
of them alive. Never mind.
Yeah, 5 alive is the issue. They're starting to dismantle it, but the lurk is so slow. At least, however, it does come to some fruition. There's the first, and now they've got to worry about them. Ghosts in the shadow behind them, however, are dispatched off. And now Misamo teleports over. Oh, that is a ballsy jump. Still alive, toying with the corner, dancing with death. Misamo, the shotgun comes out, but not able to cock it in time. And now Pharaoh, not sure what to do. 2 alive, spots the first, and there's the other. The crossfire waiting for him.
Yeah, the lurks work well, and Chad's getting the kills that he needs to get, but unfortunately it's just not enough. We did see a lot of ults. I mean, I'll say, well, 2 ults came out from the side of Hanoi City, which is good. They used their advantage, and now they have that 7th round. They're guaranteed to have a 2-round difference. And it means those pistol rounds are crucial for City Cats, because if a Hanoi City win those pistol rounds, that means they are going to start running off of the scoreboard.
Yeah, this would be... 8-4 would be a lovely half for them.
Yeah.
Although, maybe not as... sorry, City Cats probably would have wanted the scoreline to be a little bit different here in favor of them. I thought it would be a bit more one-sided. And it's because Globe, we haven't seen them step up like they were previously. And that's it. The openers, they have been monumental. They always are. Now, 2-player advantage, so much map control. They've just sort of funneled them towards that site. They know that there's no one mids. They've got this flank already. Players on site. And Ultimate comes through, dodges it just about. Pharaoh with 2. And now, Yas, last left alive, has angle, dropped down his court. Nice little pick. Jumps out, unfortunately not able to escape from Globe's sights.
You mentioned him not really showing up, and I just think, you know, he had such a good first game. It's only fair that he gives other people a turn.
Oh, yeah. Let the others take the wheel a bit, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
What was it? Oh, it was 17-1 in the first 8 rounds, or so, the first 10 rounds or something. It was...
Yeah, one of them. I can't... Even so... Yeah.
When the numbers are so big that it just melts your brain. But
Yep.
yeah, a little bit quieter on this one. But they're going on to the attacking side. This is definitely a comp that looks like it's going to favour that a bit
100%.
more here.
Just the entries themselves are so much stronger compared to Hanoi, and I'm surprised they got 7 rounds with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we were talking about it, using the Reyna as a flash and having them as sort of your only duelist and entering, and then being at the bottom. As Reyna, you really can't be bottom fragging because you don't contribute much else to the team with your utility. So hopefully, defense sides, if they've been playing it like a flash character, it's only going to get worse.
Cutting through.
We cursed it, we jinxed it.
Yep. Caster's curse.
Always. Now Yoru dancing on the corner, covering fire, is going to hold them at bay. And now just the retreat into main.
Yeah, it tends to be the case.
God in heaven, there's one, has a bit of backup for the second, but unfortunately the numbers, they don't work out in their favour. 2 versus 1, and now, here we go, pistol round secured. They've both gone, I think they're equal on pistols now, aren't they? 2 each.
Yeah. They needed that, to be honest with you, because now, the buy rounds are coming through. The outlaws are coming out. Love to see it. Probably going to see maybe 2 kills with it, especially if we're looking towards the mid push. But then they can even out the score. And from there, I think they need to start playing like a little bit more as a team. You haven't seen much coordination from them. Well, compared to the first game, sorry, at least.
Yeah.
So hopefully, maybe. But I'm liking this even fight, to be fair.
As am I. Unfortunately, not going to be allowed a peek just yet, and even so, the wall comes up to stop any sort of cheeky looks. Through the smoke. Ooh, the choice.
Yeah.
Disrespect or not to disrespect, that is the question. and now trapped very much in mid here. They've managed to get a couple of them out to safety. But as the smokes fade, that's the fate that awaits them. Hina the first to fall, and now so much space taken.
The shorty.
There's the pick. Stinger does come out on top here. Now Lynn, that's not a good angle there. Good switch, good switch weapon. Jump around the corner. Right into the face of danger, and the bullet to the face, no less. And 3. You were close with the 2 kills. You were close with it.
I was gonna say 3. I was like, oh, maybe it's a little bit too much.
From the front.
I don't want to be too optimistic. I don't want to be too keen about it, you know.
Globex starting to finally come out of his shell a little bit on this second game.
Yeah. In the nick of time as well, even up the scoreboard. So now anyone's game here. Round is in for Hanoi City, but City Cats, this is a bonus.
We're seeing a lot of half shield still, and they still have that outlaw from City Cats. So, to be honest with you, it is the bonus. However, the advantage might still be in their favor. Never mind choosing the one person with full shield.
Yep. Anybody else been standing there?
Yep.
We see a different world, but alas, not to be. Lone shot down. I don't think it fooled anybody, but shoot it down anyway.
Time to jump.
Yeah, giving themselves a way out and exit, sliding towards mid.
The spike is still lurking towards mid, which is interesting. Usually, you would kind of want the rest of the team to have the spike. Hey, they know what they're doing.
The drone got shot down just before it could see Lynn there, and that's going to mean a little less information than is liked. There's the first. Are they aware there's a second? They are, but it does not matter. Linsim gets 1, but Pharaoh right back at them. 2 versus 2, but there's the angle to stop the plant. Ready for the next as well. Missed shot and all of the opportunities, and Hanoi City up on top.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it earlier. Them needing to have that consistent advantage in terms of rounds. And just having that one all the time above City Cats means that they have the power. And I think after the first match, City Cats had such, I would say, high egos. It was fair. 11-1 first half. Incredible. But I think they need to start kind of coming back down a little bit and be like, okay, hold on. Let's try and rethink this, because Hanoi City are starting to play a little bit better than they were last game.
Yeah, this is a night and day switch up here.
Yeah.
The barrier early on has been halted the plans because this B side has been very favoured here.
Yeah.
A site is being neglected, and it's like, please, I'm a bomb site too.
Yeah,
and mid, nobody wants to go to mid. I don't blame them. Look how it's being held here by Hanoi City.
The cross.
Camera's placed. Actually, camera is not immediately destroyed and killed on sight. Mentioned drift. It's going to clear out the site. Lots to work with here, trying to find themselves a way out, and actually don't really need to be honest with you. They've got sight. The path they came from still wide open, but it doesn't matter because they're going to fight on forward, take the fight to Hanoi City here. Aaliyah is good for distracting the paranoia. There's nowhere to run to, but it doesn't matter because they can't really find the kills off the back of it. 3v2.
Nowhere to run.
One enemy remaining.
Lurk is good, and the lurks have been immaculate, and the fact that they spot it allows for the Hunter's Fury to just finalize, nail down the coffin, and 8-8. We're back on even Stevens.
It's only fair after that lurk last half from Yaz. It's just, it was horrible. So, Shad's taking his turn. It's a bit of an eco now as well. Was talking about, wanting to keep that advantage, but if they're on pistols, not looking to. They have 3 ults, yes. But do you really want to be, quote unquote, wasting them if you haven't got the guns to back up those ults?
Yeah, we've also seen the ults backfire a little bit, using them and then not completing the round, suddenly having a harrowing prospect that the comeback's real and you've got nothing really strong to fight it with. But opening pick, once again, the magic words that we keep on saying, the tripwire. Do we limbo under it? Do we shoot it? Now they're aware there's someone behind. Are they aware that there's quite a few someone's behind? Flash. Oh, that's good. It's going to get all of them. It's a bloodbath, but it doesn't matter because somehow the pistol's still out on top. This wall has to be good, has to be the cutting divide, but it doesn't matter because look at that. 1, 2, 3, line them up, but Pharaoh isn't done yet. Down to the 1v1 yet again. Spike tapped. Know that they're not there. Must have gone round the other way. And now waiting, looking for shadows. Dart could be everything, but that time's getting low. They're going to shoot it down. No, they're going to dodge it. They don't know. On top, standing on his head. Wait. Even if they get the kill, it's their time. I don't think so. Oh. And I don't think they live here either.
No.
Oh, no, that's rough. That hurts.
I mean, that's a brilliant eco round. You mentioned about the pistols being strong enough. If you have Vandal, yes, sure, you have the advantage. But if there's 4 of them with a pistol, there's not much you can do. And he managed to dodge the dart. And then just whiffs the shots last minute.
It was so sneaky.
Yeah.
That's Johnny English levels of that spying there. Like,
they didn't even get to ruin the economy either. It's looking pretty good. Globex having to save, absolutely fine, because those knives are going to come online.
Yep. Here we go, the early peak, the early aggression. There's somebody that's already managed to get there, and the jump away, even with the dart, they're not able to quite chase it up. Jump round the side, jump up, trying to get back on site, but picked out of the air.
I know
now player advantage once again. Silly Cat has to act quickly because the neural theft is going. Spike's being dropped, however.
1 enemy remaining.
Crisp.
1 enemy
On for the ace here, and it's gonna need to be it, and it's gonna need to be the clutch too. Waiting for it. Spots the jump, toying with each other, and pace to finish it off. And we said it was only Globex with the weaker weapons, so Hanoi City, that's a round happy to have under their belt.
Beautiful shots. The accuracy is beautiful. I mean, yeah, okay. Globex getting the first pick, getting the entry, absolutely fine. That's exactly what you need to be doing for your team. But Hina.
I want to know how many hours this guy has on bots.
He was on 9 kills before as well, on the bottom of the leaderboard.
I know,
they have 4
complete
ults.
switch.
We can try and get this advantage back.
The rush, the aggressions worked for them previously, and they've got some ults to back it up.
Hold
but
on.
Unfortunately, a headshot bullet through the smoke. You can't even dodge those. You don't expect it to come, and now there's 2 picks still going the dismiss away to try find safety. Not going to be allowed, and Globex stepping up in a huge way here as well. The ultimates, they're coming one after the other. Desperate, frantic attempts to try get this round secured. But Slump God once more, last left alive, doesn't even need health. The Omen TP, last left alive, allows him to just take it to this B site and then try find a pocket to work from here.
There's not much that can go on here. Very, very low HP from both sides, but...
But luckily, low HP and Linsim, quick reactions there are going to allow for the rounds to stay secure. Everyone can calm down, take a breath, sit back on your seat, put your socks back on. But close one, and the fact that these rounds are being so close as well.
Yeah, Hanoi City really, really started to show up, and we love to see it because we're in grand finals, right? The last thing that we expect is it to be a complete 2-0 stomp. I mean, even if it was to be 2-0 right now, the game's been played well enough that you can see why both teams are here.
Yeah.
If it had been a little bit of a less of rounds from Hanoi City last game, and then a stomp again this game, a little bit disappointing. But they're really, really starting to show up. 3 ults were used, yes, sure. But sometimes that's what's needed.
Just got to throw everything at the wall, see what sticks. And now, Lil Nosy up mid. Not actually been met with aggression this time, and a lot of room to work with, a lot of information to go on with here as well. Opening Jewel, 1 out. Lovely swipe there from Chinatsu. Now still trying to find a little bit more. That wall just in a really awkward position. And now just trying to TP out there. He could walk back under the cover of the wall, but better safe than sorry if you need an out. They seem to be very dead set on this.
Yeah, I mean, mid is such a good space, sorry, to push. If you can get it, you can pretty much try and take anywhere from there. But that's not how you do it when Hina is sitting there holding it. There's nothing else to lose.
Caught so many out in the open. The fact that they get away with 2 is
Again, Hina.
something else. Yeah, Hina, you're right. Spot on. Sorry, I was unfamiliar with your game. And now 25 seconds, they don't have a sight, and there's somebody pushed up here. You got to get rid of the utility. You got to contend with this, and there's rotates not far behind as well. Worried that maybe it was a clone, but the spam away, that's the spike dropped, and Lin Simp gets both. And even if the timer wasn't an issue, she sure as hell would be.
Yeah, and we're now seeing 11 rounds. One more, and that's match point. They still have that operator as well. It's looking like I say save round. They're not saving from Silly Cats. The money's not looking good, but they're still having to buy. Okay, no. Okay, let's switch it up a little bit.
Okay, I was going to say maybe it's a
group Vandal, and then the rest of them are having to save a little bit.
Hail Mary, because their ult economy is looking pretty good. If they get something on this round, they can get a couple more of those ults online. Yes, they have to continue fighting on map point, but they have a bit more to work with in the next round. Ooh, spotted, spamming away isn't going to work. 1 for 1 in the kill feed. Now, Globe X has the right idea, but just too deep in the smoke there. By getting planted right out in the open, if only they knew. TP, where are they going to go? Where are they looking to head? Sight, that's nice. Push on through, got them penned in sight, and now City Cats hunkered down. It is a survival game here, wave after wave, onslaught. Gonna be coming at you, and your goal is to live to see another day. Globe X finds one, but has his teammates fall around him. They're still going 1 by 1. Now they peek into this, the crossfire, but it doesn't matter. Shotgun AWP seems to be the meta, and there's no time now. The defuse has to come through. They half it, they get the kill, and just about to secure the 12th, but it's expensive.
It is. And that's a pretty good save round from City Cats. Yeah, it's not ideal because match point. But it's okay. Well,
I mean,
I say that.
Right.
It was a good save round considering a lot of guns were lost. However, it doesn't matter because the economy is looking so good for Hanoi right now that they're on 4 buys again with that operator. And the ult economy, you mentioned it last round, Silly Cats might be able to get onto double digits here with these ults, all 4 of them being pretty heavy ults. But
right out the door there as well, to mention
Rift
just getting all up in the Omen's face, acting more as a distraction than anything. Who needs the information when you just act as a human wall, I guess? Hunter's Fury narrowly limboed around here.
I know exactly.
Now, once again, a matter of hunkering down on this site. They were so good at retaking themselves, but they've not had great luck. And Shad throws himself off the edge of all of the rounds to do this, but the team, he trusts in the team to get it done. And 1 by 1, the kills come through. Lin Simp has been a nightmare. Smoke to hide in, if nothing else, but to just try not find death. Jump down, it's a mistake. Lurking in the smoke, and somehow Chinatsu lives through that. And the barrier, that's going to cause a problem. The flash is good, but they're just going to stick it. The peek round the corner, a little bit of a jiggle is all that's needed. And lovely done, but so many ultimates had to be expended, and that's not sustainable.
4 ults. Misamo managing to get his online by the end of it, but even so, we've mentioned it a few times, these Omen ults aren't that great. And yeah, okay, cool. They are on 10 rounds right now. But, you know, if they're only winning rounds using these ultimates and that you run out, it's not going to be too great.
Yeah, such a heavy dependence on it. This early drone acting almost like an entry player for them. And getting the info, the fact that it's still not being shut down, that it's still allowed to wreak havoc.
Yeah.
Globe trying to find something, but they're not stupid enough to hang about knowing he is there. More cage smokes going in. Weird one. Goes a little bit deep. Not too useful. and somehow no one's dead, but the health bars, they're hobbling. They're limping. Spike down. Hina, lovely angle to work with here, but it's being watched. Spam through the wall. Nice kill. Now going for more. The paranoia doesn't come through in time to save Shad. And now suddenly it's looking weak. Being picked apart at the bone here. But still hanging on for dear life. And now Globex has to step up once more. But the reload gun is not out. And that is going to be it. The defuse. And 13. We see map number 3.
Yeah. I mean, Hanoi City played that so much better than last game. And I've mentioned it a few times now. They really started to warm up. And I think they didn't let it get to them. First game, Silly Cats dominated that map. And usually it would take a toll. But no, they stuck it out. And they used that map, like I mentioned as well, to their advantage. I think mechanics-wise, don't get me wrong, they stepped up their game a little bit in terms of mechanics and the shots that they were hitting. But they used that map and the spacing a lot better.
Yeah, and of course another thing is the mark of a skilled warrior is their ability to bounce back. Not letting that 11-1 half be the be-all and end-all, not letting it be the defining factor here. The fact that they managed to bring it back to a respectable scoreline on that, and that they come into this next map so ready and waiting. That is what you're wanting to see, and that is what is going to be what carries you through a third map, because this has gone on for a while as well, and the longer it goes on, the more tired you get. You've been focusing for so long. That's when the mistakes start to happen, but keep yourself focused. You can use the short break between maps to reset and then come back into a map even stronger somehow. That's going to be where it is, and we'll see whether this was a little bit of a peak or whether this is going to be an upward trajectory for them. But I think it's time that we have a little bit of a break, couple of minutes to rest and relax ourselves before we go into the final match of the season of Valorant. So don't go anywhere. You are not going to want to miss this.
SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Attention. This is not a test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives do this. Yeah, the truth lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mesh to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE, and this weekend we are here at Insomnia running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals this weekend.
Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. NSE's just grown so much. It's so exciting to get to do so many events for the students and bring all the partners in and get them involved.
All of those students who made it to our finals, they come here and play on the main stage in front of everyone here at Insomnia. So that's every major esports title you can probably think of. CS, League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, Rainbow Six. So really, really exciting weekend. Let's see how it goes.
So we got Valorant going on. It's a massive tactical shooter. The players again super hyped over the games. We got Overwatch 2 coming up. Very fast, very intense. I think that's going to be electric.
We're bringing along our fantastic partners with us this weekend. So we've got the Pringles booth where we're sampling the new Hot range. We've got the Uni Days and Samsung Gaming Zone. You can get your hands on some really cool Samsung tech. Across the whole areas, we're supported by Yama monitors and also Draytech routers. We've also got Scan with us. They have amazing interactive Dungeons & Dragons table, but there's so much other stuff going on at the stand as well. They've got their 3XS systems, they've got streaming booths. And as always, we've got Monster here with us as well, keeping everyone fueled for the weekend, giving out lots and lots of Monster energy cans. Massive thanks to all of our partners here supporting us. Intel is our headline sponsor. See you next year.
Welcome back, everybody. We have the absolute pleasure of bringing you a map number 3 today. What a world we live in. Now, map number 1, it was looking really good from the Silly Cats. They were on fire and looked unstoppable. Map number 2, however, sudden switch up. And actually, they brought it close. Not quite overtime close, but it was on the horizon there. Map number 3 is anybody's game here.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the overtime. Depending on how we're looking for third map, probably we've been seeing it build up over the last 2 maps. Might be seeing some overtime possibly. I feel like it's gonna be one way or the other. It's either gonna be overtime or it's gonna be a complete stop.
Yeah.
You mentioned possibly Hanoi City maybe having a decent game on a map that they're comfortable on, and City Cats possibly being able to take this third map and running away with it completely. Well, you know, it could be pretty even.
The other one is, what are we going to see from the agent select? Because it's been weird through and through, and I have a feeling map number 3. So I think this is another situation where it could go one of 2 ways. We're either going to see them really sort of go, okay, we've got to take this seriously now. It's gone too far. Let's just end this. We want to win. Or it's we've gone map 3. Ooh, bets are off. No holds barred here. And to be honest with you, I'm definitely a fan of the no holds barred. Go for something a little bit crazy and random. But yeah, it seems to have been building and building. Map number 1 was a little bit slow from Hanoi City, but again, map number 2, they were looking on fire. I'm not sure what they discussed between map 1 and 2, but it seemed to have worked. And now this time, it's time for both of them to step up here. I want to see it even. I want to see it close. Hell, I want to see overtime.
I don't like the fact that a team that has a Reyna in the comp won. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I don't like it. But hey, if it works, it works. We did mention those really slow entries. But at the same time, the other teams don't expect it. You don't really expect a very, very slow push like that. You usually want the jet dashing straight in, and you sit back site waiting for it. But hey, it worked. They're playing, not me.
It did indeed work. And actually, the level of aggression wavered quite a bit on that second map, I think. Map number 1, we saw nothing but pure aggression coming out from the Cats, and then it sort of dissipated a little bit on map 2. But who knows? Map 3 could change it, or maybe we see them go the opposite direction. Maybe we see full passive. I want to see, you know, they're going full team of Sentinels, not moving an inch, but that is all to be decided. We should be heading into Agent Select very soon. But before we do, of course, thanks, of course, to the wonderful sponsors and partners that help us put on these events. Of course, this is the second British University Esports Championship of the year. We had spring, and this is the winter finals, of course, but we couldn't do it without, of course, Uni Days Level Up, as well as Monster Energy, Steel Series, Scan, Pringles, and Iyama. They have all been amazing in supporting this incredible university scene and helping us put on productions and broadcasts to shine a light on talent from both of these teams, from all of these universities across so many esports titles as well. You know, we've just done Valorant, but of course, Rocket League later today. You much of a Rocket League fan?
Personally, no. I've tried the game once. I cannot understand how to get the steering down for the life of me.
That's fair.
I stick to Valorant. That's it. I've played a few other games, but Rocket League is definitely not one of them. But I mean, you mentioned like the talent of the university players, and it's so great to be seeing such high talent at educational levels.
Yeah,
And
massively
being able to
so.
just like, you know, broadcast these and show it to like whoever wants to watch it, you know. And we mentioned the sponsors and being able to bring this to universities. It's just brilliant.
It is indeed. It's an amazing stepping stone for loads of people. Some people play it as a little bit of fun. Some people using it as a stepping stone for further things. And my, we've already got interesting things being lined up here.
Okay. Now, this is weird.
Just a bit.
We haven't actually seen Split a lot in the in competitions in general like this. Especially it's been back out, sorry, not for too long now. I have seen some interesting comps previously with Viper and Cypher, but I don't think it's going to come out now. The locks are coming through. Omen is pretty sturdy on this map as well. I like the Sage pick. I think that just send her into mid, hold down with the wall, and just stay there.
As a ex-Sage main, I can confirm that my job every game, all game, was go mid and wall, and I was like, I could do something else though, and they're like, no, because you just block off mid, and you can try play on top of the wall and try pick anyone going into sewers, but it's also like you just put the wall in mid, and suddenly that's a whole area of the map that you've got so much information if they're there, or it's just blocked off. I'm excited to see that. The Deadlock coming back out again. I think this might be the most that she's ever been played in a tournament ever. And you know what?
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. I'm liking the difference between the comps. One side has opted for the double duelist rather than double sentinel. I think that's maybe because Cypher is such a strong sentinel.
Yeah.
Then you can lock down B. You can maybe send Sky mid and hold it down by herself with those flashes and the information that you have. You can even leave mid, because on a lot of sites, on a lot of maps, mid has a lot of power. But I think on Split, because of how small mid is and how tight those choke points are, it's very, very hard to be able to take a site from mid unless you have some sort of advantage already.
Yeah,
so if you can back off of it, it's not the end of the world.
It's good for rotates and stuff having mid, but with the close angles, you need to really crunch with it as well. Which maybe we see. I'm really curious to see what's coming out. I'm so glad that Sage still gets picked by some people. You got that little bit of a healing as well, because that's been something that we've seen a lot of. Is in instances we've talked a lot about the mechanical skill. There's been a lot of instances where people have been left with really low health because maybe it's not been an instant headshot. It's a couple of Vandal bullets to the body. This plays very nicely into this because it's a second life.
Especially on pissed around.
Yeah, high level as well, you see just headshots.
Yep.
You can't heal a headshot from a Vandal, right?
No. And we're
But
seeing
when you're
double
not-
heals from them as well. They got Sky.
Oh yeah, so this will be certainly interesting. Never-ending health glitch
Exactly.
here.
Love to see it.
All immediately broken, but the back away, that smoke is way too powerful for them to dare push it. Now ducking down. Ball going to be sent over the top. Caught, but not killed there. Over the range and duration of the bot. It's small and doesn't quite find them. So in mid, they continue to remain. Way here. Very sudden switch over. Call to B.
Just as the wall goes down as well.
No escape.
That wall.
I'm seeing Deadlock do it quite a lot as a sentinel here. Love to see it. Like you mentioned, we don't tend to see Deadlock quite a lot, so...
Not necessarily. ISO, not even saved by the shield there. Going for a bit more. Low health on all, but it doesn't matter when you have so many numbers. Little that they can do, and that's it. Last two come through, and another pistol round to Hanoi City. That makes it 3 for Hanoi City, 2 for City Cats at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think, yes. Yeah, because it was 2-all, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's a defender-sided map, definitely. And with that Sage in mid, I think they know on that pistol round they're going to try and, you know, put a little pressure on in mid, but they didn't back down.
Sage as well against pistols is a painful
Oh,
one.
definitely. Once those guns come out, it's a little bit of a different story. It doesn't tend to last that long. But yeah, like you say, right now, get in mind, the sheriff comes straight out, destroying the wall.
Exactly. I like this proactivity looking through A main as well.
Yeah,
They've
the
spotted
spikes
one,
dropped.
but they've just completely vacated B.
Yeah.
And it's the play. They've applied so much pressure and held them back.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Deadlock is looking a little bit too dangerous on B. Just surviving.
Ooh, we say that,
One
not
enemy
quite
left.
allowed, but the nade
Not
is
for long.
good and the guns are better. And now just Misamo has the spike. That's about their saving grace here, but unfortunately, they take a step forward here, freshly healed. Natsu is waiting.
Cover going out.
Cover going out. Unfortunately, it's not going to go far enough to sort any of your problems. And actually, proactivity, push the issue, get the round done. They don't want to wait this out.
Yeah,
Get us
exactly.
into round number 3.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't think City Cats have an issue with that.
No,
It
no.
wasn't looking too good for the first 2 pistol rounds. And, you know, you have these guns now. You have... Okay, yeah, there was still 5 bonus guns still here right now. But we're seeing Spectres and Bulldogs. Compared to these Vandals, it's going to be pretty strong.
I'd really like to see them pull something out here, because there isn't a kill on the board for them yet. This is the
No.
round to do it. They've got weaker weaponry that they're up against. This has to be the round to spring load the start. Lots of aggression early on. They've already taken the ramp. Now, Linsim, there's been loads of instances, no corners being checked. First map especially, and so many issues caused off the back of that, but this time they're doing a bit more diligence. Globe from behind, there's one able to just keep applying that pressure. Shad, another. God, what do you do here? You sit and wait, you dodge all their util, but they still take you down. The worst of all worlds, and
Yeah.
Globe with 3. That's the way to do it. That was the round, and suddenly, looking a little bit nicer. This is the way to start your return, your victory in this tournament.
It's looking a lot nicer. The guns are still there. Money's looking nice. Ultimates, not so much, but they're getting there. Don't get me wrong. I think, yeah, they didn't have any kills before that round. So, trying to, you know, get a few orbs here and there. Globex looking 3 orbs away from that showstopper, which is deadly, to say the least.
Both of them are, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, very true, actually. Could see a little show match, if you will.
Mina, so smart there, not letting them bait out the utility. Oh, Flash and the nade, trying to blow it up a little bit. Hot flash around the corner, not gonna do anything, but ISO's already all the way round the back. Globe finds one. Linsim cut off from all semblance of civilization. That plant
Spike
cannot be
planted.
stopped. Team up in heaven. has to do something to help them fight their way out of screens here. But everyone just sat on their hands. No one is going to show face when they don't have to. There's the slow stops globe. There's one. That helps a bit, because now they can attack from both sides. Hiding in the smoke. Nisimo, ever diligent on this Omen. Still alive, still in the smoke. Finds one. Linsim doubles down, and so little health. Might be able to find this last pick as well. And Misimo,
Yeah.
no time in the nades. Oh, just to hammer it home. Just have to escape with the weapons here. It's close. It's a good stand. And Globex just being that little nuisance.
Yeah.
Just so much.
I mean, you mentioned, not peeking when you don't have to. And it's exactly that, right? Yeah, sure, you want to gain as much advantage as you can and getting those kills. But you don't need to. Just sit in main, in heaven, it's planted for there. Just wait. You're chilling. But it doesn't matter because they managed to win the round anyway. Again, money is looking great. They did lose quite a few players, 4 down, but it doesn't matter. And now Hanoi City are on the save round.
Bucky's back in business.
Yeah.
It's on the right site for now as well, which is really good. 4 shots through the smoke, and it's unfortunate because location given away, and unfortunately a homing beacon, the all precise coordinates. There's one, but not able to escape. Revenge has been served. Taps away the ISO shield. Oh, what are those kills? Now Omen TP coming on out. His teammates already cleared the space towards B, so they're not having to fight this solo. Now Hanoi City, they have to figure out what to do, but the revive, that's clear intent to go for the retake.
I mean, Shad with the lurk there, just managing to clear sight is absolutely perfect. It's exactly what you want from your Cypher.
Cage triggered.
Yep. Now, hiding, waiting, off angle. It's cheeky. They're going to be expecting it very focused on the steps. Gets the first. They are ready now for the second. But Misimo pops their head out. Pop goes the Weasel. There's one. And now they know they have to defuse, but they know where they are. Trying to toy with it. Won't even let them get half it. All you have to do is stall. And now not sure whether to stick or not. It's a battle of the minds, and too much time has passed now. And there's not even escape allowed. Beautifully played there. Ooh, say that.
Okay.
There goes your eyebrows.
I mean, yeah, definitely. It was a good round again. We're seeing so many close rounds, and that's twice now that they've not been able to defuse the commentary. We're seeing 2 ults as well from each side.
The stalling that Silly Cats have been up to.
Yeah, exactly. I think the first game they played so aggressive and they had the mechanics and they were ready and they were wide awake. And then they realized that, Hanoi City are really starting to do the same. Just sit back and wait. The ego peaks don't always have to come through.
No, indeed.
I respect it, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, it's always having the skill to back up the confidence of those insane peaks. Dog taken down, reload needing to come out. Showstopper gets 1 point blank range at the slow. There's no real escape, but just about the bounce back gives them a chance, a hope in hell. And there's another kill from the Showstopper, 1-on-1. Back and forth we go, and it's down to the 1v1. Ults on both sides here at Spike. Able to be retrieved, not quite in a position for them to stop it being spotted. Neural theft. Give them an idea of where they are and where they can go. It's the angle now, it's just a matter of timing and reaction, and it's going to be Shad coming out on top there. 4th round. Little bit of a lead starting to establish.
We've seen Shad, even in last game, just showing up for the team every time that he needs to. And it's just perfect. Okay, yeah, the kills on the whole team in general aren't looking that great. We mentioned that stalling. But they're not getting unnecessary kills, All the kills that they're getting are winning them rounds.
Yeah. It's Ult Economy is looking in a nice place here as well, so this is going to be a bit of a messy half-buy round for them, which allows them hopefully to rack up enough points. Next round, they should have more ultimates online to be backed up by that armory. Now, City Cats, they have a look at mid. They're just going to stick around in the slow. Makes a nice crunchy noise. And Misamo has been ever looking at this A and has been shut down time and time again. If it's not a deadlock wall, it's a bird to the face. They'd be pretty good at holding them off here, single-handedly, mind you, from Hanoi City. Seekers allow them to initiate this fight.
It's you and me.
Oh, here we go, ISO ult. Domain expansion, death has been activated, but it doesn't capture anyone. And here we are, fighting for their life. Gets one, but it's not quite enough. The rest of their team wide out in the open. No cover to be found. And Pharaoh, so good last map, needs a bit more. Knows that they're there, but that information alone is not useful.
Sheriff
Hanoi
kills.
City. What has been up with them today? What have they been putting in the NSC water?
Well, that's the thing we mentioned about the women on non-binary games and how many sheriff kills we always see. I mean, it's looking like it's transferring over.
It would seem so. And it's always one of those, you know, it's an eco round. It's half bites. It's, you know, just chill. It's just damage control
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
And then they pull this out, so you become paranoid and never learn to trust anyone, anything, or any eco round ever again.
I mean, we have got 2 ults as well, from Hanoi City, looking like it's going to be 4 very, very quickly, to be honest with you. Which they might want to use some, but even so, it's looking like a half eco, 2 Vandals and 2 Sheriffs.
It might be, you know, find a little bit of initial success and play off the back of them, but, you know, picks like that, that's going to stump any sort of hope you had.
Yeah.
You're not going to want to risk them. If they can get a revenge kill here, it's a bit of damage, and luckily, Slump God backs away somehow with their life. Lucky and counting their blessings.
They like to spam a lot in mid, and just kind of toying around a little bit, confusing the other team. It works, but at the same time, they do have 2 Sentinels, and they are planted on this mid and B. They're not leaving.
Exactly. One of those things that having mid control is nice, but you gotta find somewhere to go with it. Oh, we talked about the sheriff kills. There's a weapon upgrade as well, mind you. The double tap still available, a little bit of extra health, but it doesn't matter. Full blind, taken down point blank. Difficult fight here on Hanoi City's hands, and Shad taking the battle to them, taken down, and unfortunately, a little bit of a liability there, letting them get that, evening the numbers. The ultimate, we said, only going to be invested in a situation that they need it. Desperately trying to get rid of their teammates. Doesn't work, though.
I mean, yeah. So we're at 5-3 now. We saw Hanoi City last map managing to keep up at all times, and it worked well for them, right? If City Cats start to run away with this, I don't know how much Hanoi City can then come back and start gaining those rounds again. Maybe with the confidence of winning last game, but even so, in the first game, City Cats, they ran and they ran those rounds. And right now, it's looking pretty good.
Is Hanoi City no strangers to this competition as well? Put up a good second map, and the fact that it's
100%.
closest scoreline we've had is speaking volume. Immediate revive up there, so they know that there's at least a couple of people there, so they're gonna utility dump in the hopes to chip away or find another pick off the back of the revive. Ina desperately trying to find something, but the onslaught is not favorable to them. Slump God just gonna hide, wait, possibly send their teammate up first. They're making a lot of noise. Trying to bait something out, not sure what, because it does seem a little bit dangerous. And Showstopper comes out, not going to find anything. Globe, another pick, and now they're all starting to fall apart on site, and Hanoi City. Lin Simp left the tri-clutch again, smoked off. You've got a weapon, you've got armor, maybe you're just wanting to save, because it might be all that you got going into the next round. But actually, still wanting exits, and it's that greed that'll be punished.
Yeah, and I've mentioned it for the last 2 maps, they're now on 6 rounds, which is perfect, especially since they weren't actually managing to get that in the last map. So they're attacking as well, right? This is such a defender side heavy map. If you're managing to get even, I would say, 4 or 5 rounds is enough for attack, to be honest with you. 6, and you've still got 3 rounds left to go of the half. Pretty good.
Yeah, gonna
And
be
we know that Cypher can lock down on defense as well, so.
Pat themselves on the back and probably kick themselves a little bit, saying, why couldn't we have done this one?
Yeah.
The Sage Wall, 400 credits immediately destroyed. The dog, the slow, oh, it's been hurting them because they don't have any knowledge of what's going on. Dog's not going to clear them, so Slump God is just able to stand there, uses the heal, but no time to let it actually work its magic. Deadlock, next up, the shield. This time, actually, they give them a fighting chance. 4v3, ults online for Hanoi City. They really want to go for this. Linsimp really needed that kill. Shad gets it. Neural theft. They really just want to get this round, secure themselves. Positive at the half. Ooh, little bit of a fight coming through here. Damage coming through. Now 1v1 to allow the spike even more time to tick down.
Yeah.
Win it out. Doesn't matter. But nice play there, nice use of ults.
We saw Mismo running straight to heaven just in case. I mean, the ISO did well, don't get me wrong, winning that, but just in case it went to shambles. It was there, ready and waiting.
Exactly. Use that as time for your opponent to allow your teammates to reposition.
Yeah.
You have the element of surprise. You know exactly where they're going to pop on out as well. If they lose, if you win the one, they win the 1v1.
Yeah.
It's difficult, isn't it, with two teams and trying to figure out where everyone's going, and the 1v1s,
Yeah.
you know, different dimension, alternate reality. This time,
happens.
the wall 0, UOB City Cats 10. The smoke, however, that's been the deal breaker here. It's not even the wall that having the issues. Now the desperate attempt. The almost suicide nade there to try take anyone out as they got pushed whilst stunned isn't going to work. 3-player advantage, City Cats. This is what we saw in map 1. We're seeing it again. And now what do you as Deadlock do here? You've got no
Try and get a
potential.
headshot, but
Spike planted.
there it is. There's that gun, and from here, possibly trying to isolate 1v1s.
1v4 ace clutch would be something. Go in heaven, but there's no one there to greet.
No, he knows that Shad was there a few minutes ago, but sneakily already making his way around to B, and everyone's leaving the site.
Yeah. Maybe go and
It's
hunt
too
for
aggressive?
this kill. We'll find out soon. 1 kill is a lot to already
Nah,
hand over,
yeah.
but you know what? Going hunting for the weapon, losing one person in the midst of all of that, I think is a fair and equal trade that they'll come away pretty smug about.
Oh yeah, and look at the money. Most of them are hitting max credits, so I don't think they really have an issue with it. And you mentioned that wall earlier. It's really strong, and it can be, especially on Prince round, but it is just getting destroyed instantly, and the smoke is doing way more than that wall ever will. And I think that's where the comp will differ on defense. If Mismo can just chuck a smoke into mid and allow probably Sky to hold it down, it's gonna work a lot better than this wall. Yeah, look,
It's an expensive wall each round that's
Yeah.
not really finding much use because they're slowing and putting smoke over it anyway. So it's credits that they're not able to save to, you know, make sure they have max shields or have better weapons or able to, you know, force a little bit on some of these eco rounds. Their credit, however, Hanoi City, they've been pretty good with managing their ults as well.
Oh yeah.
They've consistently had them available and ready to use and having them on nice cooldowns as well, staggering them. Ooh, the little slip through the net there gets one. An answer found instantaneously, however. Jinatsu Gould has to stand and deliver, put something on the board. There's the showstopper, counter showstopper as well. Spike, however, still goes down nonetheless. Hina trying to find something, has to back away. It's flashes upon flashes. Who gets flashed the worst? And actually now the cocoon comes through. Nothing that can really be done.
It's last round.
Yep,
Oh,
last
he
round.
manages to get the kill anyway.
Switching sides.
From beyond the grave.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we mentioned this earlier on in the week. 9-3 curse.
Yep. It's real.
Okay.
I'm not superstitious.
It is real.
I am so far from superstitious as to be untrue. But also, at some point, you've got to look at the statistics and be like, okay, this has ruined enough teams that there's got to be something weird here, right?
Yeah. I mean, if Hanoi City here can get the first 2 pistol rounds, when they win pistol round, they seem to really run far with it and kind of get the ball moving with those 2 rounds. It just depends, because I think its defense is going to be really, really strong.
Yeah, this pistol round, it's going to be a little bit of a good indicator. Are we going to see them go 50-50, however? Knifing through the wall. We talked about it. Only round that it's really been much use has been on these pistols. Spamming away. It's a little bit messy, but headshots left, right, and center. The nade, not sure whether to throw it, and it's too late now. Would have at least chipped away, helped your teammates in the post plant. They're trying to stop the plant coming through. Actually, priority isn't on killing the planter, but it doesn't matter.
No.
Gets both kills.
Yeah, he's busy planting the spike. It's fine. Especially if behind that box, you can't actually see anything. So the last thing you want to do is swing out of that box, even if you want to try and help your teammate, because you don't know where anyone is.
Multiple fingers.
Yep. Lucky,
Okay,
coming
we're
back.
seeing a force.
It's
Interesting. I get it. We're on 10 rounds, right? Double digits. But they're on okay, full shields a few, but mainly half shields and regen shields. And with this outlaw, it's
So it's 2 messy buys against each other. But say this
Yep.
goes wrong, it goes 3-11. They have nothing to defend against map points, so they then have to go 9 in a row for overtime.
Yep.
Or pull off a miraculous eco. Now the pace, this is what we wanted to see. Right into the Bucky, but it's not enough to take down them instantly. So Slump God, that's finally the piece they need. Opening pick. 2 of them even. They struggled a little bit. City Cats weren't giving them the time of day, but now they have. Dad, there's a consolation pick, and they've still got the camera on site. So much info that they fought this back with.
Last player standing.
Lobe, that nade. Oh, it's beautiful. It gives them the chance to escape, run away, reposition, try dodge desperately. But now, this sniper up close. It's a shotgun, actually. Huh? What a clutch there.
The retake.
Gone here.
So it's the nade to stop them being pushed from behind as they jump down.
Yep.
And then the no-scope shotgun sniper. And then somehow just the foresight to switch to the ghost.
Yeah.
Played beat for beat perfectly.
I mean, Shad being able to knowing when to back off site, especially since they push through mid, using that advantage, knowing that there's no one main, taking that space, and then the camera getting so much information. It's perfect. Managing just to get a few kills and leaving the rest up to Globex.
And neither team is able to afford a proper buy.
Yep.
or is saving, so it doesn't work right, but weird, messy buys. This is where the chaos thrives. Naturally, the dog is good, but they can't really get the kill off the back of it, and trying to TP away doesn't TP far enough. Be taken down. Opener once again. Hanoi City, this is how they exploited map number 2. Shad, a little bit of damage, not able to confirm the kill. That would have been a really nice one to find. And in the meantime, the rest of Hanoi City stepping up this barrier. Oh, it could have caused so much trouble, but they don't throw it in time. And the City Cats and the Judge get it done.
Yeah.
And the nades. Oh, what a way to end it. The jump on up to steal the Vandal. It's classy, it's snazzy, it's beautiful.
I think... Well, okay, City Cats, everyone has been playing exceptionally well. Globex and Shad, as a duo themselves,
Yeah.
just perfect. You don't expect it from a duelist and a sentinel, right? Usually a duelist initiator, something like that, working well together. But it's just the passive and the aggressive working as 2. It works so well. I mentioned it possibly being stomped up your game's not over yet. But right now it's looking pretty good. City Cats.
Hanoi City map 1. That's the copium we're going to huff right now. And there's a little gap in the smoke, and luckily not quite walked through it yet. Back turns, however, caught in the smoke, and luckily no one decided to push the issue because it would have been a mess. Oh, quiet on map 2 when that maybe lent itself to the result. Now has a chance to secure this. Showstopper comes out, gets 2 with it as well. That's exactly what they need. The numbers equalize. Has to stand and fight in the nade, and either way, it was going to be death. Hina, however, has to try work something out. Has to try meet up with their teammate, but look at this. They're going to go for the knife. Oh, the disrespect. Oh, but the issue is they don't get it first time. They turned around, and you hate it. You see the memes, and now this is it. The 2v1. That kill would have been everything, and Globe wants to get it done with the ace. The wall is the problem. Does get caught out. Grenade as well to try get it done, and lives to fight another day. Shad could have closed it all there. And it should have been
of the knife kill.
This is a lesson.
I don't think everyone's happy with Pharaoh right now, I'll be honest. It was funny at first, but to be fair, as long as his team is saying, you know, go for it, that's not on him. That's not on him.
It's when you know you should confer with your team.
Yeah.
Like, I could go for a knife here, but you know that your team's gonna say no. So you're just like, I've got eyes on them. Trigger discipline. They don't need to know. Oh, what a way. If this is where the comeback starts, that is going to be an awkward conversation in team chat after. The camera taken down this time. Bitten them too many times on the backside. Now in the smoke. Sheriff gets 1. Now 2 for the side. City Cats, they're trying to keep it going, but they're at the disadvantage here. The double tap, trying to capitalize off of it, trying to find something. But unfortunately wide open as the snakes dissipate. 1v1 it comes down to, and caught by the ultimate. There's nothing they can do here. And this is it. We just gotta slowly watch. Oh, City Cats. It's 2 rounds back to back that have been lost in infuriating ways, and as long as they can keep their mental under control, 7 rounds still needed. They've got so much contingency to work with here.
Yeah, exactly.
But you've got to keep the mental in check.
Oh, 100%. I'd like to say 2 rounds back to back now. However, both of them have been very, very close still. And I think it's just going to be one situation that happens where it's going to tip over the edge for City Cats. They will close it out. Although there are 2 ults from them, and it's looking like 5 very, very quickly, so that it might be sooner than we think.
Indeed. We saw, however, they threw all of the ults at the wall in map number 2, map number 1, sorry, and they didn't quite close it out and were put in a sticky situation, so they might be a little bit more careful this time. You're right, 1 mistake, all that's needed. And here we go. The ISO ult captures 1, but they lose the fight. However, Globe X steps up 2, would have been massive there. 3 on 2, we're now left alone as Pharaoh switches weapons. Has to take down the Seeker, but 3 heads greet him. It's like a Hydra. You shoot down the Seeker and more heads appear. Here we go. Double the rounds needed. They're coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, it was looking pretty similar to first game. Let's say Globe X is on 29 kills right now. About to hit that 30 bomb. We love to see it, especially in grand finals. 29 and 10 as well. Playing exceptionally. We love to see it because it didn't really happen last game. I think that there's a lot of pros and cons to third map. If you're winning the second map, the momentum's there. But at the same time, there's so much pressure on the team that won the first map to try and then come back from it.
Oof. Doing their due diligence, they are not taking for granted that the boom bot did not spot anything. They take them down, opening pick. There is a response, however, and Shad, we've seen this angle so many times. They haven't cleared it, but somebody else has. And now just 2 left alive. They have the showstopper, but I don't think they're going to want to use it here. I'm saying Pharaoh waiting, hoping that someone peeks, that someone gets a little bit too handsy for map control. Now spamming away. This is the angle for the weapon, but
how'd you get 2?
This is a problem.
And there's that heal.
You will not kill my
Full use heal.
Oh, the res. Hanoi City probably very happy that they had that, and they had a body somewhere safe as well. There's the pick from Globex, however. Then Simp shuts down that showstopper from midair, and that's
so
it.
Unfortunate. Again, such a close round.
This is getting close. Another name I think we should mention, however, is Yaz. Is that this deadlock pick is certainly a smart choice. And it's a name that we haven't necessarily, it hasn't been these highlight 3K massive clutches. It's
No.
been one of those consistent. It's like a
Exactly.
everyone remembers the Globex 4K, right? But you don't remember how Yaz got to the same like sort of like number of kills as well. It's in the background, it's silent, and that's the thing with the Sentinel. It's a thankless role, but they have been putting up these numbers.
Yeah, definitely.
Scout destroyed.
Quite fast paced again.
Is hoping that maybe
Backing
there was a
off.
bit of wall to squish through there, but not quite able to squidge through.
See, I'm liking the change of pace as well on the attack. Really, really fast into mid. Put that wall up. Slow down. Change your positions.
Stop. Hammer time.
Want to re-hit? Re-hit mid, possibly? No.
I think they're still very wary about that wall. They're like,
Yeah.
there's too much of a dark shadow of misinformation behind it. So best not to touch it, and they are just going to conga out through B. Now the crunch on this side, we talked about how important it is, and they have to be wary, because now they've been shut
That's
down.
only fair.
Cut off, they peek one by one, and now they're dismantled. And now this is it, the recipe for disaster, a flawless round to finish this series off, and the map ends exactly as map 1 did, 7-13. And that's it, we have our victors. Map 2 looked shaky, but they get it done, they bring it back, and they cement themselves as the Winter 2024 BUEC Valorant champions.
Yeah, I mean, after spring, I'm sure they're pretty happy with the results.
Yeah, probably.
We mentioned it earlier. They were the team that we expected to win. Both teams played so well. I'm sorry, like if you're getting the third map, it's both teams deserve to win.
They both did an incredible job. It's actually quite amusing because I don't think either of these teams played earlier in the year in the spring series. So the fact that they've had a little bit of a hiatus and they've come back like this, both in the final, is awesome. Because Hanoi City seem to have a little bit of a curse of second place. Spring 23 comes to mind, just not able to secure, and I'm pretty sure that one went 3 maps as well. But City Cats, they do it. University of Birmingham has been made proud, and it was clean as well. They didn't scrim. They were like,
That's
They came into this as wild cards.
Yeah, I mean, are they coming into this for just a bit of fun, to hang out with friends, and then suddenly find themselves winning the whole entire day? I don't know.
Oops, you know?
Oopsies.
But Hanoi City, they also become the first people this season to have taken a map off of them as well.
Yeah,
so yes, it's a close second, and it's infuriating. So close yet so far to that throne once again for them. But again, they can say that they are the only university that has taken a map off of this team. And I'm hoping that we see them stick together as well. That we see them come back and try contend, break this curse of 2. But of course, University of Birmingham, my, what a squad.
Yeah, I mean, they just deserved it. After that first map, I think
11-1/2.
the performance of everyone. You mentioned those players that weren't getting the show-stopping kills and like the big 4Ks and the aces and stuff like that. They're still playing their roles so well. They sit in the back, they get their 1 or 2 kills every round or so, and they're doing their job. And it works so well. I mean, see everyone playing really well and in unison. Especially, I mean, second map, unfortunately, it was still close, 10-13. I think it was definitely due to the map itself. I think it's one of those maps which, I mean, the levels, the different like heights of floors and then falling off the map. Not gonna name any names, but it just.
We didn't see anything.
No.
But no, I think you're right. And all teams, everyone has a sort of permaban. You can't be equally amazing at everything. And it might just have been one of those where the veto misaligned ever so slightly. That one team's best map was the other's, worst that wasn't their permaban.
Yeah.
As is often the case in BO3s.
Yeah, exactly.
But we take it, and of course they did they played earlier in the season against each other. They have smashed their record from earlier in the season as well. So plenty to be proud of. And of course, the Silly Cats, what a name as well. I love it. I love
Yeah.
seeing these team names. And Birmingham has been represented. We've seen that, Team North has been pretty good overall in this. I'm assuming Birmingham's considered North, right? I think it is, yeah.
Yes, it is, yeah.
It's a weird map, isn't it, when you try to just split it into. But yeah, North has been doing pretty well. I want to see more teams from the South coming up next season. Really
I know.
giving a run for the money.
I want to see it.
Yeah. So that's exciting. We should have an interview coming up soon, but what we'll do whilst we wait for that is a couple of thank yous, of course, to all of the people who are working production, our amazing Observer Dishy, as well as everyone who has been producing. Of course, all of the people at NSC who have been working on admin, who have been putting together these leagues, who've been doing all of the social media, clipping stuff, making sure all of these highlight moments have been captured. Producers who also have to do all of the audio work as well, which, mind you, is not a fun job. All of the players, even the players that we haven't seen competing on the stage, anyone who took part, thank you to them. And then, of course, our sponsors, Unidays, Level Up, Monster Energy, Steel Series, Scan, Pringles, and Iyama. Without them, this would all be impossible. And putting a spotlight on the amazing talent, giving room for a university league where you actually get to branch out, meet people from other unis, which, I don't know about you, there's not really many ways you get to do that, and it's such a cool format. So thank you to everyone who has been involved, and thank you to everyone at home who has watched, who has cheered on, who has supported their friends, their family. Mums at home, we had someone earlier thank their mum on stream. So thank you to everyone. It has been an amazing season. If you're interested in getting involved as well, NSC Spring is honestly a frighteningly short amount of time away. So sign up, it's free. You have to be a university student, however. Get in your graduated, living in your mum's basement friends to play with you. Tried, not allowed. But I think we should have, the interview ready? Short break. Okay, so what I think we're going to do actually is we're going to head to a short break. Before we do our interview, make sure that everyone's ready, that we give you guys an awesome send-off, and also we can start getting ourselves ready for Rocket League as well. So a couple of minutes time, we'll be here with an interview from the winning team, so don't go anywhere. I'm sure there'll be plenty of shout-outs from him. So see you for an interview in a couple of minutes.
SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? Be so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
test. This is a message. A message to all Monster Energy drinkers. Up until now, you've gone about your lives clueless to reality. The truth lies. But it's time to wake up. All you have to do is find the beast and scan the code. Are you ready?
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mesh to help them stay in the game.
What's the daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE, and this weekend we are here at Insomnia running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals this weekend.
Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. NSE's just grown so much. It's so exciting to get to do so many events for the students and bring all the partners in and get them involved.
All of those students who made it to our finals, they come here and play on the main stage in front of everyone here at Insomnia. So that's every major esports title you can probably think of. CS, League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, Rainbow Six. So really, really exciting weekend. Let's see how it goes.
So we got Valorant going on. It's a massive tactical shooter. The players again super hyped over the games. We got Overwatch 2 coming up. Very fast, very intense. I think that's going to be electric.
We're bringing along our fantastic partners with us this weekend. So we've got the Pringles booth where we're sampling the new Hot range. We've got the Uni Days and Samsung Gaming Zone. You can get your hands on some really cool Samsung tech. Across the whole areas, we're supported by Yama monitors and also Draytech routers. We've also got Scan with us. They have amazing interactive Dungeons & Dragons table, but there's so much other stuff going on at the stand as well. They've got their 3XS systems, they've got streaming booths. And as always, we've got Monster here with us as well, keeping everyone fueled for the weekend, giving out lots and lots of Monster energy cans. Massive thanks to all of our partners here supporting us. Intel is our headline sponsor. See you next year.
We are back for one last time, one last hurrah, and an interview to send off the Valorant Winter BUEC. And of course, NSC for 2024 as well. Very exciting. So we will have a member of the Silly Cats joining us very shortly. Would you like to introduce them?
Yes, sorry. So we have Mismo. How are we feeling?
We're feeling great. Everything is good. Amazing. Just won. Yeah. Good feeling to win always.
So I'm gonna skip towards the end of the series first. Got a quick question. So obviously the second map went to the other team. How were you guys feeling kind of going into that third map?
Oh, we were feeling confident because honestly we have already beat this team twice. We beat them you guys can see in the banner. We already beat them 13-4. And we beat them in Noor as well, 13-6. So we were pretty confident about today that we'll just be a 2-0. But then stuff happened and then we lost a bit because Shut fell off the map. It's on Shut.
Yep.
All on Shut. It was all on Shut. No, I'm kidding. It was on me. Yeah, but we moved on to the third map. We're feeling great, feeling confident because Split is a good map. Split is a good map for us.
Yeah. Now, talking about Split, I do need to ask, what was it like in the comms with the attempted knife kill from Pharaoh? The final round, you were on series point. You had the kill lined up, went for the knife, didn't quite get it. Was this something you guys knew that he was going to try to do, or was this sort of a surprise and you went, why'd you do that? So talk us through that round.
Oh yeah, honestly, he's just a bad player because like when you try to knife someone from the back though, you should right click that though. So he was commenting in the voice chat, yo, guys, try and knife him. Then after that we were like, alright. So like he was gonna knife him. And then he left clicked twice for some reason. So we were like, what are you doing, bro? Then yeah, so he just got shot. He just got put down.
Yeah. But
So, yeah.
still won the map as well. Would have been an awful way for that to spiral, but funny little moment that we could all laugh at as well. But we like that you went for it.
Yeah, content. Yeah.
Exactly.
Content.
Love to see it. So obviously you guys, you've done pretty well. Are we gonna be seeing you guys as a team in future? How are we feeling about that?
You will be seeing the rest of my team. Yeah.
Okay.
You say the rest
will
of your
be.
team. Are
Yeah.
you graduating? You taking a step back, or?
Well, nothing's set in stone because like currently in my final year, so I wanna like focus more on my academics, But also very grateful to have the chance to play with my team because we're all like really close friends now, and honestly, it's been a fun ride. It's been a really fun ride.
So, my final question for you, really, before I let you do some shout outs. You said that it's been really fun playing with your team. So, you guys weren't playing in spring. Is this a sort of newly formed team? Were you guys playing previous seasons? Sort of, what's your journey in NSC been like throughout the whole of university and with your uni?
Oh, we are a new team, but just me, Dylan, and Shad have been playing the last split. Then Pharaoh and Globex just joined us this year. So we got top 8 on last split. So we were thinking like, this split we might take a step back because, like we just got bored, kinda. But then Globex and Pharaoh came. So they were like really, really chill people. Vibe with us really well. So we were like, let's just give this another go. And then, Globex is insane. So shout out to Globex and shout out to Pharaoh. Good pickups.
It's awesome. It's awesome to see that you guys sort of came together like that as well, and that you guys were like, maybe we won't, and that the missing pieces sort of fell directly into
that's
your
right.
hands.
That's right. It's like the missing pieces. We just needed like a star player, so that was Globex. Someone to like frag out when we need, someone to always constantly like get the kills. Just you always need someone to get the kills so other people can do their thing. So
Who's
that's
the hype
Globex.
of the team then?
Hype of the team. I'll say me. I hype up the team because I can't do much more. Just gotta hype up the team. Can't do much more. Yeah. But yeah.
Exactly. Now, before we let you go celebrate, do you have anyone that you want to shout out? Anyone that you want to say hi to whilst you're on stream?
Shout out. Oh, shout out to London Legion, both Phantoms and Vandals from the Clash of Esports. They were the only team that beat us this year, so I think they were a really good team. And yeah, I hope to play them again next time. Yeah, and rematch. Also, everybody follow Globex on Twitch, twitch.tv/Globex. Yeah. I lost 20 gifted to him because he won the 1v2 clutch. I said 20 gifted. So he won it. So basically all the NSC winnings are going to his stream. So that's it. Done.
I love that. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us. Massive congratulations once again. We'll let you go celebrate with the team and go raid your wallet for those 20 gifted subs as well. And yeah, go follow Globex on Twitch. Maybe you'll get one of the gifted subs as well. But yeah, so that was Misimo, and what a way to end this year. It seems that NSC is only building and building, and what a peak for this as well. What about yourself? Because this is us saying goodbye for the year now. So
yeah,
any
I know.
parting words?
I mean, I've had such great fun. Obviously, we've been casting a little bit here and there for last week. I managed to get to play in the NSC. I managed to play in NSC Women in Non-Binary tournament. Both of them I've had so much fun in. We got grouped pretty quickly, I'll be honest with you. It's just been so much fun, and like you said, we've been meeting a lot of new people from different universities that we wouldn't normally have been. Have a bit of banter in the lobby before the game, or we had one team that we played against where they played 5 Sentinels. So we've added them after. It's all a bit of fun, and it's just it's been great this year to like kind of build a bit more of a community around NSE.
Yeah, that's the best part about this as well, is that we talk about all of the amazing plays, you know, the monster plays of the week, but it's also the community, I think, is the big driving thing behind this. It's such an amazing community, such an amazing way to meet people as well. And you know what? At a worst case scenario, it's a bit of free fun as well. You get to play. You know, you're not a fan of Premier. The schedule doesn't work for you.
Exactly.
NSC has got you covered. You should absolutely sign up and play in spring 2025. But from us over here, I think that is going to be goodbye. We hope you enjoy the Rocket League later as well. And we will see you all next season. Goodbye and out.
SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Many years ago, a supercomputer designed a perfectly shaped chip, Pringles. Knowing one day, gamers would need less mesh to help them stay in the game.
What's the Daisy?
Pringles, mind-popping.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm Senior Partnerships Manager at NSE, and this weekend we are here at Insomnia running the British University Esports Championship Spring Finals this weekend.
Hi, I'm Kenny. I'm the League Ops Assistant at NSE. NSE's just grown so much. It's so exciting to get to do so many events for the students and bring all the partners in and get them involved.
All of those students who made it to our finals, they come here and play on the main stage in front of everyone here at Insomnia. So that's every major esports title you can probably think of: CS, League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, Rainbow Six. So really, really exciting weekend. Let's see how it goes.
So we got Valorant going on. It's a massive tactical shooter. The players again super hyped over the games. We got Overwatch 2 coming up. Very fast, very intense. I think that's going to be electric.
We're bringing along our fantastic partners with us this weekend. So we've got the Pringles booth where we're sampling the new Hot range. We've got the Uni Days and Samsung Gaming Zone. You can get your hands on some really cool Samsung tech. Across the whole areas, we're supported by Yama monitors and also Draytech routers. We've also got Scan with us. They have their amazing interactive Dungeons & Dragons table. But there's so much other stuff going on at the stand as well. They've got their 3XS systems, they've got streaming booths. And as always, we've got Monster here with us as well, keeping everyone fueled for the weekend, giving out lots and lots of Monster energy cans. Massive thanks to all of our partners here supporting us. Intel is our headline sponsor. See you next year.
At SteelSeries, we make gaming gear so you can be anything you want, except one thing: ordinary. So why pick on someone your own size? Fight the biggest bad guy you can find. Why score a regular goal? Do something that makes your opponent lose their mind. Why build a boring little house? Create something nobody's seen before. Now that's beautiful. Why waste your ammo on this guy? He's so good at games he just nades himself to death. And why settle for just one trophy? Send us a DM when you win 10. That's the mentality we love at SteelSeries. And that's why we make the gaming gear you need to destroy ordinary. So get in game and go for glory.
After 8 weeks of action, 2 weeks of qualifiers, 4 weeks of league play, 2 weeks of playoff brackets, we are left with 2 final teams in today's grand final, brought to you by Uni Days Level Up, the ultimate gaming destination for students. And I tell you what, we have a set of 6 students, 2 universities, who provided us so much action through the last two splits, Lincoln and Roehampton in the grand finals of Rocket League once again. My name's RW Dragon, joined by Sir Pegasus for the grand final once more. And let me tell you, Pig, you have been here. You've been present for another grand final between these two. Why don't you talk to us about the last time these two faced all the way back in spring?
Well, first of all, it's an absolute pleasure to return for another grand finals. But look, these are two tried and tested universities that are tried and tested for some amazing grand finals. Roehampton Esports in a familiar position where they do come in from the upper bracket. That was the case last time. 5 out of the 6 rostered players we'll see in this grand finals played in that very last. The full team was, of course, coming from Lincoln Esports. And I tell you what, Dragon, that went all the way to map 9. There were multiple overtimes. It was one of the longest Rocket League games we have seen here at NEC, at the British University Esports Championships. It was the grand finals that I think everyone wanted. And you know what, Dragon? I've had a look at the schedule. We are the last game here for the British University Esports Championship. We're all dressed up because you know what? This is going to be the main event. I'm calling it now. I've got zero biases. Definitely not. None of that. But look, when you just look at the players, when you look at the tail of the cards, it just has to be the match we're looking for.
Roehampton coming into this with an undefeated schedule. Look at that. 3-0 week 1, 3-0 week 2, 3-0 week 3. Oh, it goes on to week 6. There's not a single loss there. The only time you started to see ones on the other side is when it came down to games counted in best of 7s. And of course those are going to get dropped. They dropped a few during the league play. But the most important thing, they got the 3s before the other team. On the other side of it, Lincoln have had a little bit of they had a shocker in week 4. Ever since then, they've been pretty much golden until they faced Roehampton in the playoffs themselves. It's been, of course, the same sort of thing. A few games dropped here and there, but this Lincoln side, they've been together since the summer of 2023. This trio, Misty, Isaac, and Bows, and they are here once more for yet another grand final.
And just as usual, hopefully Bows is on time. It's a fun little bit of team trivia. But looking on the other side, I spoke about being a different player to who we saw before. Stat, Aero, very familiar. Saw them in the last grand finals. Saw them in the one before that as well. But Neoquan is the new addition. And I believe, Dragon, he was originally on Roehampton's B team back when it was Roehampton Gold and Roehampton Black. And I believe there was a tournament where Black managed to overperform against Roehampton Gold. And then after that, we saw that team change. We saw Neoquan get promoted, and well, he's been on a bit of a run whilst he's been on that team as well. Faced quite a lot of success. He's got himself pretty well known within these university leagues, and well, why not add a title to the likes of that?
I mean, ever since last winter, Roehampton have been the dynasty. They have been the new team to take control of University Rocket League and just run with it. Last year, there were 4 splits available across NSE and the sister league of Newell. They were running at the same time. Unfortunately, we don't have Newell this year to sort of compete with. But every single final, Roehampton were there. Every single time, Roehampton won and came out on top. They are currently on what is technically a new finals win streak. They lost the European tournaments, but in terms of grand finals, they are still on a roll. They could be the first team today to win 3 championships in a row in NSC, in Rocket League, and they are going to do it back to back to back. That is ridiculous stuff from this team. There is no other side that has won 2 in a row, let alone doing it 3 times. There's so much history with Rocket League. I've been through it all. On the other side of things, Lincoln, they could be the 9th team to etch their name into the Rocket League trophy, the virtual trophy, of course. They don't get an actual one with Rocket League, but that is in itself is fantastic. They become the 5th team to sort of sit on 1 championships won, along with the Bournemouth boys that I was on as the coach a few years ago. But this team of Roehampton, this team of Lincoln, they've delivered to us some incredible matches, and I'm so excited for yet another one. Because Pig, the last time these teams met, it wasn't just league play, it was actually this Thursday in European competition.
And well, we saw how that went. It was Uni Rocketeers Winter 2024 finals. They were in the lower bracket. It was Roehampton Esports Gold, which was the same 3 players against Lincoln Park. And Lincoln took it in 7. There's just something about when these two teams play. We're almost guaranteed a Game 6 on the records there, but we saw them push it to the distance last spring. They might do it again this winter. And, you know, when you are creating a dynasty here, being at the top, it's a gift and a curse. You can say to yourself, I've etched myself in history. I am the best team out there, but there's only one direction you can go. And unfortunately, it's down. It's these teams that are going to try and drag you away from that top spot. And this reoccurring enemy, which keeps on going out, training, throwing themselves back at this team, is the likes of Lincoln Park. If anyone can do it, it has to be them. And it could be them tonight.
All 3 of them are third years. This is their possibly without a Masters, without retakes in terms of next year. This is going to be the last time that these 3 have an opportunity at the title if they don't make it in spring. These guys have every opportunity here tonight to make a difference. They are coming into this Lincoln with a 1-game disadvantage. This is a best of 9. It's a long old series. You're not usually having that in terms of Rocket League Grand Finals. We usually have best of 7s, possibly a bracket reset, but a best of 9 with 1 game you lose out on with coming from the lower brackets. It is a long time to be playing Rocket League. It is a long time to be competing for these guys. Best of 7s, they are one thing. They are a marathon just at the best of times. This is a best of 9. You have to win 4 for Roehampton. It is 5 for Lincoln going to this match. 5 games of Rocket League you have to win. I mean, Roehampton and Bournemouth are the only teams to sweep their opponents in the bracket. Roehampton did it against Exeter. I believe it was last winter. Bournemouth did it against Salford. I was there watching it. We came from the lower bracket. It was outstanding to be there. And I'm sure it'll be outstanding for the team today to be in the finals and possibly off that up. I mean, if these teams do put together absolute bangers, let's be honest, this is going to be a banger of a show today to end things off. You said it was the main event. I think it's the main event. It's just if these teams deliver that main event sort of title fight that we are expecting. And if they do that, we're going to have a long evening, but it's going to be a very, very exciting evening for all players involved. So it's not long now. I don't like doing predictions personally. I feel like I put a bit of a caster's curse on it. So, Pig, do you want to throw your metaphorical hat into the ring on this one? Because I'm going to sit back, because I know my caster's curse is so powerful that it will just get everyone here. So.
Look, Dragon, unlike you, I really struggle wearing hats. This kind of hair doesn't make it easy. So you know what? I'll give you kind of halfway, just like myself trying to put on a hat. I will say that it's going all the way to map 9. Just like last season, I'm going to call it yet again. Only one team was able to take even a game off Roehampton last season with that last roster. It was Lincoln Park. That was almost the case again this season, but there was one taken away by Rocketeers. And I just feel like it's going to follow here in this grand final. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so excited to go over to the game for game 1. Weighted, of course, in the favour of Roehampton Esports. Dragon, we said it. This is the main event. This is Roehampton Esports versus Lincoln Park. This rivalry, which has lasted season after season after season, might just face one of its ends. To try and stop a dynasty, can Lincoln Park go all the way? That's the question we've been asking for quite some time.
We've had some dynasties come and go when it comes to University Rocket League. Portsmouth, Lancaster, Loughborough, now Roehampton joined those names. Those are the dynasties of the past. It's about whether they hold their crown going into this series and coming out of it alive and unscathed. It is a tricky old thing to keep hold of your crown. It has been tricky for a lot of teams, but Roehampton have been the only ones to keep it on their heads Now they have yet another time. They have to make sure they keep it balanced and keep it nice and comfortable. Lincoln, however, they are so desperate for this. I can tell. I did a little bit of research, a bit of a deep dive in NSE, and in fact, Grand Finals, they are 0-3. They are hungry for a win in the Grand Finals. They're going to come after Roehampton with everything that they have to make sure that they can take the crown, that they are the ones named as the Dynasty Killers against this Roehampton squad. It is not going to be simple. This Lincoln side knows it's not going to be simple. On Thursday, they found out it wasn't a simple task to simply get 4 games off Roehampton, and now they are tasked with trying to get 1 more against this squad. It is a mountain to climb to look at, but it is a mountain that, when you summit it, it is insane, an insane feeling. If we start off here, game number 1, Lincoln need to start fast. I think they need to start with a bit of a sucker punch to start things off in this series. It's all about quick beginnings against this Roehampton side. As they do begin slightly slow, they work out your weaknesses. They try and find out what makes you tick as a team. And with the number of times that these teams have faced, they know how Lincoln Park work. So I think just a sucker punch start, get 2 goals on the board quickly for Lincoln, will really get this Roehampton side thinking, oh gosh, what have we got ourselves into once more? But the shoe can easily be put on the other foot. Roehampton start the scoring just over 30 seconds in. Roehampton 1-0 up.
Well, the Dynasty looking to continue their charge. Opening goal goes into their favour, as does the opening game with the nature of a weighted series. And well, I think you were bang on there. I want Lincoln Park to come out quickly. I think that's what will increase our chances of going all the way. I know as well, Roehampton Esports, they've got a bit of an ace up their sleeve. They've got themselves a coach. They've got Freekant likely sitting in the background, looking to help advise this team moving forward. And I know the likes of Aaron Stat have worked with him for quite some time, including under an RLCS run underneath the Last Resort, back when they also had Risen on the roster. But now Neo Kwan joins the ranks. We are back into what has been their stomping ground for quite some time now.
Now it has to be Lincoln to respond. They do have control in the opposing half. Bows upfield. Stat keeps it out towards the side. Neo Kwan the side wall again. Pinch upfield. Stat will keep things moving. Is low on boost, so go for a little bit of a bump. Is dropped to Neo Kwan. Unfortunate defensive mistake from Lincoln Park. Opens the door once more for Neo Kwan. It's a good move from Stat, trying to bump Isaac out of the way, force the challenge that was required to keep the ball out of the net. For Lincoln Park, they haven't started things nominally well, with just 1 minute and 30 gone off the clock, and they're 2 goals down in this game 1. You need to make up that game deficit as quickly as possible. That's why I wanted to see a quick start out of Lincoln. I wanted to see how quickly they can level things up in this series. There is still plenty of time for them in this game, but Roehampton do not give up many goals to a team trying to force them. In this Lincoln side, they're in a position where they need to try and not only get themselves upfield, but get it through those last steps and get it into the back of the net.
And there are not many teams that we'd kind of favour in these kind of positions to even bring Roehampton Esports back in their knees after going 2-0 down. If there was a team that can do it, it is Lincoln Park. I do see a demo there in field, and Missy trying to break his way forward, but challenges in the corner from Isaac. Gets this ball more central. Bows, I like the bit of patience that he's showing there, but he just needed that follow-up touch to fill out that move. Back in defence now, and Roehampton Esports, we are past that halfway point, and I did notice that Neo Kwan, it was 2 shots, 2 goals for him. I tell you what, entering into this team, he's taken it like a duck to water, but I feel like that is what has been expected from him for quite some time. This isn't one of those players that joins a team and you expect him to, ease his way into it. This is Roehampton Esports. If you join the team, you are the real deal, and already we're seeing exactly that.
Lincoln's starting to run out of boost when it comes to the transition. They're starting to get suffocated upfield. So it becomes important. Start getting a little bit physical with this Roehampton side. We see a lot of them drop deep as soon as they are required to defense. A lot of them drop back. I mean, Stat and Neo Kwan are back on the defensive line, right on the goal line or parallel to it. So it needs to be get upfield, get the demos going, take them out of the play. outnumber them. Simply done against this Roehampton side. Make it a 3v2 when you move upfield. Otherwise, this team's going to get stuck in their own half, and that's what Lincoln are experiencing. They're getting bogged down in the competition against Roehampton. You usually say it in football. You don't want to get sucked into a football match. This is what Lincoln never wanted. They didn't want to get sucked into a Rocket League match because Roehampton are quality. Lincoln need to get rough. They need to get ready for this. They need to turn this into an absolute war against Roehampton. As with 1 minute 16 to go, I think game 2, as it says on the scoreboard, is going the way of Roehampton. They'll be moving 2-0 up in the series. It's just about, I think, how Lincoln use this last minute. Get themselves back on the board, maybe get them out and come back in the last minute. But most importantly, they need to find a way, a tactic of getting through this Roehampton side, getting it upfield, and getting the last shot on target.
Well, I would say that this is free time to experiment, change things up, use this moment to try and feel out your opponents, but these are two teams which are very experienced against each other. Like we said, their last series played against each other was last Thursday, of which Lincoln Park were victorious after 7 games. Shot coming in from Missy is saved there by Neoquan, who has got himself that hat-trick in the first game and has been excellent, but I just feel like at the moment Lincoln Park, they're giving away so much space to Roehampton Esports, and they will just break their way around you. Roehampton Esports are a team that can play aggressive, can slow things down, and they'll just put themselves in more favourable positions if they can't immediately get that shot off into the back of the net. These aren't the kind of teams you can allow to have that space, or even have bodies on the pitch. You got to get physical, you got to bring out those demo plays, you just got to bring yourself forward, because if you allow Roehampton to have all that time, well, the result of this game shows you exactly what will happen.
Yeah, they're giving time to relax and sort of sit back in their own half, pick up boost, be defensively ready. So as soon as Lincoln sort of blast it upfield with the transition, nobody's there from Lincoln to sort of pick up the play. Everyone is back from Roehampton to sort of start it being sent to the other side of the pitch. This Roehampton squad, they are well versed, they're well drilled in the rotations department. They move back together, they attack together, they are perfectly in sync. That's why I say bring in the demos. It messes with the entire rotation process.
Absolutely.
It messes with the entire sort of system, and suddenly they're put in a situation where they have to go back to plan B and sort of go, all right, we are down 1, how do we defend this situation? Lincoln need to get in their faces, get control of the ball, take a few players off the pitch, and that'll open up the goal for them. I think for this next game, I want to see more of that. But with the Roehampton side, adaptation is also a big part of their game. They adapt and click into a new style so quickly that your next plan has to be a very different one for it to get to work. You have to surprise them a bit. Lincoln, they have been in this situation before. I think with the finals back in spring, it was a case of getting back into it after the first 2 games went down. They went on a massive win streak to get themselves to game 9 in that final. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They're in sort of a similar situation here. They need to get themselves a few games on the board, put this Roehampton team under pressure. I tell you what, that's a great way to start. 20 seconds in, Misty making the most of it. And tell you what, they are back there, but they notice one little mistake, one little gap in the armor of Roehampton, and they jump on it. That is what Lincoln need to do. Roehampton are human after all. They are going to make mistakes, and they're going to be out of position at points. Make sure you make the most of it.
Well, Neoquan was definitely the star man in that first game. Will actually open up the scoring in the second game with a mistake of his own, and I love that from Lincoln Park. When you smell the blood in the water, you have to take it fast. Lincoln Park have shown that they can do that now, but now that you've got this goal of the lead, this should all be in your driver's seat. You're going to bring forward the force. There's plenty of time left in this game for Roehampton Esports to try and steady the ship. So continue to shake it up a little bit. I love this from Mitzi. Commit yourself forward. Already you see Isaac there, taking that back boost, looking to get that second goal. And this is more of the pace that we wanted to see here. Boost still, slow them down, keep committing forward, pin them to their half, and kick them while they're down. 2-0, Lincoln Park.
think they were absolutely surprised about the aggression of Lincoln. Roehampton have pushed up a little bit higher on the pitch. They're sitting a bit higher when they're attacking. And suddenly Lincoln have used that opportunity to just counter them completely. Roehampton thought that Lincoln were going to stay back, give them the time that they needed. Lincoln were against that plan. They've changed things up. Isaac's upfield. He gets in the way of just another touch. That's what you need to do. Oh, you've got control of the ball? No, you don't. Go get it. Go pick it up again. Go use boost. Go think of another plan, whilst we're here just closing you down at every single moment you get. Stat upfield. There's a moment for Roehampton to try and counter. This arrow plays it into Neoquan. A save from Isaac. It's still there for Roehampton, but there, Missy. I think that was actually Bowles there first. That's misreading the names. Isaac. Upfield out towards the side. That's a little bit of a nervous moment for Lincoln as they all start to move towards that corner. That out towards the sidewall. Perfectly to Arrow. Looking for the second touch.
Hello.
Get it. The shot will be saved by Bowles. Played out towards the side. Will keep moving. For this Lincoln side. Bowles on 0 boost as he pushes it upfield. But that's exactly how Lincoln play. Just get it in the opposing half. Push it upfield. Put them under pressure as Neoquan almost takes it around 2 to put it into the back of the net. Isaac to the back lines, trying to drop it down from Misty. Bowles is there. Will be shot saved by Neoquan. Roehampton are being pushed back to their own goal line by this Lincoln side. They need to keep this pressure going. They need to keep this plan going, at least for the rest of this game. They know that Roehampton will adapt to make sure, whilst the plan is working, you make the most of it as yet another clearance is made by Bowles up into the Roehampton half.
Well, we saw that first game go in the favour of Roehampton Esports, Lincoln Park. They'd been knocked down. They've thrown their haymakers in. They might just get a third. Isaac with a shot of pure perfection. That bottom left corner, no space between the ball and that post. No chances there for Roehampton Esports to keep this one out. When they get the offense here, they've been maintaining it. This is night and day, Dragon. Night and day.
Sorry, I was cheering for a moment there because the plan that I was talking about, getting it a little bit rough and ready, works there. Arrow had to deal with a player on the goal line. I think it was Bowles just driving along the goal line, had to get caught. It was still very close in the end. Arrow was just inches away from saving that shot. The plan from Lincoln worked, getting upfield, getting the press working, and getting Roehampton just worried in their own half. And now they get to do the same. This Roehampton side, they're overcommitting a little bit in these situations. Now that Lincoln are attacking earlier, same positions that are working for Roehampton in the previous game that were getting them goals are not working in the same time. The famous adaptation that I was talking about for this Roehampton team is not quite coming through. It's not quite shining at the moment for this Roehampton side. As Lincoln, they need to parry this away at least for a moment. Give yourself the 3-goal padding going into the last minute. Make sure it's as comfortable as possible going into this final 60 seconds as this could be coming down to the wire. Isaac makes it 4. I talk about comfort, maintaining a 3-goal lead. Isaac goes from coast to coast, takes out Arrow and gets the goal.
Calling it a fake? I'll allow it. You know what? I'll allow it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt for that one. Look, the camera is shaking, and I think Arrow was as well. But look, 4 goals down now, Roehampton Esports. It's not a position they're all too familiar with, but we can say the same thing we said in Game 1 here in Game 2. Roehampton Esports, they can use this final minute. I feel like these have been 2 games which have ended earlier than the 5 minutes, which is typical of Rocket League regulation. And Lincoln Park, I've really loved what I've seen here. They've just come with this new level of aggression, and I feel like these mistakes are more being forced out now. If you give Roehampton Esports plenty of space, plenty of time to think onto these balls, of course, naturally, they're going to make less of these mechanical errors. But with Lincoln Park playing very high, getting all 3 men forward, they can punish them, and they can afford to concede goals like this.
I think that's the first time I've seen Lincoln's aggression really getting punished in this game. That it's taken 4 minutes and 27 seconds to actually have them get punished, being too far upfield. So this Roehampton side, I don't think they've really been given the opportunity by Lincoln either. I think that is the first time I've seen them all super out of position. The rest of the time, they've timed everything perfectly with when they all have boost. They've communicated that well. So when they do push upfield, it's not a surprise to see a teammate committing up there. It's not a surprise to see a big challenge coming through. It is not a surprise for this Lincoln side to see themselves scoring 4 past this Roehampton team that looked bulletproof in the previous game of this series. This Roehampton side have now led in the grand finals once more. Lincoln have a game against the champions who've won back-to-back, who are currently hunting for a 3rd title. And there seems like they have another bump in the road in this Lincoln squad, who seem to have their number at least in game number 3. We still have 4 more games for Lincoln to truly take down this Roehampton squad, but they do so in great fashion in this Game 2 4-1 win.
Well, you're a fool if you thought this rivalry was going to go down easily. Of course, we should have really expected it here, Dragon, that Lincoln Park were going to come back with a hit of their own. And I noticed there from Roehampton Esports, there were times where they were really trying to slow down the play. There were times where Neoquan especially, he got a few fakes in the midfield. He wanted these kind of ground dribble plays. He was going for them. He did have those cerebral plays in the back of his mind. He wasn't just slamming it forward. He wasn't just making it easy. He wasn't just giving the ball away. Yet Lincoln Park was still able to find a way through it. It felt like whatever plan Roehampton Esports had in that last game, Lincoln Park just always had a response. They were way more organised, and Stat looked to get the party started quite nicely there with a musty flick, but it was a simple save there for the Lincoln Park defender. Demos coming out there from Neoquan, and we'll see if that's going to be a pattern which continues for the rest of the game.
Another part is changing the timings of the pumps and the aggressive play. Roehampton is starting to push for it a lot earlier on the pitch. I saw Stat or Arrow going for a punish as Lincoln Park moved upfield. We saw a bump on the goal line. The timing on those a little bit better from Roehampton. I saw it throughout the last game. They were sort of going for it throughout, having possession in Lincoln's half. It was just at the wrong time. Lincoln had already dropped back. And in terms of Neoquan slowing things down, it was way too forced. It was way too relaxed from him. As suddenly, Roehampton pushing upfield. They're the ones who are countering the mistakes of Lincoln Park. They're the ones who are pushing upfield. That's a good moment from Isaac, but plaudits has to go to Arrow. He noticed the mistake. He saw the potential in the situation, jumped on it, made it 2.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes some bravery to jump for that ball. He anticipated that perhaps Isaac wouldn't get the best touch, and I feel like that especially shows the trust that Roehampton have for each other. He knows that he can commit for those kind of plays, and he's going to have a play behind him, even if the touch is there. But what is going on in front of us? It was just the odd few whiffs coming out. Connections not quite being made out with once, and a double commit there coming from Lincoln Park as well. Isaac's in the front corner. All 3 players were in front of the ball there temporarily. It's just a moment of complete chaos here in Game 4.
I think Lincoln just worked on the chaos theory idea of, if we don't know what we're doing, you definitely don't know what we're doing. So to be fair, oh my, it's worked.
Oh!
Has it? It can't be second Misty I'll tell you about it. Chaos theory has worked there. Bounce plays it upfield, Stat out of position. He's moved up way too far on the pitch. And it's a perfect clearance from Bowles, and Misty, of course, he had to be there to finish the job, make sure it ends up in the back of the net. It's great stuff from this Lincoln side to counter and make an opportunity out of seemingly nothing. It seems to be a case between both these sides, overcommitting upfield. It's just about who's been countering it the best, and Bowles sends in an equaliser. There's a moment for Lincoln. 3 of them. Again, up inside the Roehampton half. Neoquan makes this save. Suddenly you have a massive counter for Roehampton, but the confidence to get the shot and make it work, make the play work, has given Lincoln an equaliser.
I'll tell you what, it was a miracle assist there coming from Mitzi. He had a double commit alongside Isaac at that front post, but was able to get a second touch at the end of this split there to get that pass across. Well calculated from them, but this counter shot comes quickly, coast to coast, and Aero will be the one to finish it off. Big forward pass coming there after that bump landed on Isaac, and Lincoln Park just not able to respond. Roehampton Esports have noticed that Lincoln Park are playing a very high press at the moment. We've seen all three players forward. We've seen all three players in front of a ball at certain occasions here. And if those counter passes are able to be played here by Roehampton Esports, it's going to be a very big hole there for Lincoln Park. So they've either got to prevent that in the first place, or just have that third ready a little bit deeper, or just these rotations a little bit faster. But if your strategy is going to be just score more goals than the other team, as many as possible, well, I guess they can continue as they've gone on.
I'm down for a slugfest.
Absolutely.
I'm down for an absolute slugfest between these two sides. It hasn't been beautiful goals going in, but it certainly has been opportunistic goals that you need to score at this level of Rocket League. If the team makes a mistake, you counter it. You go for them, you go after them, and you make sure that your opportunity go in and theirs do not. Isaac playing it away from 1 to 20 remaining. Lincoln Park down by 1. They need to find one more mistake from Roehampton's side. They need to force one more mistake out of this Roehampton side. A little bit of a nervy situation. They do manage to get out of it. Isaac up on the wall, faster than his opponent, Aero. It moves out towards the side. Lincoln again blocked out of the midfield line. Roehampton are starting to find their same positioning they had in game 1 that really worked for them, just being more relaxed, sitting back a little bit further against this Lincoln side. Lincoln haven't realized though that what we saw in game 2 was really what worked, shutting them down early, getting to the midfield line first, and making sure that their players were the ones winning out at the halfway line. Now they are finding themselves consistently deep in their own half, trying to build up and transition upfield once more, as we see a play being built up again from Lincoln. But Misty going for the demo on the back line, going toward the waterfall, played away by Stat. That's a good read. It is a slight double commit from two players, but Aero deciding to go for the midfield line, takes out Isaac, leaving it for Nearquan onto the backboard, played out wide. Lincoln need to escape now with the last minute to tick down. This has to be an opportunity that goes in for them to get to the overtime. I tell you what, that's the first time I've had a positive caster curse in a while. Bowles has an opportunity. Bowles sends it home. I think Nearquan was taken out of the play. I don't know where he's gone. I think it looks like he just went on the ground early, trying to defend along the ground, but it's kept in the air. Lincoln, 3-3, 105 remaining. I tell you what, for this series, this has to be Lincoln's game that they take. Bring it back to 2-2 in the series. Give yourselves that best of 5 grandstand finish.
Absolutely. Isaac has an opportunity to do so in regulation. That 50-50 doesn't quite land, so now we'll see Aero off the ceiling, those 50-50s landing. Bowles got that shot before, but it's Stats coming off that back wall. No second touch following. I see a change from Bowles! What a redirect to try and finish the game! 40 seconds remain. Lincoln Park take their first lead.
An RKO out of nowhere delivered by Lincoln. It seemed like Nearquan had thought he had plenty of time to get rid of that, but all of a sudden here comes Bowles with another redirect to put it home. This Lincoln side, they've come out of nowhere in this game. It felt like Roehampton had the control, they had the style over this Lincoln team, but all of a sudden, the story has changed. The narrative has changed. It's left in front of net. Aero has to get it clear. What a moment that would have been for Isaac to get a 2-goal lead against the back-to-back champions. And it needs to be gotten rid of by Lincoln now. It is in the opposite side of the half. Missy won't find the angle, but this is a good time for Lincoln. They just need to keep it out of their own half. As they do, it will drop down one more time for this Lincoln squad. But there is a 1-goal advantage that they've plucked out of nowhere in the last minute. Lincoln, they take game number 4 and tie things up 2 apiece in the series.
That is a performance to remember. That is one that is going to bring up that confidence between those 3 players. Not only have you gotten that scoreline, that series scoreline back to equal after starting, of course, 1-0 down due to the wait, to come back from 2 goals down, where, I'll be honest here, Dragon, it was quite a poor start, if we're being completely honest there, from Lincoln Park. It was not what we saw in previous games, and sure, there were nervy moments coming from both teams, but when the first 2 go against you, and Roehampton Esports, it feels like the ball is in their court. It almost happened very early there for Lincoln Park, coming off the back of that kickoff. you can feel that kind of advantage, and it's going to hurt that little bit more that Roehampton Esports couldn't take it home, but historically pretty icy players, and we see instant impact yet again in Game 5.
Another play, really getting in the way of things, Aero there, just moving upfield, forcing Isaac to stay grounded when really an early challenge towards the backboard really would have countered that play. It left the door open for Neoquan to fly in and get the advantage for them early on in this game. Roehampton, I don't think we've reacted greatly to their goals so far, but they've just made it look just really
effortless.
simple when they move upfield.
Oh.
They've been tactically almost perfect against the Lincoln side when they're moving on to offense. There are, of course, a few games, we've had 2 of them here, where it feels like maybe more the defense has let them down, but the offense has been stupendous from this Roehampton team when it came to generating opportunities and generating the chances that they need. This Roehampton side have been second to none, and this grand final is no different. It has just been the defense, either just overcommitting or Lincoln just being a touch better than their defense when it came down to it. That got them the goals that they needed to equalize this series. Will this trend continue as Isaac plays it towards net? Aero has to clear out towards the side. Stats blocked out by Missy. Starting to see Lincoln once more, starting to block that midfield line, starting to block the second touches for this Roehampton side. Will they have a moment here for Roehampton to move up forward? Neoquan, the second to get the touch. This play goes to the midfield line. Missy, carry it out, dodges one demo, picks up 100, keeps the ball moving on the outside. 2 players chasing him down. Does eventually dispossess him, but deep in the Roehampton half. Lincoln waiting for a moment as Missy lays it up in towards the ceiling, leaves it for Isaac. Neoquan reads that very well. That could have been a very dangerous moment for the Roehampton team as they all started moving upfield, confident in their teammates to win it. Aero, a little bit out of position. Neoquan has to play out towards the side. This Roehampton team starting to get low on boost. Lincoln, this has to be their moment now with all the players low on boost. Bowles going upfield, looking for the demo. Doesn't take out the player on the line, but again, like with the first goal for Roehampton, prevents the jump on Aero to lead Isaac all the way into the net. That is beautifully done from both teams. That's how you use the bump plays and the bump threat.
And again, I feel like all my credit's going to go to the player with the assist. Bowles baiting in 2 players, then going for the bump right afterwards. Those are the kind of plays you want. You want to isolate these kind of 2v1 positions. And in that kind of tight situation where you're still basically within the 6-yard box, it's such a hard kind of scenario to create. But Lincoln Park were able to do exactly that. And now it's Missy back in the centre. Shot will go off. Stats. Does well to keep that one out. That corner boost doesn't spawn for him either. And Lincoln Park, the aggression remains. And Bowles is so consistent at making the most of it.
Give me that ball, says Bowles. Shakes that down for a good 30 seconds there. He really wanted the net. He really wanted the goal. I think on your point about the demos, about the points, I think being able to beat 2 players is better than taking 2 demos off the pitch, especially if you're moving forward. Respawn comes into effect. All of a sudden you have 2 defenders respawned and back in play. If you beat them, they now have to recover. They have to use boost. Boost which could have been given to their teammate who could be about to make a save or rotate back. It takes control of the boost economy in a very different way over the opposing team. And you get those beats rather than getting the demo plays. It is so much better when you're moving upfield. Aero once again delivering a phenomenal shot. What a play from Roehampton as they move upfield. Once more, we're caught out talking about plays and tactics. This Roehampton team, they put together a fantastic passing play to equalise the scoreboard in this game number 5.
And this is what they do. Lincoln Park, they've had a majority of that offense, but we've just had these small little moments where passes will come from the counter-attack and we feel like Roehampton Esports are almost guaranteed a goal. Lincoln Park, for the most part, have done well defending that, but you could not stop that one. It was like a sniper there from Aero. Such great power off the back of it, and Lincoln Park could barely even get back in time. It's just that special factor which Roehampton Esports have. They can be the team that's taking the charge and spending all the time in the opposing third, or they can just simply play for these counterattacks, and they've got that consistency where they can just be prolific in front of net, and these passes as well, close to perfection. But now it's all up to Stat. to try and get this ball back in field. You see Isaac waiting short. He's not going to waste that one. Missy with plenty of boost as well to bang that ball back forward. And now Aero has to try and send something back because Linkin Park, they're trying to do what they have been doing in the last couple of games now. And that's just getting some time in this final third, holding them down. Aero had a fair bit of space, and you just know immediately he's going to go for that pass. Interceptions required here from Linkin Park, and is that one going to go all the way? It might just! Neoquan! That was disgusting!
An insane save to keep that out. That is so tricky. 0 boost, as well as having to push that out off to the side in a suitable way, but no follow-up happens. And it was just exactly what Roehampton needed. That seemed like yet another goal that could be winning the game for Lincoln let through in the last minute of play against this Roehampton side. But it won't happen. Roehampton are not going down at the moment. Isaac has to play it out towards the side. Another save, maybe not as theatrical as the one we've seen from Neoquan. Again, Lincoln moving upfield. They will be blocked out once more. Neoquan in towards net. Isaac out towards the side. Neoquan once more out towards a teammate. This is still live for Roehampton. Bow's getting the clearance. Such an important moment. Has played back upfield. We are going to hit for the first overtime of today. And it's coming in game number 5. This could be the turning point in the entire series. Misty playing it upfield. Stat will have to play that out towards the side, taking control on towards the backboard, playing it down. Bows will get the challenge in, but the ball's still moving towards the Lincoln half. Neoquan has the backup as it's played out towards the wall. Bows needs to be there first. Isn't. That's played back into the Lincoln half. A bad mistouch from Missy, but that shot goes wide from Aero. There's still possession Roehampton. There's still advantage them in this overtime. Move towards the backboard. Isaac gets it clear enough. It's taken away by Stats from Missy. Lincoln survive an early scare in this overtime.
Squeaky bum time for both these teams, especially Linkin Park, have just been pinned back for a majority of this overtime so far. Aero getting aggressive, getting that second touch. I saw Neoquan lurking. He will pick that one up off the wall as well. Linkin Park on the ropes. This is night and day compared to what we saw here in regulation. Roehampton Esports have been able to bring the pace, but we've seen how big of a factor these counter-attacks have been as well. But Linkin Park really have not had much opportunity to do so. Once you allow Roehampton Esports to get organised, it's such a hard team to break. Isaac now looking to do exactly that. That was a stage shot, but he'll leave that for his teammate to send it long. Quan's heavy touch does find that sidewall. Aero does well to overlap from the play, and now it's all up to Isaac to try and land a bum, try and get some of the boost, get something out of this. He wasn't able to do either, and now Neoquan's looking dangerous coming off that back wall. Isaac, slight mislip. That's an unfortunate 50-50 as well. And while it was a bit of a waste of boost, it's a bit of a shock to the system, but you've got to throw yourself back into the game because this overtime continues.
I really don't like how Linkin Park are really drawing Roehampton in and taking just very delicate touches to clear it. I think what needs to happen, Lincoln can draw them in very nicely. You need to get the big booming clear to clear out this Roehampton side. That's onto the crossbar. Roehampton almost had the dagger in this game, in this overtime. Stat won't find the net. This is Roehampton's overtime to lose now. They've had plenty of chances to find that one last goal. Can they do it now? The demo not quite found. Neoquan back into the own half. Stat taken off pitch onto the back lines. Bows can't get a pass back into the centre. Important clearance from Arrows. That's played towards the back line of Lincoln by Roehampton. Shot in towards the centre. Is played in towards the middle. Stat is there second. As Lincoln once more just about doing enough to survive a few moments longer. Can they outlast this pressure and find the goal that they need in this overtime? That is the only question. It's not about if Roehampton get the goal, it's when. And Lincoln need to be the ones to get it first. It's been all Roehampton in this overtime. Can they finish the job? Out towards the sideboard, blocked out. It's still Roehampton possession, and it's still Linkin Park just trying to put together something against this Roehampton defense. Missy on the back line will drop that down. Stat will get the challenge in and play it out towards the side. Stat in towards the middle, into the air dribble. Looking for that flip reset. Countered, taken off the nose of the player. But Arrow will come through and keep the ball moving into the other half.
Big miss.
Arrow leaves it.
Oh!
Will have to let it pass through to keep it out of the front of the net, out of the centre of the pitch. This Lincoln team, they're just not going down this Roehampton side. They're not finishing their dinner.
And it took composure not to do the panic touch there from Linkin Park. We are getting high into that point now where we're almost doubling the length of this single game. Stout wants to get it over and done with. This ball finds the behind of Neoquan. A third player is required to get their way forward, but Linkin Park is just booming back to the cards of Roehampton Esports. Missy able to make a save, and surely this has to be the chance. You've got to take it. Top corner. Save there by Aero. Chance is there in the front post. He's beaten his man. He's found the open there. Roehampton Esports finally take their victory in Game 5. The lead is back in their favour. Linkin Park have fallen.
Through a stretch of the least convincing defense from Linkin Park, they managed to survive 4 minutes. Like I said, it was an if and when situation. If Lincoln score, they win. But when are Roehampton getting theirs? It took them 4 minutes. Really, it should have taken them about 1.5 minutes to get that goal to close out that overtime.
Wow.
I said they would deliver, and they are now starting to. This Lincoln side, I think they just lost the ice in that series. The complete restart that comes with an overtime completely resets everything. It resets the boost, it resets the control of teams, and that really comes to the benefit of Roehampton. They could get organized again. They weren't quite as disheveled as this Lincoln side. And when it comes down to it, when it comes down to those overtimes, when it's one game, one goal that will get you through, Alex finds an opener. What is this? Pulls shots to find the net for Lincoln. Straight off the kickoff. And following arrows, and Missy bumps bounce into it to find the top corner. What a start to game number 6.
A play that Johnny Boy would be proud of. Let's go, some new kickoff strats to potentially add to the playbook here. Linkin Park are going to be happy to get this head start here in Game 6. We've seen plenty of that in previous games, and we know necessarily it hasn't decided who's gone on to win the entire game, but you can feel that advantage early on. Linkin Park, they've looked very different ever since that overtime. However, they might just get themselves 2-0 up. Big demo coming out, post to post. And Aero is just about able to clear that one out. Linkin Park looking dangerous in these opening stages, but they just weren't able to put it away for the double scoreline. Third shot comes on. Oh my goodness, woodwork challenge almost complete. All we need is a crossbar.
I think they got the crossbar through that entire sequence at some point.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think it's already been completed, to be fair. I think it bounced off those posts and the crossbar during that entire sequence. As that's played down, Stat has an opportunity, almost takes out one of the players from Lincoln's side, and Lincoln's defense. Rest for a moment. You have a second to breathe. As Neoquan brings it upfield. Here's another opportunity for Roehampton. There's 2 players defending and getting rid of that. Stat plays out towards the side to maintain possession of this Roehampton team in the opposing half. Neoquan turns at the halfway line, brings it back upfield. Good defense from Missy to keep it out towards the side. This Roehampton side getting beaten on the 50-50s, but Stat won't be beaten to that. And it's played out towards the side again. Isaac into the middle. Neoquan finding the clearance, and that is an important demo on Stat. The one highest up on the pitch for Roehampton cleared out the way as Lincoln need to survive just a moment longer as Stat can't find the clearance. Arrow in towards the centre. Joint clearance comes through. Lincoln have a moment to breathe with this 1-goal lead still intact.
There has been a great start by Roehampton Esports, looking to get that equaliser. Just as I say that, it's messy again here on the goal line, but by some miracle they are just able to keep it out. Roehampton Esports have had to work so hard to get these goals across, even though Linkin Park looked a bit shaky in defense, but we spoke about how that chaos plays such a huge factor, and Linkin Park seem to be the masters of it! And this might just prove my point, but Stats able to just about keep that one out. He had to lock himself back into the play there, because that was definitely not what he was expecting. Bumps heading towards the direction of Missy, but still through the fire, through the flames, able to keep this ball out. Stats heavy touch, however, looked like it was going to potentially find a Linkin Park car, but no boost in the tank here. There's only one player behind. There's only 0 players behind by the time I finish that sentence. The Neoquan, he's done it again. He's been that difference maker. He's put this game back to equal, and of course, credit has to be given to the player off the ball, which I feel like has been a big theme of the day here.
Yeah, it's been all about the off-the-ball play. As soon as you're out of possession, as soon as it goes to a teammate, what are you doing? Where are you moving? A stat moved into the halfway, and gets a shot on target to again restore a bit of pressure on this Linkin Park side. You need to be careful when they're all left alone and where they're defending, where they're attacking, where they're turning to make the final stand as Neoquan make the final stand for Roehampton at the halfway line. That's played upfield once more. Stat will have to take control as Linkin Park move forward. Can they get the play to work? Can they keep it in this Roehampton half for a little bit longer to get that boost to tick down for their opponents? Upfield. Oh, that's a massive bump play in front of net. A second one to follow through. Missy finds the net with 2 bump plays put together by the team. Linkin Park 2-1 up with 137 to go on that clock.
Mr. Fall, oh my goodness, flying in like an AC 130 for the demo, sending out the final Roehampton Esports defender. And there are just these moments from Linkin Park when they're so full of life. Another play attempted there, the bump's coming out. Missy wants to sidewall, he won't get it. Aero having absolutely none of that nonsense, and Bowers doesn't land at 50 either. And I tell you what, we've had times where these have been played at LANs, and still this looks more nervy at the comfort of their own home at their own facilities.
I don't think players like Bowser are really going to work playing off the sidewall. I think this is going to have to be player-to-player connections that get you the goals. And Aero decides to use the ground instead. Don't care what the casters say. I can use whatever ground that I want. Aero past one, gets it past the second, finds the net. That's a phenomenal read, a phenomenal play. Aero bringing it back 2 apiece. This, once again, this has to be Lincoln. Do not give Roehampton a 2-game lead in a grand final. They will run away with it. That's moved on to the backboard. Neoquan will get it clear. A little bit too slow from Aero as Stat has to clear up the back lines for Roehampton. Lincoln, they are hunting. They want another goal. They want the lead once more as Neoquan getting the clearance back upfield. A reset for Lincoln, but with plenty of boost in the tank to do so. Isaac getting a play past one, won't get past Stat, but it's a little bit of a loose touch back in towards the center of the pitch. But great play from Aero, great aggression, gives him an opportunity and a great shot down towards the side. He doesn't really care what I said at all. He's been using both walls, the ground, the sidewall, and that's given him the opportunity, and it's given Roehampton the lead.
Aero, my goodness, what a sidewall read. Plenty of power off the back of it as well. There was a Linkin Park defender, and still he wasn't able to readjust himself for that one. Roehampton Esports taking the lead after a big start from Lincoln. However, can we really say this game is over? Shots coming in. Aero making that save yet again. Definitely my MVP if they go on to take it the entire way, but regulation isn't quite over yet. That's a dangerous ball off the back wall, but of course, Aero will pick it up, pass, and put it back in the net. 4-2, Roehampton Esports. Surely this game is over? Surely? I've seen it happen before. We saw it in South America in RLCS last season. But very different stakes, very different teams, and very different players. 5 of 6, of course, we recognise from the last grand finals, and the experienced Aero has shown it in Game 6.
An absolute capitulation in the last 0 seconds. This will be Roehampton's game. They do keep it alive for a little bit longer. Looking for a 0-second goal to finish off this game as Neoquan takes it towards the back line. Aero to Stat, the shot, and there we go. A 0-second goal. It's kept alive. Roehampton makes it 5 in game number 6. That is such an important win for them in this game. It does move them ahead in terms of games won in this series. It is now 3-2 to Roehampton. Linkin Park trailing in that aspect, as well as the overall series at 4-2 down. It is match point, championship points for this Roehampton squad going into this next game. They have to tie things up here. They have to finish the job, because this Lincoln team, if they build up a head of steam, they build up a momentum that they can build up, this could be going the full 9 games. It's still pending. It still could happen. This Roehampton side, they've got a groove. They've got something going against this Lincoln squad, and they could close it out here with one more game.
And I feel like typically you look at the team that historically has been the favourite, and you can say currently is the favourite to dictate the pace of the game and kind of take control. Well, I feel like this entire series, it's all been about what Lincoln can do. They are the boogie team. If there was a boogie team for Roehampton, this would be the one. They were able to defeat them last Thursday, and I feel like back then they were just playing their own game. We've seen these moments where they have taken the game more into their favour. The thing is with Roehampton, they don't necessarily need a play style. They are so consistent everywhere around the pitch. All they have to do is play against the other team, be a bit faster, put the ball in the back of the net, and they'll take these victories like they've done 4 times already. Well, of course, one of them was gifted via nature of being in the upper bracket, of which they were able to beat Lincoln Park. But when Lincoln Park do their own thing, are a little less panicky, we've seen how the tides can change, and they need to, because like you said before, it is match point. The British University Esports Championship Winter 2024 title is in the line and could be decided within the next 5 minutes.
Played out to back lines of Lincoln. They need to escape this half quickly. Do not let Roehampton get hold of you in your own half. Played back near Quan at the halfway line, leaves it for Aero. His teammate Bowles needs to get there first. Aero does get in the way a little bit, but Bowles still able to get there, but it's burned so much boost just to win one ball, win one clearance out towards the side. Stat enough boost to get this play going, but just pushes it off the wall, leaving it for Nearquan. Has an opportunity here taken away from him. It's still sitting at the halfway line, and it will be Roehampton to respond first. Aero off the sidewall. There's an open net to score on. Missy can't get back. Aero finds the opener in what could be the championship game for Roehampton.
Oh, and what a finish that is! Sidewall shot into the bottom right corner. Missy so close to that, and I feel like it was just the perfect amount, just to give Misty something to think about there, whether he could get back for that in time or not, or if it was a play to perfection. That mental factor is going to be so huge, especially when Lincoln Park are behind, especially when they need to win 3 in a row against this dynasty that is Roehampton Esports. So far, they've been able to silence the Swans. Well, this is their last opportunity that they need to do so, but Lincoln Park on the counter, looking to find the bottom right for themselves. Stat, fortunately, was there waiting. Quan 50-50, has that one going out to Stat yet again. Isaac's high, and you're just seeing these dogfights, and it feels like every single touch of the ball is so vital. If the 50 falls the wrong way, it's a goal immediately. They are 2 extremely good, punishing teams, and that has been made clear throughout this series that Roehampton Esports just get more of those opportunities.
Just falls in front of that. Nothing for Roehampton there as they fly past the ball. Lincoln needs to escape once more. It has been about this transition upfield that has really countered them. Need to get a little bit creative. They do so. It's gone to the back line. Nearquan has to push it out towards the side. Roehampton still with the 1-goal lead. I'm sure they'll love to find just another one to make it a little bit more comfortable. Lincoln has struggled to score goals against them at quite a few junctures in this series. Last game, I think it was only the 1 goal that Lincoln were able to get past, and that was a big kickoff to start things off. Out towards the side is Roehampton, starting to get countered just a little bit. Lincoln getting some early challenges in. Nearquan having to try and get a big clearance. That's blocked out by Isaac. Out towards the halfway line. Missy getting control. Stats is straight on it. Talked about at the start of this series, just being in your opponent's face, getting the challenges in first. Do not give them an inch at the halfway line. Aero has been consistently the one making that challenge. Nearquan as well. It's been the 2 of them ruling that halfway line that's really made Lincoln struggle to get out their own half in quite a lot of points of this series. Is Nearquan able to escape for a moment? Isaac winning the 50-50, that drops down, but it will be Stat to pick it up and drop it back to Aero, his teammate. Onto the halfway line, pushed out towards the side by Missy. Can't get past Nearquan. First challenge goes towards Roehampton, but again, Lincoln doing enough to keep it in the Roehampton half. They're just running out of boost at important moments, and Roehampton are winning the race to them. The second touch doesn't come through, but the finish from Stat makes it 2. 1:30 to go. The championship, they've got one hand on it, Roehampton. The three-peat is alive. With 1 minute 30 left, needed to tick down for this team to win the winter finals.
Well, isn't this all so familiar? Aero playing off the surfaces of the pitch, being able to provide for his teammates, and of course, Roehampton Esports in the lead. We've seen this season after season. It's looking to repeat itself here at Winter 2024. And Lincoln Park, time is running out. They're going to see that text on the screen in a second. They're going to hear that tone in their ear. That's going to call for panic time. 60 seconds left. Roehampton Esports just have to hold.
60 seconds remaining for the championship to be theirs in an all-important final game for them. They have been given the game advantage, but even in a best of 7, if they take this, it is a 4-2 win, the same scoreline that we had in the upper bracket. Aero looking to seal it with a flip reset and towards the backboard. Neoquan is through. Of course he's through. Roehampton has always put pressure on this Lincoln side when they just give a moment to them. Neoquan's there. Top shelf. Lincoln, they're just slowed down too much. They've been demoralized. They've been beaten down in this series overall. They came so close last time. Isaac trying to find something off the kickoff, but they will be denied.
Oh!
Arrow off their ceiling. That could have been such an amazing goal to really describe how this series has gone for Lincoln. They've been so good at certain points, but Roehampton, they've just been that extra gear. They've just been that little bit better. The last 20 seconds to tick down. I think we are just watching the champions put the crown on the back on their heads. They will earn a 3rd championship. Roehampton, it is hard to say. They don't deserve this because they do. Undefeated during the regular season, undefeated in playoffs. Roehampton are the winter champions and they make it 3.
Stat Aero Neoquan. You can change the roster, you will not change the culture. Roehampton Esports remain as the British university team. Another title to add to their accolades in what was a thrilling series and a great performance from them overall. We had our nervy moments, we had our highlights, but Dragon, Roehampton are just inevitable. They are just that team.
They're just that set of guys. They once again, they are put to the sword by this Lincoln team. They were brought back to 2 apiece in this series, and that overtime, I said it, that was going to be what sort of changed the theme of the series. If Lincoln had won it, if they didn't look so shaky in that overtime, maybe that if they took it, we would be looking at another Game 9, perhaps even Lincoln going on a roll and taking it themselves. But when it came down to it, when it came to the icy situations that this team, Roehampton, needed to lock in and ensure they got the victory, they did so in overtime, and they just kept that momentum rolling. They kept that style of play. They kept the pressure on Lincoln. As Lincoln sort of let the foot off the accelerator and sort of tried to overplay the situation in terms of their defense, Roehampton, they turned on the offense even more. They got more demos. They got more physical. Exactly what Lincoln were doing in those 2 games they won. Roehampton turned the tables and they were able to take it away.
And it was just a performance that showed experience as well coming from those players. I mean, heading into an overtime, which I would say, I feel like Lincoln Park were looking like the better team when that clock hit 0. Those final minutes were very heavy on their favour. And you just saw, as soon as they had that break, something just changed. And in overtime, well, it was 4 or 5 pretty brutal minutes there where, I mean, it was a miracle that Lincoln Park were able to keep the ball out for that long. They had that one chance in that final minute of overtime where I believe it was Bowers got that flick into the top left corner. But with that being the only thing you had to show for 4 minutes of OT, I mean, it just goes to show how dominant Roehampton Esports were. And, well, how dominant they have been for quite some time now.
Well, we do have a chance to talk to the 3-time himself, Stat, I believe is joining us in a second for the player interview. Not sure what we have going on between what the plan is here for a moment. But Stat will be joining us in a moment. The Roehampton team, the ones to win the winter finals. And Stat, you join us now.
Give me a sec.
Oh, it's a
Hello,
lovely
hello.
facility, mate.
I can hear them now. I don't know if they can hear me.
Oh, he's very, very quiet for me. He's very, very quiet for me.
I'm
Now,
quiet.
Oh, there we go. I hear you now. I hear you now,
Stat.
Stat.
Before, that's why.
Stat, welcome to the stream. A fantastic final series and a wonderful facility behind you. Tell us about what playing in the facility is actually like for you guys. You've made it 3 championships, so clearly there is something just that makes you built different in these scenarios.
Yeah, I do love it. I don't think we're allowed in here on a Sunday, so if nobody could tell the uni, I'd appreciate that. But other than that, it's good. It's fun. I mean, it's easy. It's like so much easier to play and like communicate when you're losing games when you're next to each other because you can see that it's not like toxic, if that makes sense. Especially for me, I'm like really blunt and monotone. So when they can see that I'm actually like smiling about it or something like that, it's so much more convenient because I know that it can come across differently online.
Well, I'm sure the university won't mind as long as they know that you've won a championship
That
for
you've
them
won.
going into this. That makes it 3 for Roehampton. What's it mean for you, Stat, to be such a part of this dynasty that has become this Roehampton esports side?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure everyone in the uni scene knows that this is what we were kind of brought in to do, like in terms of sort of actually doing our degree, but come into a uni where we can kind of play in esports together, sort of thing. I mean, we all knew each other before we came, so that makes it so much better. As for this is my second, so it's Aero's third really, so that's
Aero's
more of a
third.
question for him and his like dynasty. I came in a bit later, but it feels great. I mean, I want to get as many as possible. No one likes losing, especially in UR when we did, so it feels like really good to get that kind of revenge, if you know what I mean.
Well, of course, Stat, I'm familiar with the rosters that include the likes of yourself, Aero, and Coach Freakhands in the background as well, but Neo Kwan was definitely the player I had my eyes on for this Grand Finals. Of course, he didn't play in the previous Grand Finals, of which you won as well, but what does he bring to the team? What is his special sauce that has him in the main team?
Yeah, I mean, he's a very different player to Risen sort of thing. Risen's more sort of, I don't know, more like gameplay sort of game sense sort of thing, which Neo has, but it's like more ones related. He just, if you give him a one-on-one defensively, he gets so many good saves. Offensively, he'll score a goal that I didn't even know was possible. Be some like fakes in there, or like he can just mech out as well. So it's like kind of having him and Aero on a team. It's great because I don't need to do much. I just need to play one touch ball because they're going to beat 2 people every time. So as long as I don't throw, we shouldn't lose.
I did sort of pick up on that. Arrow and Neoquan sort of ruled the halfway line. You were the sort of important last man in terms of the rotations. Talking of those sort of tactics, a lot of teams do not have a coach. I was a coach for Bournemouth when we won the championship. I'm not going to give up saying that. It's very important to me. But what is it like having a coach? I mean, you've had one for the last few years. I think it was Cynical at the start of the Roehampton project. It moved to JSW, who unfortunately left the position and left it for Free Camp. For you personally, I think it's been Free Camp for both these championships that you've been a part of. So what's it like having a coach as part of this process?
I've been told to put this on. Wait.
Give him a moment. He knows the question.
Get him in the spirit. It's December.
Yeah. As for Freecount or Lloyd, it's very nice. JSW I didn't really work with too much. That's new. But yeah, he's brings sort of a different dynamic. I mean, he just wins. Like, I mean, I'll shout him out because he beat a Chronic one time in RLCS, and he'll never let that go as a super sub. So we'll give him that. But he's, I don't know, like for me at least, he's kind of a player who, when he did play, he had not as much mechanics to rely on. So he was all game sense, which is always sort of a good coach. But he mainly just keeps our confidence, if I'm being honest. Like, we can tilt or lose our heads, or if we're losing games, be like, why? And try and have a tendency to change too much. So in that series, it was more make sure you're doing what you're comfortable with, sort of thing, and then eventually you'll win. Especially Lincoln, where they're so good defensively, you kind of need to not overcommit because they will punish you if you do that.
And of course, we brought up recent results stats. You did fall to this Lincoln Park team last Thursday in Uni Rocketeers. What was the change in this series?
Don't throw in your third man every time. Like when we lost to them before, I watched some of them back. I know Freecam definitely did, and it was so many silly mistakes that Lincoln will punish you for. We would just throw ourselves in stupidly, like in their corner or something like that, and then the ball would come over our net, or they'd have so many open nets. So that's what I tried to focus on more this series, is being more backline and put myself in the net so they have something else to think about. Because as much as people say open nets are hard, they're definitely easier than having 3 people stuck in your net or whatever, if you know what I mean.
Well, a stunning team performance from the entire Roehampton side. Congratulations on the win and the Winter Championship stat. Thank you very much for joining us, and I'll see you next split for another competition.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Wow. What one interview we managed to have there from Stat. They do just have a different level of mentality. I feel like that's fair to say. Dragon, 3 friends, decided to join a university, and this is what they came here to do. And I tell you what, they've been doing it for quite some time now. I feel like seeing a play with that level of drive is, I'm sure, going to be quite inspirational for quite a few people. And it's great to see him succeed in that as well.
I'll be trying to cook up getting one last championship next split. You can join that. NSC_GG is Twitter. You'll get all the details there. The NSC.GG website as well. All the details. I'll see if I can get this right. There. Somewhere down there. I pointed at it at one point. If you're interested in University Rocket League, go join the links there. But as for the rest of this season being powered by SteelSeries, Scan, Pringles, and Iyama, such an important set of partners when it comes to this. And of course, the main sponsor, Uni Days, Level Up, the ultimate destination for students with playing games. This entire split has been incredible. We told you it was a main event, and I think we just about delivered. Any last thoughts, Pig, before we sign off?
Well, first of all, it was an absolute pleasure to be on the broadcast, so thank you very much to NSC and the British University Esports Championship for running such an excellent competition as well, to create some opportunities in the collegiate space here in Britain, where it's definitely having its moments, let's just say. But this was a fantastic way to tail the weekend, to tail the British University Esports Championships Winter Finals. I love Rocket League, love NSC. Thank you so much for having me. This has been myself, Sir Pegasus, alongside the legendary RW Dragon. I hope you've enjoyed.
Goodbye.